Han Sen held an orb that was around the same size as a man's fist. It shone like a miniature sun. If you looked at it closely, you could see there was something gold swimming inside it. Deified beast soul, sun raven, gem type. As he fiddled with the orb, he considered it. Han Sen had obtained a few gem-type beast souls in the past. Not many of them existed, as they were quite rare. But they could be used to bring other beast souls up to the same level as the gem beast soul. This was a deified gem-type beast soul, and that meant all Han Sen would have to do was find another beast soul of a compatible element. If he did, he could bring it up to a deified class. Han Sen had a few different beast souls, but nothing like a firebird beast soul. That meant he could not use the deified gem-type beast soul at this point in time. Han Sen returned it to his Sea of Soul, and then he looked at the ledger for the base. The base's shortage of manpower kept them from producing much, but something very nice did happen soon after the crisis was averted. A young woman with ordinary Geno armor had a second evolution. She became a baron. Gu Qingcheng guessed it might have had something to do with the gold raven mark. Perhaps the energy that melted into their bodies was what prompted the second evolution. The Geno armament she received was a fire type. If the gold raven mark can make people evolve, does that mean all these women and kids could end up becoming xenogenics or nobles? As Han Sen mulled that thought over, he realized he was quite happy about it. Any nobles he developed could become Han Sen's loyal army, and he could be more confident about using them. Of course, it still depended on when they could all become nobles. Only Black Steel and Captain Wood knew of the events that occurred in the Raven Palace. It had been many days since then, and yet word had not gotten out. The news had been suppressed by all survivors, it seemed. It did not matter much, anyway, even if word was to get out. There were fewer nobles in the base right now, at least, and that made things easier for him to manage. This also provided Han Sen with more time to practice and hunt xenogenics. Even so, he was still unable to level up and become a viscount. Han Sen, how are your skills coming along? When Isha finished practicing, she finally called up Han Sr. Things are going swimmingly, Han Sen answered. Isha, upon hearing Han Sen say that, smiled. Icebird was behind her, but she hadn't said a word. Because Isha had told her to review Han Sen's current situation, she knew he had lost many barons and viscounts. He always hunted alone, and he didn't focus on his practice. Good. The Moon God Festival is coming. All the elites and their heirs will be going. You should think about joining us. There'll be a test, Isha said coldly. Moon God Festival. Han Sen looked at Isha with a modicum of confusion. Isha signaled for Icebird to step forward and explain. The Moon God Festival happens every 49 years. Only the rebate who are born within those 49 years are able to join. Because there are many outsiders within the rebate society, especially over the past few centuries, they are also allowed to join. That is, if they are able to qualify. Icebird explained it to Han Sen, so he'd know a bit more about it. It wasn't random that it happened every 49 years. Every 49 years, on the main 11 planets, a moon altar would appear. Creatures that were born within those 49 years could enter the altar to Moon Palace. The Moon Palace was in the center of Narrow Moon, but it was different from the Gold Raven Hall. There was no sun. There were just the planets and Moon God Palace. It was usually cold, and hidden in the dark. Not even deified elites could sneak in. During this time, the planet would appear, and the Moon God Palace would open up. Anyone who could make it past the altar and reach the palace would be blessed by the Moon God. This was a big thing for the rebate, and the event would even be live-streamed. The first person to be blessed would receive a big reward from the rebate. No one knew what the reward would be, though. It was something that was decided by the elder, and the elder hadn't announced what the reward was going to be yet. But Han Sen was more interested in the blessing than the physical reward. The moon god might have been present, but there were no statues or creatures around the palace. The creatures that entered Moon God Palace looked awfully cold. The blessing was to be bathed in moonlight, it was said, and no actual god showed itself. There was no advantage to going to Moon God Palace early. Once the palace opened, you could be blessed at any point until the palace closed again. The amount of blessing you'd receive was random, and didn't depend on timing either. Sometimes, the last person to go would receive the most blessings. Sometimes the earlier arrivals would receive the greatest blessing. There didn't appear to be a reliable rule for how the blessings were distributed. After many moon god festivals, it was deduced that the strength of the blessing depended on the person. Normally, the actual rebate received the strongest blessings. Outsiders rarely ever had a chance to join in, and there was a fairly obvious bias. Isha let Han Sen go, but Han Sen didn't think he'd receive much of a blessing. She just wanted him to witness the new elites that showed up every 49 years. In the festival, showing off your power was far more important than earning first place. Aside from receiving a bonus from the elders, you'd receive nothing special. Most rebate and xenogenics just wanted to use the festival to gain fame. Han Sen was Queen's only student, and he would definitely be challenged. That was why she mentioned there would be a test for him. 49 years was not a short amount of time, and there were a few viscounts that had joined. An earl had taken part, as well. Ordinarily, they wouldn't kill anyone. But even so, Han Sen was a baron, and it was difficult to say if he'd pull through. After they ended the call, Icebird said, "What if too many people realize that you are letting him join? You taking him as a student has soured many of the younger ones. I am afraid they will try to teach him a lesson. It is good for the young ones to suffer failure." Isha smiled. Han Sen had nothing to prepare, so he went back to hunting xenogenics as he usually did. He also spent time practicing his Geno arts. When the Moon God Festival began, Han Sen was sent to Planet Blade. It was one of the 11 primary planets, and Moon God Altar could be accessed from there. There weren't many creatures on Planet Blade, and across the past 49 years, only 7 to 8 could join. As the planet moved, a previously invisible planet appeared directly in the center of Narrow Moon. You didn't need a live stream to see it. All you would have to do was look up and see the planet that hosted the giant palace. It was like a heaven in the cosmos. But that beautiful jade palace looked completely different than the planet that hosted it. The planet itself was barren, devoid of mountains and rivers. The empty side of the planet was facing them, too. The palace was located on the opposite side of the sphere. The altar teleported you to the other side of the planet, so you'd end up facing the jade palace. You had to walk around it to get inside. The moon god altar appeared on Planet Blade, and so Han Sen teleported. He wasn't interested in fighting people, as all he wanted to do was take first place and obtain the rewards he might be entitled to as a result. When Han Sen appeared on the planet, there were many people standing atop a jade platform. Han Sen started running. That planet wasn't very big, and it was just a small moon, but running to the other side would still take a long while. Han Sen, don't run. Han Sen had only just started running when someone called out to him. It was a black-eared rebate. He was 2 meters tall, and he was holding a big knife as he ran towards Han. Senator Han Sen did not remember seeing this guy before, and so he didn't think it was likely that the man would have a grudge against him. Why was he coming for Han Sen? After the black-eared man shouted, everyone looked over to see what was happening. "Why are you calling out to me?" Han Sen asked, as he kept on running. The black-eared man again shouted, "Don't run. I am Night Giant God. Let's fight and see which of us has superior knife skills." Upon hearing what was said, Han Sen simply sped up. He ignored the man completely. The guy was just a baron, so there was no point in fighting. He thought the concept was ridiculous, and the last thing Han Sen wanted to do was take part in something ridiculous in front of everyone. Han Sen. Are you really willing to call yourself Queen's student? Take a stand and fight me, if you have the audacity. Night Giant God kept shouting as he chased after Han Senator. Fortunately, Night Giant God was a fighter who focused on power. He had no chance of catching up with Han Senator. Still, he kept on running and shouting, which made Han Sen depressed. It made Han Sen wonder, is he crazy? The young ones that came to the planet were headed in the same direction as Han Sen and Night Giant God. It created a scene of Han Sen and Night Giant God in front, with many people behind them. Moon God festival goers usually picked their own path. This was the first time they were all following two people so closely. Are these guys hostile to me? When did I offend them? Han Sen looked back at the commotion, and he saw so many people giving pursuit that it looked like a riptide. He was flabbergasted by what he saw. Most people had just come to watch. They didn't plan on fighting Han Senator. They wanted to see how Knife Queen's student performed. Knife Queen is such a high and superior person. Why would she accept a student such as that? He only runs away. Yes. What is he so afraid of? I thought he had a king-class weapon. Why is he so scared? Fight, fight. The creatures that were all watching the stream shouted at their monitors. But they were only watching the live stream, so their voices would not reach the planet. The nobles who witnessed the scene wanted to laugh. Iceberg Duke didn't look fondly on the event either. She thought Han Sen's decision to run was an embarrassment to Isha. Isha was impartial to the whole thing, though. She merely watched the video. Night Giant God is unable to catch up. Let's help him. A Viscount smiled to his friend. Let's go and stop him so they can fight. A few Viscounts nodded. They had gone there to watch the show, and bullying Han Sen had not been their original plan. But now that he was not willing to fight, despite the challenge, they weren't very happy about it. So, they wanted to stop Han Sen and force him to compete in a battle. A dozen Viscounts sped up, went past the main group, and came in close to Han Sr. Old 9, do you think Han Sen can actually fight Night Giant God? A beautiful man with gold bunny ears was amidst a group. He was moving casually, leading others that were behind him. A man with a cow head, who was standing right next to him, said, I do not know, but Night Giant God is incredibly strong. And he's practiced Night River King's skills, too. That is called Fighting River, and it is strong enough to be on par with a Viscount's power. Its strength is that of 500 flowers, so that is a very rare number. So, you support Night Giant God? The gold bunny-eared man smiled. I guess, said the man with a cow head. How about this? Only you and I are earls. I will be number 1, so there's no point in fighting. How about a wager, then? You bet Night Giant God will win, and I bet on Han Sen winning. If Han Sen loses, then I will gladly give you the first position, the handsome man said. What if I lose? The cow-headed man calmly asked. If you lose, come and train with me on Planet Thunder, the beautiful man said. Okay. The man with a cow head nodded. Han Sen was in front, and there, he saw a dozen people coming after him. He felt depressed, and so he thought, no way. Is Knife Queen really that unpopular? All these Viscounts now want to bully her student. This is so not fair. Fortunately, Han Sen was prepared. He had the teeth rabbit shoes. He wasn't going at full speed, but now that the Viscounts were nearing, he sped up a bit. Han Sen decided to get the number 1 spot, so he could get the reward first. 1861 Chapter 1861 Moon Palace with a moon, hey. What happened? His speed is increasing. A dozen Viscounts were trying to stop Han Sen, and they had all managed to get very close to him. But now, at that range, they were finding it getting more and more difficult to close the gap. He can run even faster than this. Not bad for a baron, I suppose. But it is naive to think this will be enough to shake off a viscount. A viscount smiled as he accelerated. The dozen viscounts moved as if they were activating jetpacks. Together, they sped up towards Hans Sr., the distance separating the barons and viscounts cannot be closed. The fitness is too much to compensate for. It would be shocking enough for the fastest baron to have a speed in the 500 flower range, but even so, the slowest of viscounts are above 1,000 flowers. Skills won't be enough to close that gap. The beautiful man smiled. The next second, though, the beautiful man was shocked. When the viscount started to speed up, Han Sen was able to speed up yet again. He managed to maintain the distance between himself and the others. How is it possible for a baron to run so quickly? Is he really just a baron? Since when did Queen excel in the teaching of skills that benefit those wishing to flee a fight? This speed is so King fast. Not even viscounts are able to catch up with him. Still, I wonder how long he can keep that up. This is interesting. The races that watched the Narrow Moon live stream were showing extreme interest. They were no longer complaining that the events were boring. The beautiful man was shocked, and he said, "I cannot believe a baron can possess such speed. It must be some secret technique he has learned." The man with a cow head did not speak. He just kept running. This is strange. How is he able to run so fast? The viscount behind gritted his teeth. He couldn't get dose to Hans Sr. "I told you guys it would be beneficial to learn a speed geno art. You guys said the abilities of flight were useless. Now watch me." A rebate viscount that had practiced speed went at an even faster pace. The wind at his back left trails like a blitzing jetpack. His legs looked like a fiery wheel as he left his own group behind to catch up with Hans Sr. Wind assault can only be used in a straight line. It cannot be used in the midst of a fight, but this is perfect for it. Hansen surely can't outrun this. The beautiful man smiled. The viscount that had practiced wind assault was only 10 meters behind Hansen now. Those watching the live stream were excited that he had almost caught up with Hansen, then shocked to see Hansen increase his speed yet again. The viscount that was using wind assault was only 10 meters away from Hansen, and he couldn't get any closer. What is this? Can he not catch up? The people watching the stream dropped their glasses. They did not expect this could happen. A baron can possess this sort of speed. That is very powerful. This is so fake. A viscount with wind assault cannot catch up with a baron. There's a problem somewhere here. There is. Normal viscounts cannot dodge wind assault, so how can a baron outrun it? I will say it has something to do with his shoes. They must be some sort of treasure that imbues incredible speed upon its wearer. It must be. But even so, he is just a baron. Even with a high-tier treasure, he shouldn't be able to unlock its true power, right? Normally, a baron cannot activate a superior treasure. The strength he would be given would be that of an ordinary viscount, at best. But this is way too much. If so, I haven't the faintest clue where it might have come from. Everyone was talking about this ravenously. The Moon God Festival had actually become an interesting affair. He is cheating. It is no wonder he has managed to achieve this level of speed. But it is useless to cheat before the absolute speed. The beautiful man felt embarrassed for the presumptuous mistake he had made. He sped up with the desire to stop Han Senator. The cow-head fellow followed after him. Those two earls shot past the teams and even accelerated to a speed that surpassed the viscount with wind assault. They were going straight for Han Sr. *T. How many people has Queen managed to offend? Even the earls are mad at me. Han Sen thought Queen had offended a lot of people, and that was why others kept coming after him. But actually, although she did not have many friends, she was an idol for all of the rebate. She was a popular person when it came to socializing. Han Sen wasn't overly concerned, though. He increased his speed, wanting first place more than anything. The rewards wouldn't be bad, and Han Sen figured he'd be needing it. That was why he was trying to claim it. The elders said the reward was a Marquis Xenogenic armor set. That armor set would be incredibly powerful if it was activated. But even if it wasn't, it would still provide a great boon of defense for any wearer. And on top of that, if he later had no use for the gear, he could just eat it for Xenogenic points. That prize would be valuable no matter how he decided to use it. The beautiful man thought he could catch up with Han Sen easily, but after speeding up, Han Sen went even faster. There was nothing he could do to catch up. D*MN. The beautiful man sped up again. As his speed increased yet again, so too did Han Sen's. But the Earl was still unable to close the gap and get close enough to Han Sr., cheating boy. I am going to get you. The beautiful man gritted his teeth and shone with a bright green light. A green light dragon enveloped his body and came whooshing forward towards Han. Senator Han Sen increased his speed again, though. And he managed to lose the green light dragon. He was headed straight for Moon Palace. Everyone who was watching the stream had seen the green light dragon pursuing Han Sen, but Han Sen was still able to increase his speed and leave it in the dust. The beautiful man was shocked. He could not believe what was happening, so he gave up on the prospect of chasing Han. Senator people stared at the live stream in dumbfounded silence for a moment. An earl had used all his strength and still failed to catch a baron. D*MN. What are those shoes? They are overpowered. Someone complimented them. Icebird Duke was shocked by what she was witnessing, and even Isha was transfixed by the shoes. If the shoes were a king-class treasure, a baron should not have been able to activate them. But adding to that, the shoes themselves didn't exactly seem to look like one either. All the nobles were in shock, staring at the rabbit shoes Han Sen was wearing. Han Sen was so fast, he arrived at the Moon Palace before everyone else. He went inside the gate and saw some strange moonlight from beyond. The moons were rising in the hall. I wonder how many moons he can raise in there. The people who watched the stream glanced away from their monitors and looked up to narrow moon. The moons that were rising could be seen just outside. There was no use in watching the live stream now, because the moonlight was like a curtain that obscured everything that lay beyond. Han Sen stood inside the palace. He could feel the moonlight going into his skin. His bones and cells felt alive, as if they were being thoroughly cleansed by blessed water. Weird. The power of that moonlight. As Han Sen wondered about all this, his jade skin started running. The beams of moonlight drifted toward Han Sen and landed on him, as if he were their exact target. Ah! They are the same element. That is why I felt that it was similar to jade skin. Han Sen was very happy about this. When the moonlight came through him, his jade skin developed even faster. When the jade skin had become xenogenic, it looked as if it had gone as far as it could possibly go. But now that he had the benefit of the moonlight, it felt like it was going even further. This made Han Sen incredibly happy. When Han Sen absorbed that moonlight, the light wasn't reduced. In fact, the luminosity only increased. Within the moonlight, Han Sen was also able to see some sort of text that stood out brighter than the rest of the moon's light. When Han Sen read it, he noticed that it was a Geno art. But it did not have a title. So, Han Sen kept reading it, until he realized that it was something quite similar to jade skin. It had not been created by the same entity, but the thought process behind it was surprisingly similar. That Geno art inside the moonlight was more suitable for the Geno universe. Jade skin was tuned for the sanctuaries it originated from, after all. It was impossible to tell which of the two was flat out better, and that was because the environment was different. I am so lucky. I was thinking about how I could modify jade skin, and now I have this. Although I cannot copy it directly, it will be perfect if I can find a way to integrate it with jade skin for now. Han Sen was so happy, and he did his best to memorize the content of the text he could see above. There was more and more moonlight entering him, and it almost started to feel like water. It was like a liquid, thickly flowing into Senator Han Sen's body was like jade now. He stood within the glow of the moonlight like an ice statue, letting the moonlight penetrate him. His delicate bones were cleansed by the moonlight, making him as squeaky clean as any statue. More and more moonlight bathed his body, until his xenogeneic genes started to evolve. Am I going to become a Viscount now? Han Sen was super happy with the prospect of this. Although it was the xenogeneic gene of jade skin that was evolving, it was still good enough for him. Recently, Han Sen had been wondering about how he might make himself a Viscount. And now it seemed that jade skin would be the trigger. Han Sen cast jade skin to absorb as much of the light as was possible. He had to make sure that his body received as much as it could. His other body parts were bathed in the moonlight, but what benefited him most was the xenogeneic body. His jade-looking body began to glow with a halo. It was a sign that he would soon become a Viscount. After becoming a Viscount, Han Sen could unleash his xenogeneic powers through smoke, fire, and light. Jade skin's power could very well be a light element one. Outside of the Moon Palace, moons were rising. Every time a moon rose, the Moon Palace would become brighter. I wonder how many moons he will be able to raise. Isha was looking at the palace with a fond smile. She did not expect that Han Sen would be able to raise many, as he was essentially just there to practice. He was only a baron, and he only had knife powers. She didn't expect he'd manage to do too well. With the moon god power, it was very good for an outsider to be able to raise 12 moons. The most a rebate had ever raised was 36. Han Sen was not a rebate, so Isha would be happy to see him raise 10 moons. You can fight to get a higher rank, but not more moons. 12 moons should be the max an outsider can achieve. Over the past few hundred years, only 4 or 5 outsiders have ever been able to raise 12. The best managed to raise 24, Icebird Duke said. The nobles and civilians were watching the moonrise keenly. They kept counting, each time a new one rose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The moons kept rising, and there were now 10 of them above the palace. People were shocked. He managed to get 10 moons. Han Sen is lucky, Night River King commented calmly. He was currently playing chess with Black Moon King. Black Moon King smiled and said, I think he can do more than that. You think he can raise 12? Night River King said, after moving one of his pieces. More than that, even. Black Moon King's smile did not go anywhere. Night River King was shocked by the assumption, and so he asked Black Moon King, you think he can manage to raise more than 12 moons? I suppose, Black Moon King said. In the past few hundred years, only 5 outsiders have managed to raise 12. And there are tens of thousands of competitors this year, Night River King said. Knife Queen selected the boy as her student. She had a reason for making that choice. It wouldn't be all that surprising, Black Moon King said. How about we make a wager? If Han Sen can exceed 12 moons, I will give you my dragon steel. If he is unable to, you give me the steel knife. Black Steel managed to get that dragon-back knife, so you don't need the steel knife. Night River King smiled. Okay. Black Moon King simply agreed, and then put a black chess piece down on the table. 11 moons had managed to rise. The next would be the 12th. To many of the rebate, that would be the max he was expected to achieve. 12 moons. Han Sen is lucky. Being blessed by moon gods, 12 moons will have made him stronger. Moon Will King was sipping on a cup of tea as he spoke. Isha smiled. She was satisfied that Han Sen had been able to raise a 12th moon. 12 moons. Han Sen is not bad. Of course. Otherwise, Knife Queen would not have taken him as a student. Would you say it is possible for him to achieve more than 12 moons? I am afraid that might be too difficult. Over the course of a few hundred years, only 4 or 5 outsiders have been able to achieve 12 moons. The chances of him getting more are too low. As everyone rapidly discussed this, another moon rose up into the sky. 13 moons. He broke through the expected threshold. Interesting. Queen really did find herself a special student. Han Sen must be something special. He sure has a bevy of good luck. Night River King was in shock. He didn't expect that Han Sen could bring up 12 moons. Night River King had lost the dragon steel he had offered in the wager, but he did not mind. He said, I didn't expect Han Sen to be this lucky. I will have the dragon steel delivered to planet Black Moon later. Black Moon King smiled and responded by saying, Night River, would you like to make another wager? What else can we bet on? Night River King was shocked by the offer. To see whether or not he can raise 24 moons, Black Moon King said. Black Moon, it sounds to me as if you really admire the boy. Do you honestly believe he is that talented? Black River King looked at Black Moon King with much surprise. Yes, I do, Black Moon responded. Okay. In that case, I will conduct this wager again, and I still want to compete for that steel knife of yours. What would you like? Night River King said quickly. Black Moon King slowly said, a magic steel. Night River King frowned, but he nodded. Fine. Since you have dragon steel, it is pointless to hold on to magic steel. Assuming you win, you can take the magic steel if Han Sen is able to raise 24 moons. Okay, then. Black Moon King's lips were smiling. The moons kept on rising, and before long, there were 18 of them hanging in the sky. Wow, there is now 18 of them. He must be all tapped out by now. Whoa, it is still continuing. He's at 19. Interesting. Can this guy really raise 24 moons? Isha was in a good mood, right now. It had been difficult getting him to evolve twice. But after that, she had been satisfied with every result following her expenditure. She was starting to think she had really lucked out by taking him on. But thinking about how to get him to Viscount, Earl, Marquise, and then Duke was something that was giving Isha a bit of a headache. The story of Jean's modifications had not gone well. If Han Sen practiced it, it had cost a lot of resources each and every time. Getting him to the level of a baron had already been very hard, so she couldn't even comprehend how much it might cost her if she brought him all the way up to Duke. Icebird Duke was surprised Han Sen had been so lucky. He had 18 moons now. The tally of moons kept rising without slowing down. Eventually, Han Sen had reached the prestigious number of 24. I lost. Night River King frowned. Han Sen's performance had surprised him a great deal. But this was just the beginning. After the number 24, another moon appeared in the skies above Moon Palace. D*MN. Another moon. 25. He broke the outsider record. Is he insane? Queen really is sharp. He must be the luckiest outsider ever. Still rising. 26. Oh my God. Might he be a rebate just pretending to be an outsider? This is insane. This number is the average of a rebate. Many of the rebate can't even reach this far. It looks like the moon god really fancies him. *T. 27. Surely he cannot reach 36. After all the moons that had risen, Narrow Moon was losing its stability. Many people stood up and stared at the moon palace. Oh my God! 30. Many nobles, like Night River King, Black Moon King, and Isha, were all shocked. No one had guessed that it was even possible for Han Sen to raise so many moons. The moon god's blessing wasn't normally very too powerful or beneficial, but when you reached that sort of number, the reinforcements turned into something special. Another moon came up, and then Narrow Moon went quiet. It was the 36th. That was the highest any rebate had ever been blessed with. He really did raise 36 moons. He is totally a fake outsider. Many of the rebate had wry smiles. They felt extremely jealous. 36 moons was a very rare number amongst the rebate. He is lucky. Moonwell King took a sip of tea and then let out a lengthy sigh. The next second, he almost choked on the tea in his mouth. Above the palace, another moon came up. The whole of Narrow Moon was quiet. The dukes, and everyone there, had their mouths open. And yet, no one spoke. Impossible. Night River King suddenly stood up. He stared at the moon palace's 37th moon. Isha was shocked, as well. 36 plus 1 moon was something no rebate had ever seen before, across a million years. Everyone thought 36 was the highest he could achieve, but what they had just witnessed told them that it wasn't. Icebird Duke wore a complex expression on her face. Her mouth was open wide, and she looked to be in disbelief. This is madness. Moon Palace now had 37 moons overhead. Someone couldn't help but scream. All the nobles felt very conflicted. Especially those of the rebate. They were so proud of this festival, but now their pride in it was waning. The person who had been able to raise the most moons in the festival's history was no longer a rebate. And that was just the start of the insanity. All the nobles were shocked, confused, and also suspicious. Another moon arose in the sky. 72 moons were out in the sky. It was an incredibly pretty sight. The whole of Narrow Moon was silent. The elites like Isha and Moonwell King were completely speechless. They had watched each moon rise. The rebate had only ever managed to reach 36 moons, but that prestigious number had not just been beaten, it had been doubled. No one had seen this before. After that, though, no more moons rose. It brought the nobles a modicum of relief. If it kept going, they were going to doubt everything they had thought true in their lives. Boom! Just as everyone thought Han Sen's blessings had come to an end, the 72 moons atop Moon Palace shone with exuberant brilliance. Basking in the glow of 72 casts of moonlight, Moon God Palace was luminous. The cells in Han Sen's body rapidly began to change, as a result. Bzzzt. His bones screamed. The moonlight came out of Han Sen's body, like a robe to completely wrap him up. He was like a moon king. Geno body Jade Skin has ascended to Viscount class. The same time this occurred, another noise shot through Han Sen's mind. It gave him a shock. He had received a body that was Viscount class. He could now cast energy on the outside. When Jade Skin reached Viscount status, the moonlight across the palace was finally reduced. His body began to go back to normal. Quickly, the moonlight around Moon God Palace began to evaporate until there was nothing left. Han Sen was left standing in the hall, looking up at the 72 moons. Suddenly, they started to shine again like suns. Boom! The 72 moons began shining back down into the hall, with a focus on one spot in particular. Due to the moonlight being focused, people could now see into the hall. Everyone saw Han Sen, standing inside. And the 72 beams of moonlight weren't coming down on him, but on a spot that was about 3 steps ahead. The moonlight looked tangible and solid. And inside those concentrated beams stood a woman. Looking a little closer, however, it was apparent that she was only a shadow. She did not look real. The lady looked at Han Sen and pointed with her slender finger. She pointed it at Han Sen's forehead, then began moving her lips. No noise came from her mouth, but a voice sounded in the heads of all. By the name of Moon God, I bless you. It does not matter which race you hail from, for you are the son of the moon. You will be guided and protected by the power of the moon. The moonlight on her finger went straight between Han Sen's eyebrows. It spread out across his head, then cleansed the entirety of his body. After that, the pretty woman smiled at him. Her body faded away, and the moons became dim and disappeared. Everyone in Narrow Moon had their mouths open. Only one thought ran through their minds. That was a genuine moon god blessing. The ones before weren't anything like that, and Moon God never revealed herself. They weren't blessings, then. This is the proper Moon God blessing. He has qualified to earn the title of Son of the Moon. Why him? After all these years, we rebate never once received a proper Moon God blessing like this. And now, it's an outsider who got one. I wonder what the effects of a true Moon God blessing are. He earned the title Son of the Moon, and she told him he was protected by the moon. Even so, he should still walk out as a low rank. Who knows? We will have to ask Han Sen ourselves. He is the only one who has ever received such a blessing. I don't think Moon will King and Isha know what this stuff is about, either. Isha looked at Han Sen strangely as she walked out of the palace. Aside from a troublesome Geno art, her student was practically perfect. But that Geno art would be harmful, and even Isha herself did not think it was possible to bring it up to King class. If he succeeds, this King class Geno art will be the scariest ever. Isha glanced around nervously. Han Sen's performance made her want to train him well, but the thought of the resources required to bring him up still gnawed at her. Especially if she was to bring him up to King class. She didn't think it was something she could realistically afford. Icebird Duke looked as if she had a conflicted mind. She did not understand why Han Sen was so special. He had been taken in by Queen and found a king-class weapon. He had now just received the true blessing of Moon God. It looked like everything good in the world happened to him, and him alone. He was far too lucky. Was he a virgin in 10 previous lives, to receive so much luck now? Icebird Duke wondered. Night River King and Black Moon King were in shock, as well. They were both thinking, Queen's student got a king-class weapon and the moon god's blessing. He also has those weirdly brilliant shoes. Did he save the entire universe in his past life? This guy's luck is scary. He is overpowered. Nah, it's nothing. He's just lucky. If I had his luck, I'd be even more overpowered. The nobles and commoners spoke about these matters a lot. While many were jovial about it, many expressed only jealousy. Han Sen didn't think much about it, but eventually, he walked out of the palace. He wanted to teleport back to Planet Blade. He wanted to research the Geno art in the moonlight. But outside the palace, many people had gathered. They were all looking at Han Sen, and unless he chose to fly above them, his way was completely blocked. Excuse me. Han Sen blinked, and the young ones that had joined the festival woke up from their daze. Han Sen, fight me. You cannot run now. Night Giant God was holding a knife that was as big as a door. He was pointing it at Han Senator. The other young ones surrounded Han Sen, refusing to let him run off this time. They wanted to witness the performance of the first person to ever receive the Moon God blessing. Fight! Fight! The people who were watching the live stream were all chanting. They wanted to see a fight, too. But of course, no matter how loudly they shouted, Han Sen wouldn't hear it. Han Sen did not plan on escaping this time. He had already achieved first place here, so there was little to worry about. Now it was time for him to show off the knife skills that Isha had taught him. Isha had been teaching him teeth knife for a while, and by now, that was what he was best at. Now he needed to perform what he had learned well in order to avoid disappointing her. If he made her happy, it was only expectable that he would receive more resources from her. So, this next move would be more important than anything. He gripped his ghost teeth knife as he ran towards Night Giant God. He was holding the hilt, but the weapon was still inside its sheath. He hadn't drawn it. Good timing. Night Giant God shouted, as he swung his own knife with greater strength. His Geno art was called Battle River. It was a water Geno art. Water Geno arts were usually quite soft, and they had a sense of infinity about them. They were usually quite effective against something hard. But Battle River was different. It was a really rough water Geno art, that was like a river coming down from the sky. It was the strongest strike, and that was just the beginning. Backed by the knife skills of the rebate, his attack would be so fast and so strong. No one at the same level would be able to block him. Han Sen did not plan on escaping. He slashed with ghost teeth knife, and he used teeth knife skills to perform the technique tooth for tooth. This was different from Tusk. This move changed depending on the opponent. If the foe was cruel, then it'd be cruder than them. If the foe was hard, then it would be harder than them. If the foe was obscene, it would be obscener than them. Night Giant God was striking very hard, and so Han Sen did the same thing. There was no way around this. They are going for a direct collision with each other. Night Giant God was born powerful. He has 500 flowers despite being a baron. Very few people can fight him. Although he does not have a king-class weapon, I don't think it matters all that much. Han Sen himself can't cast the king-class power of his weapon, after all, someone who knew Night Giant God said. Dong! Ghost Teeth Knife and Night Giant God's knife came against each other. The thin and curved Ghost Teeth Knife, coming against the large knife of the opposition, did not look appropriately scaled. But the purple blade of Ghost Teeth cleaved right into the big knife. It shattered the big knife, sending fragments flying everywhere. Ghost Teeth Knife did not stop. It kept coming forward towards Night Giant God. When it was less than 1 inch away from his head, just about brushing his hair, the knife stopped dead. Night Giant God's eyes were opened wide, and sweat broke out across his brow. He did not dare to move at all. Han Sen smiled. He put the knife away and walked right past Night Giant God. You only won because you have a king-class weapon. I will fight you. Another baron appeared. He moved like a ghost and tried to attack Han Sen's neck with a dagger. But within a second, his dagger was also broken. A few other barons came at Han Sen at the same time, prompting him to move. But wherever Ghost Teeth Knife went, a broken weapon would follow in its wake. No one's weapon could withstand the strike of that knife. Powerful, that teeth knife skill is, the beautiful man said in compliment. The man with the head of a cow replied, he is a powerful man. Han Sen kept on swinging his blade fearlessly. If any baron came close, he'd break their weapon. He was not killing anyone, though. He'd simply break their knives and that was it. If he did start killing, the entirety of Narrow Moon would likely consider him an enemy. The barons could not stop Han Sen's advance. And before long, it was a Viscount that tried him next. The sword of the Viscount came at him like a shadow. The sword light became a flash of light that weaved a net of strikes to attack Han Sen all at once. This was a rebate skill known as Moon Shadow Slash. Han Sen kept on moving, not slowing down as he came towards the sword net. He used a teeth slash towards the Viscount. The Viscount was shocked by the boldness, because Han Sen was now moving toward where Moon Shadow Slash actually began. The net was just an illusion, and it wasn't where the actual sword was going to strike. It was too late for him to withdraw his sword, too. So, the Viscount committed to the slash, as the sword light came down on Han Sen's ghost teeth knife. Catcha! A large chunk was carved out of the Viscount's sword. This wasn't because the ghost teeth knife was sharp and hard. Dog teeth was based on the concept of a heavy strike. Many rebate used this skill, as it was infamous for destroying popular swords. Many king-class weapons were missing chunks due to this technique. And seeing that the Viscount was unable to block Han Sen, many other Viscounts swept forward to stop him. They were afraid he'd run off again. But this time, Han Sen was not planning to run. He had achieved first place already, and now was the time to show off. The better he performed, the more resources Isha might be willing to give him. This was his best chance of securing valuables. He had Isha as backup, anyway. He wasn't afraid anyone could actually do something to him. Han Sen used his knife to fight many nobles, all alone. The barons had stopped, so it was mostly just the Viscounts that were fighting him now. Han Sen did not use his Viscount jade skin, though. He maintained his baron class for the fight. He didn't use his teeth rabbit shoes, either. He was only using his ghost teeth knife to fight back against the Viscounts. It looks like Knife Queen recruited him a long time ago. How long she's been training him, God only knows. But it would take a decade for him to reach this sort of level. Night River King hummed. Isha was shocked, too. She knew exactly how long she had been teaching him. Han Sen had only been with her for a few months. She had not taught him for long, at all. The last skill he learned was 8 days ago. It was shocking that Han Sen could use teeth knife with that level of proficiency. Is he a knife master? Isha had a complicated look. Han Sen's performance kept on surprising her. As a teacher, she was very lucky to have such a student. She had only taken him on in a bet to find out where dollar might be, but she felt like having him as a student was not a negative thing, at all. Should I expect more from him? Isha wondered. But whenever she did, the thought of the story of jeans would return and give her a headache. He is good at teeth knife, yes, but he is not one of the rebate. It is difficult for him to use teeth power. Even though he is good at it, it is still a waste. Moon King felt ashamed. Seeing that the Viscounts could not block Han Sen, and no one could strike, it seemed likely Han Sen would be able to escape. The beautiful man then decided to teleport in front of Han's senator. His bone knife was forged from dragon bones. He slashed towards Han Sen. *T. Why did he join the fight? An earl fighting a baron? What is this? An old man that was of a higher rank saw the beautiful man step into the fight. This displeased him a lot. When most average people saw this, however, they did not mind. In fact, they were quite excited to see the beautiful man fight. Gao Ji's attacking. His dragon sun knife skill is a dragon moan, and not even Viscounts can withstand something like that. Han Sen will surely suffer now. Ah! It'll be good to squash this outsider's reputation. If this hadn't occurred, this entire Moon God's festival would have been his show. Knife Queen is so powerful. She selected a very powerful student. It may be difficult, being a baron, but his luck and talents are very good. Of course. It sounds like you guys thought she only picked him because he's good-looking. It's true that he doesn't look bad. He is suitable to earn respect amongst the beauty of the rebate, but when compared with us, he is only average. There are many more handsome rebate men that far exceed him. It is fine if he loses to Gao Ji. He has done well. The nobles and the commoners were talking. Isha, Moon King, and Night River King were in absolute shock. Gao Ji's dragon moan was shocking. It was capable of freezing Viscounts on the spot. But Han Sen had proven resilient to it, and he was not affected. Han Sen still gripped his knife, and just as the copper knife was about to hit him, he drew out his ghost teeth knife. Seeing ghost teeth knife about to slice open Gao Ji's neck, the observers still had to remember that earls were earls. Their speed and reaction times were too fast to comprehend. A green dragon of light swiftly appeared to swallow Gao Ji's body. Dong! Ghost teeth knife hit the green dragon's shadow. Han Sen tried his hardest, but he was unable to break the shadow of that dragon. Han Sen did not put his knife away, though. He still used his knife to release a purple mist, right next to the green shadow. Gao Ji frowned. He had used his green shadow dragon's power to shake Han Sen away from him. The moonlight of narrow moon was like water. The moonlight shone on Han Sen, bathing him in its glow. He was getting stronger, and Gao Ji couldn't do anything to get away from him. Ghost teeth knife was still mauling the green dragon's shadow. Within that moonlight, Han Sen's strength continued to rise. Still, he hadn't accumulated the strength necessary to overcome his opponent. The moonlight buff was strong, though, and Gao Ji continued to use his green dragon's shadow, though he still wasn't succeeding in shaking Han Sen loose. D*MN. A moonlight buff. Is that a blessing of the moon god? It must be. Did you not hear the moon god say that Han Sen is the son of the moon? Wherever there is a moon, he will earn a buff by it. That is way too strong. It has buffed a baron enough to compete against an earl. This is too incredible to believe. Maybe, but it obviously isn't fake. This is narrow moon, and there is an abundance of moons. The buffs Han Sen can receive here are very strong. Anyone of the same tier who tries to fight him here must have a death wish. Does that mean narrow moon has become Han Sen's territory? Yes. Otherwise, he would not have been given the title Son of the Moon. Gao Ji looked glum, unable to shake Han Sen away. So, he decided to go on the offensive and slash towards his opponent. His knife carried a green dragon light and a dragon bone. Han Sen did not think his title would bear such significance. The moonlight power there was far too strong, so much so that it allowed him to do battle with an earl. Han Sen did not retreat. He used tooth for tooth and struck towards the green dragon light. Ghost teeth knife came against the fully powered green dragon knife, and still, it managed to block the green dragon knife. They stopped right there, with both knives repeatedly colliding with each other. Catcha! A crack appeared on the green dragon knife, which then began to expand and spread across the shadow of the green dragon. It made the green dragon's shadow start to look like a shattered mirror. Dong! Ghost teeth knife and the green copper knife came against each other again. Gao Ji had to withdraw his green copper knife and reluctantly fall back. His powers were less than the moonlight buff given to Han. Senator Gao Ji looked cold. He swung his knife with a desire to fight, but his face changed when he saw his own blade. Ghost teeth knife had dealt a crack to the green copper knife. And soon after, the crack started to spread, until the green copper knife was wrought with an entire web of cracks. This is... Isha stood up from her seat. With wide eyes, she intently observed the cracks that were rapidly manifesting across the green copper knife. Isha, Moonwell King, and Night River King, who knew about teeth powers, suddenly felt their faces grow pale. They couldn't believe what they were witnessing. No way. Night River King looked to be in shock, and he could do nothing but stare at the green copper knife. Catcha! Gao Ji swung his knife again, but when he put the green dragon light into the green copper knife, there was a sound. And then, the green copper knife shattered into pieces. It was reduced into nothing but bits, surrounded by a horrible purple mist. Teeth power. Everyone had those two words form in their mind. But even still, it was hard to believe that it was true. That was the rebate's strongest Geno art. It was the strongest skill the entire race of the rebate possessed. Not many could practice that, not even amongst the rebate. But now, an outsider had just used teeth power to defeat a rebate earl in battle. The rebate could not believe this was happening. Everyone knew Knife Queen was good with teeth knife, and everyone knew Han Sen was her only student. Everyone knew Han Sen practiced teeth knife. But no one thought, or even dreamed, Han Sen could successfully use teeth powers. In the hearts of the rebate, learning teeth power would place you amongst the most talented of the whole race. Now, the glory and pride had been crushed by Han's senator. That strike had made all the rebate shocked. They could not even think straight. It is no wonder that Knife Queen took him as a student. It wasn't just for fun. Night River King looked dim. An outsider can use teeth power, and that person is Knife Queen's student. Is he good or bad for Narrow Moon? Moonwell King was in shock, too. Isha was the one who was shocked the most, though. Her mind had yet to return to her. How could he have practiced teeth power? The Moon God Festival had become boring. The young ones went to the Moon God Palace to accept their blessings, but they were only able to raise up to the 36 moons, individually. This was supposed to be a number of extreme pride, but now it seemed rather pathetic. Once they had seen the true Moon God blessing, their own Moon God blessings seemed almost fake. This wasn't because they were neither good nor lucky, that had nothing to do with it. But without the Moon God appearing, no matter how lucky or strong you were, you did not possess the true blessing. Han Sen's jade skin had its origins in the Frost Sutra. It had a connection to the Moon God, which was why he received the blessings he did. It didn't actually have anything to do with Han Sen's luck or strength. Before long, the Moon God Festival came to an end. Han Sen, receiving the Marquis's armor he had come for, was overwhelmed with sheer delight. The festival had now finished, but Han Sen's performance had swiftly become a hot topic. Everyone knew about what had transpired. Inside the meeting hall in the Full Moon offices, a few of the elderly and the kings of Narrow Moon had assembled. Frowning and looking upset, Isha said, "Why can't we give Han Sen a spot in the Moon Garden? Is he not talented enough? Or is my student simply not qualified?" The elders did not speak. Neither did they dare look directly at Isha. Night River King said, "It is not because we do not want to. It's simply because the rebates law only permits the acceptance of a rebate. I don't recall the Moon Garden ever having such a rule. Didn't they once accept an outsider, back in the era long ago?" Isha said emotionlessly. After that, the faces of the elders and elites all changed. Moonwell King groaned and said, "Queen, you know what happened to the last outsider, don't you? If he is not of the same race, he is different. It does not matter how talented or lucky he is, the fact remains that he will never be a rebate." "Yes. Haven't you heard the story of the mother rebate raising a baby wolf, only to be killed by her child once it had grown up?" Night River King said. "Queen, you should really understand what we are telling you. If your student was one of the rebate, we'd give you as many slots as you are able to take." "Exactly. You should take another student if you do not approve. We'll give your next a slot, for sure." The elders and the elites tried convincing each other not to give Han Sen a spot in the Moon Garden. Isha frowned. She was Knife Queen, yes, but she was not a dictator that could orchestrate every working of their society. Without the approval of the elders, she would be unable to provide a spot for Han Sen in the Moon Garden. Moon Garden was a training organization that belonged to the rebate. Everyone who got in had the possibility of becoming a deified elite, or at least a champion. Of course, they hadn't produced any deified elites in a while. But there were many general elites. Even Knife Queen herself had gone through the training offered there. Out of all the kings present, only Moonwell King that had secured such prestige without having first spent time in Moon Garden. Entering Moon Garden meant you'd be able to enjoy all the resources available to the rebate. Making Han Sen a duke would be difficult, but it was fortunate that with Isha's support, it wouldn't be too problematic. It was simply a shame that Han Sen was not one of the rebate. She had tried to secure him a spot in Moon Garden, but no matter how she pleaded, his acceptance would not be approved. Han Sen returned to Planet Blade. He waited for half a day for Isha to finally arrive and meet with him. Isha had just returned from Full Moon office, and meeting with him now was her next order of business. "Queen, did you enjoy my performance?" Han Sen bowed. Isha sighed at Han Sen and said, "Han Sen, your performance puts me in a difficult situation." "Why? Did I perform poorly?" Han Sen asked. "No. In fact, it was too good." "Let me ask you, how did you get the teeth power?" Isha asked Han Sr. "It is because I practiced it. Teeth power is similar to the powers of Ghost Teeth Knife. I used Ghost Teeth Knife to practice every day, and somehow, through that, I happened to learn it." Han Sen stayed very calm when she asked about this. No one would be able to find out the truth, so he exerted confidence in his answers. Isha didn't look suspicious either. She knew such things might be impossible to explain anyway. "How is your practice with the story of genes coming along?" Isha asked him. "It's going rather slowly," Han Sen answered. This was true. When Han Sen leveled up his The Story of Genes, it had indeed gone very slow. He did not know how long it might take to make him a Viscount with that. Isha pulled out a bottle and gave it to Han Sr. "This bottle contains xenogeneic materials gathered from Viscount class xenogeneics. It is a geno fluid, and it should be good in leveling you up and bringing you up to the class of Viscount. Eat 10 grams of this every 10 days. And when you do, immediately cast The Story of Genes. Once you have finished, come along and get some more." "Thank you very much." Han Sen was so happy, and he thought to himself, "My performance really was good. Look at this, I've received some goodies already. Now, you get going. You've still got to develop Planet Eclipse, in addition to all the training you have before you." Isha waved and let Han Sen go. The geno fluid, if it was used by a baron, it could make him a Viscount. It could possibly make 2 Viscounts. But when used on Han Sen, Isha knew it probably wouldn't be as effective. Instead, it would only help him inch his way closer to the threshold. It wouldn't be enough for him to level up completely. "We will see how he behaves," Isha thought to herself in her heart. Back on Planet Eclipse, Han Sen was not in a rush to drink that geno fluid. In fact, he was keen to research the geno art he had learned while inside Moon God Palace first and foremost. Jade skin was a geno art from the sanctuaries. This was something that quite similar. It was like the geno universe counterpart of jade skin. They did not have a connection, but with Han Sen's prior knowledge of jade skin, it should make practice of that geno art fairly easy. Han Sen did not plan on practicing it, though. He still wanted to focus on jade skin. He just wanted to absorb the essence of the other and assimilate it with jade skin, while he continued on with his original art. Now that Han Sen could unleash power, he had to be able to gather up spirit successfully. If he did that, he could evolve his xenogeneic bones and become an Earl. Like Earl Gao Ji, that man's spirit had been a green dragon. Judging from the way that geno art was practiced, it must have had a special technique that allowed for the gathering of spirit. Absorbing light element treasures would allow for easier gatherings of spirit. The moon itself did not glow. It borrowed the power of the sun to glow. The moon that provided the geno art was the same. Its light was used to light up one's spirit, and it worked very well. But it was hard to find light treasure. For now at least, Han Sen did not know of a location in which he could find something like that. According to the moon god geno art, the different light treasures he absorbed would affect the sort of spirit he summoned. It would affect its element and even its shape. I wonder if I can find a good treasure here on Planet Eclipse. If I'm unable to, I'll have to head back out there in search of one, Han-sen thought. But for now, Han-sen was planning on scouring the reaches of Planet Eclipse for one. He had skills, teeth rabbit shoes, and Marquis armor to stay alive. He should have no problem doing battle with a duke, in such a condition. Han-sen took out 10 grams of the Geno fluid he had been given by Isha, and then, he swallowed it. Then, he felt an energy begin to flow and spread throughout his body. It took around 5 hours for it to be fully absorbed. The spells he had definitely felt improved, so it was clear to him that Isha was not skimping, and she was giving him some good stuff. He felt the energy spread out across all of his body, and he made sure to use the story of genes during the absorption process. Han-sen did not feel any negative side effects to the consumption of it, but he didn't use any more. He was going to follow Isha's commands and take the small dosage of the stuff every 10 days. Much good news came from the base those days, too. The ordinary women were starting to become barons, and by now, there were 4 of them. The Gold Raven mark works. It is a shame the kids are just too young. They haven't been able to generate Geno armor yet. If they all became barons, I'd have a mighty workforce, Han-sen thought to himself. Still, he went ahead to establish a school to better educate the women and kids. He also had a school to teach them about combat and Geno arts. Inside a cave on Black Moon Planet, a fire flared upwards like a water spring. A rebate with black ears was naked and drenched in sweat. His muscles shone in the glow of the fire. Dong! 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 The big man was swinging a black steel hammer. When it struck the red-hot steel, a flurry of sparks erupted. Slowly, the hot steel was taking on the shape of a knife. The big man ran water along it eventually, then examined it closely. He looked disappointed, and then he threw it away. The knife ended up on a mountain of other knives. He spoke to himself, saying, "No. This material cannot be used to make a knife blank. It is too poor." After that, the man picked up another hunk of ore and threw it into the fire. It was more material for forging. When the man failed again, the ground split in 2. Flames rose from the earth, and the place was becoming so hot, even the rocks started to melt. The big man frowned and looked into the fire. He had been there for a long time, but he had never seen the fire behave that way. Just as he started to step closer and see what had happened, the fire took on the shape of a fire spirit. "What are you?" the big man frowned. "Black Cliff, do you wish to forge a real knife?" The fire spirit used a decidedly vague voice. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I have waited here for over a decade?" Black Cliff said simply. "If you make a wish to me, I can help you forge the strongest knife in existence." The fire spirit's voice still sounded so vague. "That's all right. I will use my own hands to forge the strongest knife." Black Cliff rejected the offer and looked confident in himself. "But you lack the proper materials. If you make a wish, I can find you the best ore that there is," the fire spirit continued. "You can help me find materials." Black Cliff looked at the fire spirit intently. "Yes, of course. I am a god who knows everything. It is easy to locate what you need. If you ask, I will help," the fire spirit said arrogantly. "Why are you helping me?" Black Cliff frowned. "Because you yourself want to be considered a god. So, make the strongest knife and become a god." "Your desire for this has touched me," the flame spirit said. Black Cliff did not believe the entity, but he really wanted the materials. He wanted them more than anything. So, he looked at the spirit and said, "Okay. If you find me the materials, I will pay you back." "You do not have to pay me back. Your loyalty is my best reward." The fire spirit looked incredibly happy. The fire spirit looked happy, and then the fire erupted again into a giant wall of flame. Black Cliff's eyes were on fire, too. Go to Planet Eclipse and find Han Senator. He has precisely what you need. It is a knife blank that you want. The flames of the fiery spirit looked angry. Planet Eclipse. Han Sr. Knife blank. Black Cliff's eyes burned. Although the fire on the ground was gone, the fire in his eyes remained. It was half a month after the festival now, and Han Sen was pretty much done with the moon god Geno art. His jade skin had become Viscount, and it had been successfully modified. So, it should have been fine for Han Sen to practice with now. The other part still needed to be fixed, but he hadn't reached there yet. He couldn't just jump over to fix it. Old Han, what are you doing? Xie Qing King pushed open the doors. Practicing a Geno art. You. Han Sen raised his head and drifted off as he stared at Xie Qing King. Ha, I have become a Viscount. Cool, huh? Xie Qing King looked cocky. That is very nice. Han Sen gave him a thumbs up. Although he had provided Xie Qing King many xenogeneic genes to make leveling up a little easier, it still felt like it was too fast. He became a Viscount because of the Gold Raven power. Without that power, there's no way he could have leveled up that quickly, Gu Qingqing spoke as she approached. When Han Sen saw her, he realized she had become a Viscount, too. They didn't hide this fact, so it was easy to learn. Not bad. The Gold Raven mark was pretty good. But it was just a one-time thing, and it has gone now. Xie Qing King licked his lips. Well, what lucky timing for you guys to become Viscounts. I am planning on hunting up in the mountains. Would you like to go? Han Sen asked with a smile. Deep in the mountains on Planet Eclipse, Han Sen, Xie Qing King, Gu Qingqing, and Little Silver were traveling. After Xie Qing King and Gu Qingqing became Viscounts, Little Silver became one, too. Now Han Sen was depressed. Little Angel, 0, and he had not been infected. If they had, it was likely they could have leveled up to Viscount with much greater ease. They wouldn't have needed to practice half as much. The environment is stable for now, at least. Why don't we bring more people to this universe, so we can grow and cultivate them? It will be impossible for us to become famous here with only a handful of people. Han Sen was deep in thought. Han Sen could recruit many from the Alliance, but there were a few he did not feel safe with. One such person was Wang Yuhang. Han Sen was afraid that if he came here, the man would bring terrible luck down on him. Because Han Sen had provided many xenogeneic genes to his friends and followers, certain people in the sanctuaries had developed very quickly. But he had made sure to only provide such things to those who were close to him. Han Sen's resources were limited, and he couldn't fill the needs of everybody he knew. With the help of xenogeneic genes, though, many humans and creatures from the Fourth God Sanctuary had made it to the Alliance. That included Dragon Lady, Death Goddess, Red Pony, and Little Star. They had successfully ascended to the Alliance universe. The humans who had successfully ascended included Queen, Lin Feng, Wang Yuhang, Tang Zhenliu, and Yi Dongmu. They were waiting to go to the xenogeneic universe now. Ji Yanran and Luolan had eaten so many xenogeneic genes that they too had ascended to the Alliance. But Han Sen wasn't yet willing to let them cross the divide. He was afraid that if they were there, they'd cause a big problem for him with their attempts to find Little Flower. The advantage of creatures from the sanctuaries was that they could level up rather quickly by consuming xenogeneic genes. Their biggest letdown, however, was the fact that their genes were unstable. There was no telling what a creature might eventually become. A xenogeneic that looked like a leopard came prowling out of the mountains. Gu Qingqing, with her sword air, killed it in a single strike. Gu Qingqing's powers were of sword air and not sword light. Her green sword air was weird, and it resembled something like silk. She could kill enemies at all manners of strange angles. Save me some. Xiaqing King blurted, clutching his silver book. You are too slow, Gu Qingqing said, as she was in the process of cutting up the xenogeneic body and harvesting the xenogeneic genes. Xiaqing King did not say a word, and he merely closed his silver book. Han Sen looked at Xiaqing King. Xiaqing King's geno-armament and power had been consistently surprising to Han Sen, and they had interested him quite a bit. After Xiaqing King leveled up to become a viscount, he had been able to use his silver light to draw pictures on the pages of his book. Whatever he drew could come to life, right out of the parchment. He could practically summon beasts to fight alongside him. But the shadows he drew did have limitations. For one thing, he couldn't pre-draw a creature, then cast it when the time for battle came. So, he had to draw his desired summons during battle, and that took time. With Gu Qingqing there, though, he couldn't draw anything fast enough to fight. By the time he finished drawing something, she'd have killed the xenogeneic already. It was something that didn't make him very happy. Han Sen was happy, though. He wasn't interested in Baron or Viscount xenogeneics. He wanted to find light treasure. What is this? Xiaqing King looked up to the mountain, confusion etched across his face. Han Sen followed Xiaqing King's gaze, and they examined a red mist hanging across the mountain. But the mist hadn't come from the sky. It arose from the mountain itself, and it looked rather weird. Perhaps we should go and take a look. There could be treasure. Han Sen's eyes shone brightly. Careful. We are only viscounts, remember. If we encounter a duke or a marquise, only Han Sen has a duke beast soul pair of shoes that he can use to run. We lack such things, Gu Qingqing said. Do I look like the type to run off and abandon you? Han Sen was hurt by the comments. Yes. Xiaqing King and Gu Qingqing answered sincerely. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders and picked up little silver. Carefully, he snuck towards the place he had seen. The red mist was like a cloud, but it rippled like a living fire. It was a stunning sight. After the three of them got close, they found that the red mist was rising from a valley. The valley, filled up with that mist, looked like heaven. What might have lurked beyond the strange vapor, however, was something they could not see. Should we go in and take a look? Gu Qingqing looked down into the valley and frowned. She could not see anything. The red mist was too thick for their eyesight to penetrate. It didn't actually hurt their eyes, but it did stop them from looking at what was inside. I don't know what lies inside. I'd wager it is too dangerous to go in, though. Even with teeth rabbit shoes, Han Sen did not want to take the risk. He was still too weak, and carelessness could cost him his life. Now you can watch me. Xiaqing King spoke with absolute confidence. He summoned his silver book and began casting with his wonderful silver light. He was scribbling something rather quickly. Within a second, the shadow of a silver leopard leaped out from the pages of the book. It looked exactly like the one Gu Qingqing had just killed. This one was just a silver shadow, though. It wasn't comprised of actual flesh. You can draw anything you like with this book? Han Sen asked with surprise. Yes, but they only stay around temporarily for now. I can only draw creatures that exist in the universe, too. The drawing has to be pretty accurate to generate the creature, as well. After Xiaqing King said that, he commanded that the leopard head into the valley. If you draw a king-class xenogeneic, would it have king-class power? Han Sen asked. Of course not. The shadow's power depends on the caster's strength, mine. That being said, some of the creatures I have drawn can carry their own element. Still, the power scales back in comparison to me, Xiaqing King explained. Whoa, that is already so very good. Han Sen looked at Xiaqing King strangely. Xiaqing King was a man with a very bad temper. It was strange to see him take to drawing in a fight instead of immediately using his fists. Roar! The leopard had been inside the mist for a while when an awful screech was heard. Then, nothing. The valley returned to silence. Xie Qing King's face changed. The leopard drawing in the book was shattered. What happened? Han Sen asked Xie Qing King. I don't know, but I have a connection with the shadow. I can feel what they feel, but I cannot see through their eyes. After he entered the mist, something killed him quickly, Xie Qing King said. Han Sen and Gu Qingqing frowned. The shadow Xie Qing King had drawn had possessed the power of a viscount. It had been destroyed within 1 second, so whatever lurked inside the valley was scary. There is no need to rush. Watch this. Xie Qing King flipped open his book and drew something else with his fingertips. Not long after, another leopard came leaping out of the pages. It didn't run straight into the valley, and instead came to heel and crouch near Xie Qing King. Xie Qing King kept wagging his finger across the book, and after a few minutes, another 4 leopards joined the first. When done, he said, "Okay. This is the maximum I can do." He commanded the 5 leopards to enter the mist of the valley, all in a horizontal line. Each leopard ran forward at the same time, all together, but they kept a few yards of space between them. When they entered the valley, there was a movement from within the fog. But then, all too quickly, the valley echoed with the sounds of squealing again. The red mist of the valley rumbled and swirled, as the pictures on Xie Qing King's book began to disappear, one after another. Within a mere few seconds, the pictures of all the leopards had been erased. It likely indicated that the shadows that had been spawned and sent into the mist had been destroyed. Xie Qing King's face turned pale. The death of the leopards meant nothing to him, but he had exerted a lot of his own energy by summoning so many. That had cost him a lot. So, did you find out what's going on inside the valley? Han Sen asked Xie Qing King, looking right at him. Xie Qing King told him, I don't know what's going on. I didn't see anything, but when the leopards were killed, 1 second elapsed between each death. So I assume the leopards were all killed by a single entity. I can also guess that if a creature can kill my shadows so quickly, the creature must have 4 times our potential speed. It could be an earl or higher, but with a hidden power. If it is an earl, that's nothing to sweat about. I have the teeth rabbit shoes, remember? The speed of those is no worse than an earl, and I also have the new Marquis Xenogenic armor. I may not be able to activate its full potential, but it can most certainly protect me from the attacks of an earl. Han Sen looked up to the sky and noticed another magnetic storm that was raging. He could not see the moons of Narrow Moon from where he was, so it was unlikely he'd be gifted their strength. Wait here. Gu Qingcheng stopped Han Sen, who was on the verge of entering himself. She pulled out Pure, and a green aura danced across the blade. Then, the sword came alive in a swirl and flew forward into the valley. Dong! Pure flew right into the mist, and shortly after, a crunchy noise sounded. Then, Pure flew back out and right back into Gu Qingcheng's hands. My sword was attacked once, Gu Qingcheng said, then sheathed the weapon. Okay, I'll go and take a look. Han Sen donned his Marquis armor and put on his rabbit shoes. He clutched Ghost Teeth knife in one hand and held his knife blank firmly in the other. Then, with much care, he started to step inside. It was times like this that Han Sen actually started to miss Wang Yuhang. If the man was there with him, all Han Sen would only have to get Wang Yuhang to stand outside the valley and shout. He would probably draw whatever was inside out, and there'd be no need to go inside. Han Sen carefully walked into the mist. While the mist had color, he didn't feel anything when it brushed across him. After a few steps, that changed. All of a sudden, he felt horrid. He wanted to go forward, but he was struck in the back. It was a powerful strike, and he staggered forward. Before Han Sen was able to stabilize himself, something else came at him again. It got his arm. The creature in the red mist traveled quietly, and actually catching sight of it seemed impossible. Han Sen was very fast, but he didn't know where he should move until the attacks had already happened. By the time the strikes came, it was too late to dodge. By the time he moved, he'd already been hit. Luckily, though, Han Sen had the Marquis's armor on. It meant the attacks didn't actually hurt him. Han Sen ran out of the valley after getting hit again, but the thing inside the mist did not follow. He took a look at what had happened and noticed the scratch marks across his suit. Surprisingly, they weren't very deep. What is it? Xia Qingqing and Gu Qingcheng ran up to him to ask. Old Qing is right. There is an Earl creature there. Its speed and power aren't too shabby, and it uses the red mist for cover. It's practically invisible. I got attacked before I even saw it, every time. I was hit a few times, but even then, I wasn't able to catch a glimpse. The red mist might have the added ability of masking the senses, because I wasn't even able to hear its movements, Han Sen said. This is bad news. If it's in there and it won't come out, then we can't fight it. Entering the mist is pointless, even with the armor that you're wearing. Gu Qingcheng frowned. It'd be great if there was some way to draw him out, Xia Qingqing said. If he dared to come out, he'd have followed either my sword or Han Sr., Gu Qingcheng shook her head. It shouldn't be too hard to draw him out, but we'll need the help of a specialist, Han Sen said. Wang Yuheng. Xia Qingqing and Gu Qingcheng had thought about him, too. There is something awfully strange about this valley. There are creatures guarding this place for a reason. I am afraid that something important might be about to happen here. We can't delay this, Gu Qingcheng said. I gave Wang Yuheng some xenogenic genes, and after he ate them, he managed to break through. He was able to absorb life geno essences, and after he maxed out, he went to the Alliance. We should be able to bring him here fairly easily. But the people out there know how many people Planet Eclipse currently holds, and the documents are all in files. If someone else shows up, it might be difficult to explain. I have to use the recruitment excuse to bring him here, Han Sen said. Then let's go quickly and bring more people over. Planet Eclipse has a lot of resources, so the more people the better. With the small amount of us here, there's not enough to pay the taxes we must pay in a few years, Gu Qingcheng said. This is what we can do, then. You guys can stay and hunt in the vicinity, just don't go too deep. And also, keep an eye on the valley. I'll be right back, Han Sen said that, then returned to base. After returning, Han Sen gave Knife Queen a call. Knife Queen knew he'd need more people, so she agreed to his request and sent him an airship. After Icebird Duke picked him up, they left Narrow Moon to recruit. Where would you like to recruit people this time? Icebird Duke was sounding much friendlier with Han Sen now. Han Sen had been #1 in the Moon God Festival, and he was the very first person to have ever been personally blessed by the Moon God. So, that had certainly boosted his reputation and goodwill. Learning teeth knife and teeth powers in such a short time wasn't something that could be accomplished with luck alone. However he had done it, it made Icebird Duke look at him differently. I want to go to Planet Crooked Rock, Han Sen told Icebird Duke. You want to recruit Ghana? Icebird Duke understood Han Sen's thought process. Planet Crooked Rock was a place that belonged to the Feathers. The primary race there, however, was the Ghana. They were supposed to be a higher race, but for some reason, the Ghana on that planet had abandoned their people to join the Feathers. Now that the Feathers had fallen, Holy Heaven had been closed. They could no longer afford to take care of other planets and races. The planet had not been taken over yet, but many different factions were vying for it. Many wanted to claim it. Han Sen decided to go to Planet Crooked Rock due to the complications of the races there. Ghana was one of the mainstream races, but there were many others there, as well. Han Sen also fancied trying his luck. If he was able to recruit a few of the Ghana, then that wouldn't be too shabby, either. The Ghana were very good at producing medicine from xenogeneic genes. They were known as geniuses, and many factions liked the prospect of procuring their special talents. But due to the fact that so many different factions wanted them, the Ghana had yet to decide which they should follow. Not bad. I would like to have some Ghana. If I am unable to procure any, there are those of other races to choose from. Either way, there should be a diverse selection to pick from, Han Sen randomly said. You should put your hope into getting those of another race. Don't bother with the Ghana, because our rebate Gold Jade King went to Ghana 2 months ago and was unable to recruit any. The Ghana were way too popular with other races, Icebird Duke said. Let's take a look first, anyway. If I am lucky enough, they might be willing to slog through the hard times with me. Han Sen made it sound as if he was kidding. He was, actually. He didn't have much hope of recruiting any of the Ghana, and his primary goal was to grab Wang Yuhang under the pretense of recruitment. After he arrived on the planet, he only then noticed how complicated planet Crooked Rock really was. There were many airships and battleships in the area, all belonging to an array of separate factions. They had each come there to try to recruit the Ghana. Seeing how things were on planet Crooked Rock, it was obvious that there were many kings up for grabs. The flying airship Han Sen had been on was investigated upon arrival. When they declared themselves to be the rebate, they were granted access to the planet. If they had been a small race of no renown, they probably wouldn't have even been allowed to land on the planet. So, the chances of Han Sen meeting up with any of the Ghana to try his luck would have been 0. Icebird Duke brought Han Sen over to meet with Gold Jade King, but they were unable to. It was a duke that came out to greet them. You are Knife Queen's student, and you are Icebird Duke. I am sorry, but my master is currently unavailable, and he cannot come to meet with you at this time. He has sent me here to aid you in the meantime. If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to make a request. The Duke certainly sounded polite. Thank you very much. We have come here to recruit some people, actually. I wonder if you have a manifest that notes the different populations that reside on planet Crooked Rock. If you can provide us a copy, we would be most grateful, Han Sen said. That is easy. I will certainly make a copy for you. The Duke said this, and then went on to say, do you too plan on recruiting the Ghana? That would be the best case scenario, yes, Han Sen answered. The Duke smiled. Recruiting the Ghana is no small feat still, you might try your luck. Who knows? You might be fortunate enough to gather a few. Thanks. I appreciate the advice. After Han Sen accepted the manifest, he said his goodbyes. You guys are looking to recruit the Ghana. Ha! So naive. Even if the queen herself had come along, I doubt any Ghana would join you. After Han Sen left, the Duke spoke to himself. After Han Sen accepted the information he was given, he allowed Icebird Duke to go ahead and scope out those of the less significant races. They could try to recruit a few nobles out of those. Judging from the state of things on this planet, though, he thought that it was unlikely he'd procure members of the Ghana. The Ghana were receiving many generous offers from the big factions. There was no reason for them to go to an undeveloped place populated by barons. Han Sen walked around alone, and he also made sure he wasn't being followed. By his lonesome, he trekked up to a lonely mountain. He found a cave, and after securing it, he teleported back to the sanctuaries. Han Sen called Wang Yuhang and told him about going to the Geno universe. Wang Yuhang was very excited by the prospect, and he told Han Sen he'd come over right away. The entire alliance was practically Han Sen's back garden. And the gardeners were the G family. Many factions had learned of the existence of the Geno universe, and many had aspirations of their people getting strong enough to enter and begin building up a place for their families. But none had yet been capable of going. Wang Yuhang had been given Han Sen's xenogeneic genes. He had made it to the alliance as a human, but without Han Sen's guidance, he'd likely die if he left the sanctuary by himself. No one went without Han Sen bringing them. After Han Sen and Wang Yuhang finished talking, Wang Yuhang piloted an aircraft to get to him. "Little Han, take me to the Geno universe. I want to see those ladies with cat ears. If they are as hot as you say they are." Wang Yuhang came running into the house all happy. "Don't rush. You can see them, but you must know that when I bring you over, you have to listen to me. You cannot do anything by yourself," Han Sen said. "Sure. I'll listen to your every word. Except for selecting a wife and making babies, of course." Wang Yuhang patted his chest. "That is fine. I don't want to get involved with your wife and kids." Han Sen then brought Wang Yuhang to planet Crooked Rock, but Wang Yuhang had not eaten many xenogeneic genes. He hadn't been in the alliance very long either. He still wouldn't be able to generate geno armor. So, Han Sen knew he'd have to feed the man a lot more genes to produce that, first and foremost. Han Sen brought Death Goddess and Dragon Lady Chef along, too. They were able to generate their geno armors in the cave. Lady Chef had been staying in Han Sen's house in the alliance. She was in charge of the kitchen there, so she had been able to nibble away at more xenogeneic genes than most of Han Sen's companions. Death Goddess had eaten quite a bit, too, so she was ready to generate a geno armor at any point. She could fire arrows on a whim, and so she was quite a scary person to have hanging around the alliance. When she was staying in Han Sen's old house, she had fired arrows and toppled a lot of buildings. Han Sen's new family home was in a city. It'd be bad news if she woke up in a bad mood and decided to go knocking buildings over with a hail of arrows. So, Han Sen wanted to bring her to the Geno universe to prevent any unfortunate accidents while he was away. Death Goddess and Lady Chef generated their geno armor in the cave. Han Sen and Wang Yuhang crouched in the cave and kept watch. Suddenly, Han Sen heard someone's voice drawing near. "Oh, no. Having little uncle here really is bad luck. Dragon Lady and Death Goddess are in the midst of generating their geno armor. They cannot be disturbed during this process." Han Sen frowned as the voice drew nearer and nearer. "You go in there and make sure Dragon Lady and Menger are protected." Han Sen spoke to Wang Yuhang at a low volume. Wang Yuhang knew that he was currently weaker than the average commoner in the Geno universe. There was no point hanging around with Han Sen, so he did as he was instructed and returned to the cave. Han Sen was crouching just outside the entrance of the cave. He collected a bunch of vines and grass to conceal himself, while he kept an eye on the local vicinity. Han Sen eventually saw two shadows emerging, coming up the path towards the cave. One of them had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake. It looked like a female serpent. She moved her body, approaching. "Ghana." Han Sen was shocked. In such a barren place, catching sight of a Ghana was rather rare. Next to the Ghana was a person with the head of a cow. It was different from the one Han Sen had seen before. This one was definitely a female, and its chest had two steel orbs. It looked scary. Han Sen perused a summary of the various races that could be seen on planet Crooked Rock. He knew that the one with a cow head belonged to a race called Cow. They were a fairly populous race on this planet. There were so many of them on the planet because they owned a large portion of it. Although the Ghana were in control of the planet, their numbers were lower. It was not uncommon to see a cow as a subordinate of the Ghana, but this seemed to be a little different to the usual. The Ghana was in chains, with her hands clasped tightly in cuffs. The cow behind her had a spear, and it was pointed right at the Ghana's back. It seemed as if the Ghana was a prisoner. Gia, do you have any idea what you're doing? The Ghana woman kept on moving, but she looked angry when she spoke. Miss Guna, I know exactly what I am doing. You are worth a lot of money, and after I sell you, I can make a happy life for myself on any planet I select, the cow woman with a steel chest said. Gia, I had no idea this is the sort of person you were. We raised you up, and we treated you like family. And now this is what you do. You're just going to up and sell me. You are cold-blooded. Guna nibbled her lips as she spoke. Family. Stop pretending that nonsense. You gonna always treat us cow like slaves. We're just something that can produce milk for you. We give you everything. And what do we get in return? A compliment. Let me tell you right now, that is worth nothing. Gia gave a cold smile. Guna continued biting her lips, and she did not respond. Gia spoke again, though, saying, and don't you dare play any sort of tricks. If you do, I can guarantee you'll suffer. Who are you selling me to? Guna asked. It does not matter. It's just a race that can pay a generous sum. After that, Gia pushed Guna. Move. Go into that cave for now. The buyer will soon be here. Han Sen was still crouched in the vines. He thought he was having quite the stroke of misfortune, learning that the cave was the supposed place of the trade. Han Sen didn't say a word. He just erased all traces of his presence and remained shrouded amidst the vines. He clutched the handle of Ghost Teeth knife, too. When Guna reached the entrance, her beautiful eyes looked to the vines Han Sen was hidden beneath. She looked straight at Han Sen, and she seemed very surprised. Han Sen was shocked, and he thought to himself, very powerful senses, for sure. I hid my presence, yet she can still see me. But Guna kept acting casual and continued moving forward. She behaved as if she had only looked that way without meaning to. She didn't look at Han Sen again, but as she approached the cave, she moved closer and closer to him. After a few seconds more, Guna passed right by Senator Han Sen, still in the vines, did not move an inch until Gia was also in front of him. Then he leaped forward. With Ghost Teeth knife, he rushed out and tried to plunge it into her back. Gia was very powerful, though. She could have very well have been an earl. Han Sen still couldn't utilize Ghost Teeth knife's full strength, and as a result, he probably wouldn't have been able to damage her bones. So, he had to take aim and strike at the most tender portions of her body. Without any buffs, Han Sen had to use his own strength to activate all of Ghost Teeth knife's power that he could. Ghost Teeth knife's blade was like a fang, and it stabbed Gia's waist without remorse. Her hide was thick, though. She wasn't wearing armor, but even so, Han Sen was only able to drive 10 centimeters of the blade into her back. Compared to her barrel-thick waist, he had only managed to plunge it in at around 30% of what was necessary. It most certainly wasn't enough. Gia had been ambushed, but despite that, she had no intention of fleeing. The attack seemed to enrage her, and she paid little attention to the wound she had incurred. She lifted the spear in her hand and gave it a hefty swing. Her spear was 3 meters long, and its shaft was as thick as a man's arm. Its top possessed a flame that strangely resembled the shape of a cow. Its swing was frightening to see, and it looked as if it'd tear the atmosphere in two. Careful. Don't touch the horn power. She is brilliant when it comes to breaking armor. Guna shouted from the cave. Han Sen did not plan on fighting. He jumped a few meters back and avoided getting struck by the cow flame. Pang! Gia missed, and the rocks beside Han Sen were broken by that flame. Missing enraged Gia even further, and she came charging at Han Sen for a follow-up. Guna was currently in the cave, and she couldn't run. She was not worried about Gia, as the cow was focused on killing her assailant. Senator Gia did not think Han Sen was the buyer, as the buyer had not been informed of the trade location yet. He couldn't know they were here. If he did indeed belong to the buyer, it made no sense that the buyer would send someone so weak. If someone had the sort of money to buy a Ghana, they were most likely a duke or marquis. One of them could kill Gia easily. Gia was confused, but her spear lacked hesitation. The horn powers she wielded came rushing towards Han Sen again. Han Sen led Gia up to the cave's entrance. He had run too far, and he thought Gia would stop chasing him because of Guna. Han Sen was afraid Guna would venture too deep and ruin the leveling up process of Dragon Lady and Menger. Wang Yuhang was also in there, but he was weaker than the lowliest commoner. Even with Guna being chained up, the likelihood of him beating her was next to none. Han Sen and Gia were both planning to fight right where they were. Guna saw Han Sen, and she was able to determine that he was weak and no greater than a viscount. She expected that Gia would kill him fairly quickly. So, with a limited amount of time, she pondered how she would best escape where she was. That being said, despite Han Sen's apparent weakness, Guna was able to tell how fast he was. Gia's attacks weren't even able to ruffle his clothes. Chapter 1873. Guna. A moment later, Han Sen knew exactly what Gia's power was. He did not hesitate, and he suddenly accelerated when her steel spear approached. The steel spear and the horn power it carried were unable to catch up with him. Han Sen flashed past Gia, laying a slash across her neck with his knife. The strike wasn't enough to completely behead her, but blood vessels and windpipe were severed. Gia couldn't speak, but she was still active. She swung her steel spear at Han Sen again. Han Sen sped up and dodged the incoming spear once more. Again, he plunged his knife into Gia's back. Guna was standing in the cave, and she watched Han Sen's brutal attacks with an expression of shock. The rebate's teeth power. How? He is not even one of the rebate. How has he managed to use it? Guna dropped into thought. If he really is the buyer, an escape might be pretty difficult. At that speed, he's faster than a marquis. His power doesn't seem to match that level of speed, though. As Guna pondered all this, Gia dropped her steel spear to the ground and fell over. Her wounds were bleeding profusely, particularly the injuries on her neck. Her neck had been halfway severed, and it had swiftly drained her. She hadn't been able to stay strong. Her windpipe had been sliced in two, so she couldn't even scream. All she could do was twitch on the ground. Han Sen then shoved his knife into her heart with ease, due to her inability to resist. He ended her life just like that. Thank you for saving me. The Guna will repay this debt with generosity. Guna bowed before Han Sr., and what sort of reward should I expect from you guys? Han Sen asked, glancing over Guna. This was his chance. He wanted to use his powers to impress the Ghana so that they might consider joining him. He had previously thought an opportunity like this would be impossible to come by. But now, a chance had miraculously shown up right in front of him. He wasn't going to let this chance pass him by. If he played his cards right, he wagered he could take her to planet Eclipse. Guna looked at Han Sen and thought things might be going from bad to worse. She looked at his face and believed she had met someone who wasn't a good man. Guna smiled and said, "There's more of the cow on planet Crooked Rock, and the Ghana are going to be practically helpless soon. If you do not mind, I would like to bring my family along with you someplace. We can follow you, and we can help you." Han Sen was surprised, and he observed her facade of sincere gratitude. It made him laugh. "Can you take us with you, please?" Guna looked serious. "I can take you. But only you. Forget about your family. We are poor, so we cannot take care of too many people." Han Sen smiled. Guna looked very sincere, despite her obvious anxiety. "Do not worry. We have a lot of savings, and we can give it all to you. Just promise you can take us somewhere nice." Han Sen did not bother talking with Guna anymore. He had seen many evil people in the past, and there were far more out there with worse intentions than Guna. He could tell what sort of person she truly was. Han Sen moved up to her, then brought out something to tape her mouth shut. Guna's face changed when she saw this, and she hurriedly tried to say, "I have a way for you to find many Guna that would be willing to obey you. Just let me go." Han Sen didn't stop, and the tape was drawing close to her mouth. She went on to say, "I am the leader's daughter. You will encounter much trouble if you take me with you. And on top of all that, I don't know how to produce medicine. You will have no use for me, take my word for that. If you provide me the chance, I can get 5 pharmacists for you to take with you safely. Tell me more." Han Sen was interested enough to hear more, and he was rather surprised he had met and saved the leader's daughter by mere happenstance. "Good," Guna said. "You are my savior. If you take me back, my father is sure to provide you with the services of 5 pharmacists. I'll give you one more chance." Han Sen looked at Guna coldly. Guna bit at her lips and said, "You can take a video of me, and blackmail my father into procuring the services. Just ask for the help of a few, and he is sure to agree." Han Sen went ahead and covered her mouth. He picked her up and left the cave, even as she struggled. Han Sen wouldn't blackmail a leader of the Gana. The Gana were considered kings of the planet, and so it would be quite easy for them to track Han Sen down. And if the Gana did find him, many elites of other races would do their best to save Guna, all in the hopes of earning more of the Gana's trust. The elites would undoubtedly find themselves summoned like Jade Gold King had been. Han Sen just wanted to take her back to planet Eclipse. There was nothing she or her family could do once she was there. The Gana was merely a small race of no renown, and the strongest amongst them was just a single king. They wouldn't dare venture to Narrow Moon. Even if their king went there, it was unlikely he'd come back. The rebate also required pharmacists like the Gana. It was cruel, yes, but it was also the truth. The Gana were known for their abilities, not their strength. Before Han Sen exited the cave, he saw Dragon Lady, Menger, and Wang Yuhang all walking out. "Did you guys evolve a second time?" Han Sen asked Dragon Lady and Menger. They nodded, and it brought Han Sen some relief. He said, "Menger, follow me. Dragon Lady and Uncle can walk together. My ship is to the south, so Dragon Lady can just go and register. I will also invite Uncle." After their discussion, Dragon Lady and Wang Yuhang left first. Guna looked upset, and Han Sen thought about how he might sneak her back to the ship. The factions were spying on one another. If he brought one of the Gana back to the ship, he would look very suspicious. But as Han Sen was thinking, Little Invisible showed up. It jumped on Guna's head and then disappeared again. Strangely, Guna disappeared too. She became completely see-through like the creature, and it didn't at all look as if she was standing where she was. "Good job, Little Invisible." Han Sen was happy, and he hadn't expected the little creature to have that sort of power. Chapter 1874 Gana's Destruction. Han Sen carried Guna back to the ship and secured a spot for Menger. Han Sen had thought Icebird Duke would be able to collect some nobles during his absence, even if they were merely barons. Things hadn't turned out quite as he'd expected them to, though. Too many factions were there with the desire to recruit the Gana. They all had the same idea that Han Sen did, too. Even if they could not recruit the Gana, no one wanted to return home empty-handed. Many factions had tried securing the services of a baron, and very few barons would settle for the low aspirations of fledgling factions like Han Sen's. They wanted big groups, and the big groups happily chose them. Even if they wanted to join the rebate, it was far more likely they'd join the Gold Jade King instead. Han Sen had been gone for a long time, but despite that, no barons had been recruited. Not long after, Dragon Lady brought Wang Yuhang along. The workers on the ship were very happy to see a baron come to join them. But Dragon Lady requested that Wang Yuhang go along with her, and if not, she would not lend them her services. If this was another planet at war, barons couldn't make such demands. But in these circumstances, if recruiters did not honor such requests, they wouldn't have much success. Han Sen made a speech that allowed them to stay. The workers complied, and the two were led on board. Icebird Duke, it is way too difficult to recruit people here. We should go to another planet. Han Sen hid Guna in his room, and he didn't fancy staying around any longer than he had to. Okay. Icebird Duke knew this would happen. She had warned Han Sen before they even arrived. But instead of rubbing it in, she simply agreed with him. When the ship started to fly off, many airships suddenly started to surround it. Han Sen's heart jumped in his chest, and he thought to himself, did something happen? Did they see me sneak Guna on board? It looks like I can't do bad things and expect to get away with it. I just want her help. It wasn't as if I was going to harm her, though. Karma is biting me back pretty quickly. Han Sen kept fretting about potentially being exposed. And if this was the truth, he wondered how he might make it out alive. Han Sen saw there were many cow on the airship. So, Icebird Duke went out and spoke to their leader. Icebird Duke, what do they want? Han Sen asked, after nervously waiting for her to return. Icebird Duke gave Han Sen an invitation, and then she said, I wasn't expecting this, but the Ghana are actually controlled by the cow now. The cow are looking to sell some. So, they have invited us to an auction. Really? How did they manage that? Han Sen now knew it wasn't just Guna who had been captured. The whole of the Ghana populace had likely become prisoners. Judging from the current situation, I am afraid only the cow can accomplish this with the Ghana. The other factions could not try, because they were watched. If they struck, others were sure to know, Icebird Duke said. Those cow are conducting auctions. They really think that after the auction is complete, they can take the money they amassed and leave. Han Sen lifted his lip. Maybe they have brain damage. Or maybe they've got a powerful backer. Regardless, this is none of our business. After all, you lack sufficient funds to take part in such an auction. Icebird Duke knew the state of Han Sen's finances. Han Sen was practically broke. He hadn't been producing enough xenogenic materials and genes to sell. He had also been taking much of what they collected back to the sanctuary to feed his family and friends. Because of that, he had nothing for the auction. Maybe I should go, just so I can at least learn a thing or two. Han Sen thought that if he left now, it would be too obvious. If he was there for the Ghana and didn't even bother showing his face in an auction, his actions might be considered suspicious. If the Ghana had been defeated and were unable to protect themselves, no one would guess Guna was there, and so his secret would be safe. Han Sen thought he'd join the auction to at least keep himself from drawing suspicion. Back in his room, Han Sen used hidden mode. He wouldn't allow voices or videos to be sent outside his room. He also let little invisible jump off of Guna's head. The bed was colorful in the room, and that was where Guna appeared. Her body was cuffed to the bed, and her mouth was gagged. Only her tail could move. Let me go. If anyone finds out that I am here, you will be very dead. Guna looked fairly angry. Let me give you the bad news and the good news. The bad news. Well, all of the Ghana have become prisoners. And tomorrow, they'll all be auctioned off. The good news. You don't have to go to this auction and face slavery. You will become mine, Han Sen said. No way. You can't lie to me. Guna's eyes were open wide. No way. Then how did you end up captured by Jia? Han Sen brought out his invitation and showed it to her. She was tied up, but her tail was free. With it, she opened the invitation and stared at it with wide eyes that refused to shut. Those traitors. Guna looked even angrier. You are lucky that you aren't being sold off. Follow me and I will treat you well. I promise that you won't face a slave's treatment. Han Sen smiled. What do you want from me? Guna looked rather confused as she asked Han Sr. Nothing. I am only here to recruit. You should know the rules of the rebate, though, Han Sen said, seeming to switch subjects abruptly. Guna looked at Han Sen and asked, You are not a rebate, though. You are an outsider, clearly. I think it is more than rare for an outsider to collect members for a faction. I think there are only a few who do this sort of thing. I don't think you're one of them. Outdated news, lady. I am Knife Queen's student. She's the leader of the Bunny Bunch. Of course I have permission to recruit people here. Han Sen smiled, and then went on to say, When I boarded the ship, did you not see the rebate around? Did you not see the respect and politeness they showed me? Knife Queen has taken an outsider for a student. Guna could hardly believe it. Believe it or not, it does not matter to me. After that, Han Sen lay down on the bed next to her. What are you doing? Guna was shocked, and she wished to avoid him. But she was tied up on the bed, and she was unable to move. What else would I do aside from sleeping? Han Sen was lying on the bed, and he looked at Guna as he spoke. Don't you dare. I would rather kill myself. A shiver ran down Guna's spine when her eyes met with Han Sen's stare. She had heard a lot of races outside her own were quite sick. Han Sen smiled and grabbed her jaw. Chapter 1875 Guna's Holy Lady, Don't touch me. I will. I will. Guna was young, and so her body had already started to shake. Han Sen stroked her cheek, and he found it to be remarkably soft and smooth. Then, he pulled his fingers back and said, Don't worry. I am not interested in creatures that are unable to stretch their legs. I can't let other people see you, that's all. So, for now, things will have to remain like so. When we're in Narrow Moon, you can sleep wherever you wish to. After that, Han Sen closed his eyes and got some sleep. Eventually, upon realizing Han Sen really was there to rest, Guna finally felt relief. But that night, Guna found herself unable to get a wink of sleep. She lay awake, thinking about all sorts of things. Everything had happened so quickly. She had been kidnapped by Han Sen, while the rest of her family and race were made items for auction. Thinking about her family and her own fate being in the hands of others, Guna started to cry. The next morning, Han Sen woke up and saw Guna looking at him with incredibly red eyes. He frowned and said, Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't do anything. Han Sen was hoping Guna could be a fine worker for him on planet Eclipse. He didn't want to kick things off with a sour relationship. Do you really want to recruit me as a member? Guna's eyes could not stop blinking. It looked as if she wanted to see right through Han Sr. What else would I need you for? I am not interested in xenogenics. Han Sen got up, ignoring Guna's red eyes as he spoke. Are you going to the auction? Guna asked. Yes. Han Sen did not have to hide anything. Guna gritted her teeth and said, Let's trade. If you help me get a Ghana, I will obey you without question. I will diligently work for you in Narrow Moon. That sounds like a fair enough deal, but I don't have the funds. I am only going there for show. I don't plan on buying anything. You know the Ghana are really expensive, don't you? The auction will be nuts. People will be throwing tall stacks of money around. Han Sen slumped his shoulders. I have a way. Guna spoke only after receding into thought for a while. Han Sen looked at Guna and told her, Tell me, then. If things aren't too complicated, I might be able to take you up on the offer. Icebird Duke and Han Sen went to the auction. It was set in a beautiful palace, which was where the Ghana had gone to pray. Now, It had become an auction house to sell Ghana. Seeing the Ghana statue, Han Sen sighed and thought to himself, it looks like praying to God is useless. The Lord helps those who help themselves, I guess. There were many elites attending the auction, and they were all sitting down at tables. None of them looked weak. Greetings, from Icebird and Han Sr. Icebird Duke took Han Sen to meet Gold Jade King. Gold Jade King was a handsome fellow, and his rabbit fur was all gold. He looked very noble, almost like a holy deity. On top of that, Han Sen also thought he looked very familiar. Now that he thought about it, the Earl Rebate he had beaten in the Moon God Festival looked remarkably similar. You are Knife Queen's student. Gold Jade King's golden eyes looked at him. Yes. It's good to meet you, sir, Han Sen said politely. He didn't want to offend Gold Jade King. If he really wanted to buy the Ghana, he needed Gold Jade King's power to do that and still make it back to Narrow Moon. Han Sen and Icebird Duke's combined power was fairly weak. Even if they secured a Ghana, they could easily be mugged. Gold Jade King nodded and said, find a seat and sit down. Yes. Han Sen and Icebird Duke answered at the same time, and then they found a table with available seats. There was a space next to Gold Jade King's table, but he did not invite them to sit with him. As a result, they did not. Han Sen dipped his finger in a glass of water and used it to write on the table. Icebird Duke, that gold-eared Earl in the Moon Festival. Are they related? Icebird Duke saw it, and also wrote on the table. Gao Ji is Gold Jade King's 17th son. That's not good. If something happens to us here, do you think he'll help us? Han Sen felt depressed, hearing this. It is hard to say. Gold Jade King might have many children, but he does love Gao Ji above the rest. After you defeated Gao Ji like you did, well, it's not surprising that he's upset about it. It is best, all things considered, that you don't start trouble here. Icebird Duke finished writing. Han Sen sighed, and he thought to himself, I don't want to start trouble here either. But if I don't buy that Ghana, Guna will never obey me. I need to think about this. A few minutes later, the auction hall was full to the brim with people. Many of the cow were busy, occupied with serving the people that had come to the auction. Any of the kings who were present could likely kill each and every cow there, so no rules were needed. There was a cow that looked like Jia, and she went up on stage. Han Sen could not discern the differences between each cow. To him, they all looked the same. Their chests were like basketballs, and the smallest of them was like a football. Don't they have males? Han Sen wondered. After the cow said a few words, they brought out a Ghana that had been wrapped up in chains. After a brief explanation of the Ghana's identity, the bidding began. The kings were worried, hoping no one would try to steal it. They let their subordinates call out their bids for them. Quickly, the first Ghana was purchased for a high price. And then, one by one, more of the Ghana were auctioned off. Gold Jade King let the Duke next to him do his bidding, but he was unable to secure one. Han Sen felt that something was amiss. The Ghana were being treated like a product, but they looked way too calm. The adults, and even the children, didn't so much as shed a single tear. They calmly allowed themselves to be sold. There was no resistance. And after they were purchased, they quietly stood next to their buyers. Something is wrong. Han Sen looked around, but he did not see anything unusual. The next one to be sold was the Holy Lady of the Ghana. While the cow-headed thing made its introduction, a Ghana lady was brought up. When Han Sen saw her, he was in absolute shock. The woman looked exactly like Guna. She had a delicate face with white skin. Her waist was extremely slender, and her breasts were mighty and full. She looked just like Guna. Chapter 1876 Purgatory Heaven. Everyone should know that the pharmaceutical talents of the Ghana are connected with their power. The purer their blood, the greater their medicine becomes. This holy lady is not of the royal family, but her blood is as pure as it gets. She is undoubtedly the best out of all the Ghana. Her starting price is, the cow kept on speaking. The people around all started shouting out their bids, which annoyed the auctioneers. The clamor shocked Han Sen quite a bit. There were only a few dozen Ghana still waiting to be sold, which put pressure on the bidders who still hadn't secured a Ghana. And this was the holy lady, so she was a hot item. Gold Jade King had not been actively bidding in the previous auctions. He had seemed to be waiting for a Ghana of pure blood. Han Sen, seeing the lady on stage, looked awfully worried. The lady was chained up, and her snake tail was stiffened so she would stand and not fall over. She looked completely emotionless. Her eyes were closed, revealing her long eyelashes. Her pretty lips trembled. It looked as if she was a nun who was in the midst of dire prayers. The noise around her could not cause her expression to falter. Something is wrong. Han Sen looked around again. The Ghana that had been bought were all doing the same. They had closed their eyes, and they were in the midst of prayer. No matter how Han Sen looked at them, they seemed to be praying. Even the way they moved their mouths suggested this. Their voices were quiet, and Han Sen could barely hear them. They were not using the common language, however, so Han Sen was unsure what they were saying. King, the Ghana are mumbling something. What are they doing? Han Sen informed Gold Jade King. He was feeling very nervous about it all. Gold Jade King looked at the Ghana and said, "This is the language of the Ghana. They are praying for the assistance of their god. If their deified elite was here, their prayers might actually help. But that elite betrayed the Ghana long ago, and they might not respond to the prayers." Gold Jade King went back to ignoring Han Sen and bidding on the lady. Many kings were elites, and they were fearless. Even though there was danger in being there, they wouldn't stop. They would try to grab whatever resources they could first. Han Sen was not that strong, and he was afraid of what might happen. He listened to Gold Jade King's words and got even more nervous. "Icebird Duke, let's go," Han Sen said, standing up. "Why?" Icebird Duke was able to sense something was wrong, but not with the clarity Han Sen could. Han Sen did not have the time to explain. He walked away and said, "I am uncomfortable. Let's walk and talk, shall we?" Icebird Duke was confused, but she still stood up and followed Han Sen out of the hall. Before they made it outside, however, the lady being sold on the stage raised her voice. Emotionlessly, she called out, "Hearts like glass, bodies like mirrors, fall to hell and become dust. If the heart has heaven, only then will you be free. If the heart has heaven, only then will you be free." The praying Ghana all began to open their eyes. Their voices bellowed over the proceedings of the auction. "Shut up." A cow guard hit one of the girls. She didn't try to avoid the strike, and she allowed the whip to hit her. Her lovely face was marred by the presence of a mark. The girl that was hit ignored the strike, and she continued to speak. "I told you to shut up, didn't I?" The cow guard hit her again. Her snow-white skin split open, and blood began to spill over her body. The lady still kept her holy look, though. She was chanting alongside the other Ghana, uncaring for the wounds she had sustained. It seemed as if she wasn't the one bleeding. Kings like Gold Jade King were now starting to feel as if something was really wrong. Thinking they were strong, though, they did not believe they had a reason to fall back. The strongest Ghana there was no greater than a duke, so they did not think they had to be afraid. They did not have to give up the Ghana they had already bought, either. Suddenly, the statue in the hall suddenly made a catch-a noise. The statue cracked, and the crack wreathed its way around the entire statue. A big slab of stone fell from the statue. It was followed by another, and another, and another. When the rocks fell, they revealed something gold inside the statue. Something is inside the Gana statue. Everyone was shocked, looking towards the statue. Boom! There were too many cracks across the statue, and they eventually caused it to shatter like glass. All the stone fell off, revealing a gold statue on the inside. That Gana goddess statue looked just like Guna, as well. Just like the lady on stage did. The snake tail of the statue, come to life, slithered slowly back and forth. The floor began to rise up as countless twisted arms. They looked like demonic arms from hell. The goddess did not look down to the ground. Her hand was raised, and her eyes looked up to the sky. She looked very holy. Seeing that weird Gana statue, Gold Jade King and the others were all stunned. One duke was so scared, he screamed, "Purgatory Heaven! This is the Gana's deified item. Why would it be here? Kill these Gana, we cannot let them activate Purgatory Heaven," some nobles shouted. Some people started to run off, but it was too late to do that. The sky above the hall was shining with gold. You could not see the stars or the galaxy high above. The place was plunged into complete darkness. The machines came to a stop. The sky above was bright, but its light didn't reach the ground. Only the gold Gana statue lit up the hall. Everything else was dark, it looked like hell. Someone drew out a weapon and killed the Gana right next to him, but when the Gana died, their light was absorbed by the statue. And when it did, the whole world became darker. Idiot! Don't kill them. They are sacrificing themselves, a king shouted coldly. Horrible screams began to erupt from the outside. A cow from outside rushed into the hall, but a large portion of her body had already been ripped away. She struggled a bit and then died. Chapter 1877. The hall shrouded in death. So what if it is a deified item? Without the deified one to control it, what can they really do? A king asked, his voice hard. His body looked very bright. He took his subordinates and a Gana outside the hall. His godlights tore through the darkness, lighting up the outside of the hall. The nobles in his employ followed him. They traveled through the dark, wanting to return to their ships. But before they could make it far, strange arms started to writhe their way out of the ground. They grabbed those that traversed the darkness, and even the Gana. The king struck with his godlights. He cut down the weird arms, but he was the only one that could protect himself. The dukes were unable to hold off the grasping arms, and they found themselves getting pulled down into the earth. When the arms latched onto them, they realized that the ground beneath them was turning to mud. The weaker people were immediately pulled down, disappearing beneath the surface. The dukes struggled for a while, but the arms were ultimately too much for them. They suffered the same fate, albeit more slowly. Someone tried flying. A gold light shot across the sky to intercept him, and the flying figure was sent spinning up into the clouds. There was no sound, and he was simply gone. The king was invincible, but he cared little for the others in his employ. He made it out alive, but only 2 subordinates had survived alongside him. A dozen of the people that had previously been following him had been swallowed up. The few kings left inside the hall looked terrible. They knew deified items were scary, and they had heard about Purgatory Heaven before. They did not expect it to be that powerful. Not even king-class fighters could deal with a deified elite. The chances of an ordinary noble making it out were practically zero. The dukes could not leave, and there were not many kings. It looked as if most attendants were going to die right there. Seeing the gold Gana statue glowing brighter and brighter, a few of the kings made their move. With their subordinates in tow, they led the way through the darkness. They left the Gana behind, knowing they were likely unable to take care of them, despite their strength. The Purgatory Heaven would only get stronger, so not even the king-class elites were willing to stay behind. They could make it out now, but it was difficult to say if they would be able to do so later. Gold Jade King had not said a word thus far, but even he was keen to move. With his two dukes, he ran out. He didn't say Iceberg Duke and Han Sen couldn't follow, but if anything happened to them, he wouldn't bat an eyelid. We should run, too. Iceberg Duke gritted her teeth. She knew she might die by following Gold Jade King, but staying would be a death sentence, anyway. Why doesn't he attack the statue outright? Can't a few kings band together to suppress a deified item? Han Sen pulled at Iceberg Duke. If they could, do you think they'd choose to run? While Iceberg Duke answered, Gold Jade King had already gained a great distance. If she was going to run, it was now or never. Iceberg Duke's face fell as Gold Jade King increased the distance between them. Our only chance is gone. Maybe not. This hall is fine, Han Sen said, while looking at the people remaining. There were some people still in the hall. The Ghana, the cow, and a few nobles that had no kings. The nobles that had come with a king had already run out, but they had mostly been killed. The kings were unable to take care of their subordinates. F***CK. Speak, B***TCH. How do we stop this thing? If you don't tell me, I'll kill you. Many nobles were threatening to murder all the Ghana. One duke grabbed the Ghana lady and slapped her. Her face went swollen. You might as well kill me now, then, the Ghana lady said, but there was no anger coating her words. Dying doesn't have to be quick. If you don't tell me the truth, you'll suffer a fate worse than simple death. The duke was absolutely furious. He grabbed her arm and tore a chunk of flesh off. The other nobles were also demanding that the Ghana give them a solution. They really wanted a way to get out of there. Stupid people. If the Ghana could stop this, the kings wouldn't have left. Iceberg Duke frowned. Han Sen shook his head and did not speak. A Ghana could not withstand the torture and screamed, "Everyone here is already dead. The purgatory heaven has started, and there is no way to stop it. Everything and everyone is going to die." A Ghana would rather stand tall and die than wither away as someone's thrall. You guys were dreaming, the hall was in chaos. Han Sen looked outside and noticed the kings had gotten pretty far away. It was nearly impossible to see their lights now, as the darkness overwhelmed all. Iceberg Duke, let's take the Ghana lady with us. Perhaps there is a chance we might live. Han Sen walked towards the Ghana lady. The Duke was in the middle of torturing her. So, Han Sen tried to attack the Duke from behind. The guy was as angry as could be, but dukes were dukes, and he was so fast. He managed to dodge Han Sen's knife. Seeing that Han Sen was so weak, likely just a baron or viscount at best, the guy became even angrier. Now he wanted to kill Han Senator. It was then that Iceberg Duke launched herself in front of Han Sen, staring the Duke down. She did not think there was a way out of this, but the Ghana lady knew the most about what was happening. Having her with them wouldn't do any harm. So, perhaps there was a chance. Iceberg Duke, what is the meaning of this? The Duke angrily asked. Nothing. He is my master's student. No one can touch him as long as I am around, Iceberg Duke coldly said. F***CK. Do you know what's going on? Who cares who you are at a time like this? Give me the Ghana back, lest I harm you, the Duke said coldly. You can certainly try. Iceberg Duke started to generate a frosty aura as she spoke. She swiftly became an icy phoenix, protecting herself. Han Sen applied some medicine to the Ghana lady's wounds, and he asked her, "Are you okay? There is no need for you to pretend to be nice to make me trust you. I can tell you that it really is too late now. We will all die, myself included. No one can stop purgatory heaven," the Ghana lady said emotionlessly. Han Sen looked at Iceberg Duke's enemy, and he noticed the other nobles weren't looking at him. He surreptitiously pulled something out of his pocket. He let the Gunna see it, and he said, "Do you know what this is?" Chapter 1878 Purgatory Bios. When the Gunna's holy lady saw the item Han Sen was holding, her face changed completely. She looked at Han Sen with pretty eyes and said, "Where did you get this?" "Gunna asked me to save you, but I am afraid I am too weak." "Now I might have that chance, though," Han Sen coldly said. The Gunna's holy lady looked at Han Sen and said icily, "Don't try to fool me. You captured Gunna and stole the Gunna stone from her, didn't you?" Han Sen was holding a small tablet. It was very ancient looking. It had Gunna text scrawled on one side, and a depiction of the Gunna goddess on the other. Before Han Sen came to the auction, Gunna had given it to him. She told him that item would allow him to buy any Gunna he wished to, and the Gunna would have no choice but to agree. She had not mentioned the name of the specific Gunna she wanted Han Sen to bring, but she did say that it was her sister. She also told Han Sen he'd know who it was as soon as he saw her. Gunna was right, as well. He did know, because Gunna and the woman before him looked exactly the same. They were almost identical, like twins. Han Sen pressed the face of the tablet, and then the text and the goddess lit up. A cow called Jia captured her and tried to sell her. It is fortunate I saved her whilst on my travels. I was going to send her back, but it seems the Gunna have fallen. So, I kept Gunna on my aircraft. She asked me to save you, no matter what the cost. She also told me to take this with me to the auction. She told me that this tablet would ensure you were saved from the cow. She taught me how to make use of it, too. Han Sen was only being half honest with her. Holy Lady Gunna looked confused, but she ultimately believed him. She took the tablet from him and said, "It is nice that Gunna has made it to safety, but it is truly too late for us. Purgatory heaven has started, and there is no hope of survival." "Is there truly no other way?" Han Sen asked. Gunna Holy Lady looked at the gold Gunna goddess statue and gave a wry smile. "If you were a king, you might be able to escape and get clear of the planet before it is consumed by purgatory heaven. It doesn't seem as if any of us here possess that power, though, does it? Talk about this later. Gunna and my subordinates are on the ship. Is there a way to find them?" Han Sen was in a rush now. He was getting very afraid little Menger might end up getting swallowed by the powers of purgatory heaven. The Gunna Holy Lady thought for a moment, and then said, "If Gunna is with your fellows, they ought to be fine. But that sanctuary won't last very long. Where is your ship right now?" "It is docked to the south of here," Han Sen answered quickly. "Well, the least we can do is to try for it. Follow me at a pace no greater than 3 steps behind," the Gunna Holy Lady said. Then, she headed towards the darkness. Han Sen quickly asked Icebird Duke to follow them out into the darkness. The Gunna Holy Lady was glowing. Wherever she moved, no strange arms rose up from the ground. Han Sen and Icebird Duke stood right next to her. The Duke that fought against Icebird Duke witnessed what was happening, and so he decided to follow them, too. But he was a few steps away from the Gunna Holy Lady, and an arm managed to clutch his body. The Duke gathered up power to fight back the arms that came for him, but it was pointless. He flew up into the sky then, but as soon as he took off, a gold light shot out of the clouds and sucked him into it. Then, he was gone. The nobles that wished to follow after them stopped. No one dared to step outside now. Han Sen and Icebird Duke were still able to follow the Gunna Holy Lady, but she had been injured. Although Han Sen had healed her, she was still moving very slowly. "How about I carry you?" Han Sen wanted to speed up, but he couldn't go any faster. The Gunna Holy Lady shook her head. "I have a bit of the goddess blood in me. I can temporarily suppress the purgatory heaven power, but that's about it. I can't control it. I don't think I'll be able to fully escape purgatory heaven. If I'm not physically connected to the ground, even for just a moment, we will find ourselves in purgatory immediately." Han Sen had no choice but to follow her. The further they walked, the darker things became. And also, the dimmer her glow. The arms surrounded them like toxic snakes on the ground. They would only roll and coil away when the Guna Holy Lady was no further than 2 steps away. When her light became weaker, her radiance reduced. Han Sen and Icebird Duke had to stick extremely close to her. They were almost pressing against her back. There was a sudden shout. The Guna Holy Lady's face changed, and she said, "No. Purgatory Heaven has developed faster than I assumed it would. The Purgatory Beast has been generated." When she started to glow, Han Sen saw a shadow approaching. The shadow was able to camouflage itself in the dark, and only its eyes gleamed out from the black. When the shadow was only 3 steps away, Han Sen was finally able to see its face. It was a black beast with 2 heads, and it looked like a hellhound. 2 of its heads looked at them murderously. The Guna Holy Lady bit her fingers to produce blood and then swung them at the beast. A droplet of that blood landed on the body of the beast, and it started to cry. It fell to the ground, dissolving into black smoke. "Nice. I did not know blood could be used like that." Han Sen complimented the act. That was just a newborn purgatory beast. It was weak. That was how my blood could suppress it. You guys shouldn't try to fight. They may be weak, but ordinary powers are unable to touch them, the Guna Holy Lady said. After that, another 2-headed beast leaped out of the dark. It was going straight for Icebird Duke. Icebird Duke hummed. She generated an ice bird and then struck the purgatory beast. But her power went right through the fiend, as if it truly was just a shadow. The beast was still coming at Icebird Duke, soaring through the air unfazed. The Guna Holy Lady waved her arm and sent a drop of blood to land on the purgatory beast. Again, it became black smoke. Icebird Duke looked glum. Her powers were completely useless against those things. She was less useful than a drop of blood, right now. The 3 of them kept on walking. Not long after, their faces changed. Many purgatory beasts were approaching out of the dark. Their eyes were everywhere, and it was difficult to determine how many there were now. "It looks like I won't be able to see Guna one last time before we die." The Guna Holy Lady's face looked bitter. There were so many purgatory beasts that there wasn't enough blood in her body to defeat them. She'd wither herself dry if she tried, and it'd still be for naught. She couldn't do it. Chapter 1879. Killing purgatory beasts on the aircraft. Guna was able to witness the changes transpiring outside the window. She screamed, "Gaia activated Purgatory Heaven." "What is Purgatory Heaven?" Wang Yuhang asked Guna. When Han Sen left, Wang Yuhang, Han Menger, and Lady Chef were tasked with watching Guna, in case she got up to any mischief during his absence. Guna gave a wry smile, and she shook her head. "It looks as if the Guna cannot be saved, after all. It is good, I suppose, that we all die here. No one shall live now." As Guna was speaking, a noise came from outside. Wang Yuhang wanted to take a look at what was going on, but before he reached the door, an arm shot up from the floor. It shocked Wang Yuhang, and he quickly leaped up on the nearest table. "What the hell is that?" Wang Yuhang could see that those same arms were starting to pop up all across the floor. Only the bed was devoid of hands, so he jumped over to it for safety. Han Menger and Lady Chef went to the bed, as well. Lady Chef drew out her cleaver and tried to hack the hands. But it wasn't long before one of her hands was grabbed. Luckily, Lady Chef was able to pull back quickly. If she hadn't, she'd have been pulled forward and been a goner. "What was that?" "Please don't tell me you don't know," Wang Yuhang asked Guna. Guna, looking all cocky, said, "Have you heard of the deified item of the Guna? It's Purgatory Heaven." "No, I haven't." Wang Yuhang and the others were confused. They had just arrived there, after all, so it was extremely unlikely they'd know about it. Guna rolled her eyes and said, "Ignorance. How can you guys know nothing about our famous deified item? Anyway, that item has been activated. So, we are now all going to die." Wang Yuhang smiled and said, "I don't think so. If it is an item of your race, there must be a way for you to deal with it." "No." Guna shook her head. "If you don't have a way, then why are the arms unable to close in on your proximity?" Wang Yuhang did not believe what Guna was telling him, and so he gave her a smug smile. Guna rolled her eyes and said, "I have the blood of the Guna goddess. So, I can hold them off for a little while. It's not very effective, though. Purgatory heaven has just started, so this benefits me a little. When the purgatory beasts come, however, I can assure you it'll be useless." "What purgatory beasts?" Wang Yuhang asked. Guna didn't bother answering, and then, they heard a growling noise inside the room. When the growl came, Guna's face changed, and her radiance increased to light up the room with a warmer glow. A black beast with 2 heads crawled out of the ground. The ship's floor was no longer alloy. It was like mud. Now, she no longer needed to explain what a purgatory beast was. Dragon Lady summoned a big fork. Holding it, she drove it forward to strike the beast. The fork went right through its body, and it was as if she was trying to fork a shadow. The beast was still coming. "It's useless. The purgatory beast has been generated by a deified item. It is still early, so they are relatively weak right now. But even so, they have deified powers. Ordinary powers won't hurt them in the least." Before Guna finished speaking, a black arrow went flying into the beast's head. The beast squealed as the arrow pierced the phantom flesh of the body. The power was so strong, the creature was pinned to the ground and exploded. The beast's pieces then dissolved into black smoke. Guna's eyes opened wide, and she looked at the black-clothed lady. She tried moving her lips to speak, but words could not come. Han Menger had oh so simply killed a purgatory beast. And it wasn't long before another appeared. Han Menger drew a black arrow and blew up the head of the next purgatory beast that revealed itself. What is up with this woman? She is just a baron. How could she kill a purgatory beast? Although these purgatory beasts are weak, it should still take a king-class elite to kill one. They are born from the powers of a deified item. Guna was flabbergasted, watching Han Menger slay the purgatory beasts with arrows. No beast was able to show up in the room for long, as each one was killed by Han Menger. No wonder she is called Death Goddess. Only Han Sen can compete with her. Wang Yuhang spoke fondly, after seeing the purgatory beasts get killed so quickly. He gave her a big thumbs up, too. Out on the streets, Han Sen, Icebird Duke, and the Guna Holy Lady were surrounded by a legion of purgatory beasts. Icebird Duke's body was brimming with an icy power, and she cast her scary Icebird to try to freeze all the beasts. But the icy birds went right through the bodies of the beasts and didn't hurt them at all. It wasn't because her Icebirds weren't powerful, the purgatory beasts were simply too high level. No one without special powers could damage them. Apparently, Icebird Duke was not capable of doing this. She couldn't restrict the purgatory beasts. Han Sen brought out his ghost teeth knife. He tried attacking one of the creatures that drew near, but even the ghost teeth knife was slicing clean through without hurting the foe. Teeth power was useless against purgatory beasts. Unless ghost teeth knife had been activated to its fullest, like when he was in the Raven Palace, it was a useless tool to wield. The knife had only been activated back then because the Sun Raven was too powerful. These purgatory beasts weren't that powerful, and they simply smelled like death. And because of this, the true strength of Ghost Teeth Knife could not activate. The Holy Lady Gaia kept swinging her hands. She cast blood to attack and end the beasts, but she could not do this for that long. There was a limit to how much blood she could part with. She couldn't deal with them all. Gaia knew a lot about death, so she wasn't upset about the prospect of dying. What did make her sad, though, was not being able to see Guna one last time. Han-sen gathered up some power of his own. He used the godlight from Jade Skin, which was at Viscount class, but it still wasn't enough to work on the beasts. As Han-sen frowned and fell into thought, he heard the sound of a gunshot. A white armored person with 2 revolvers appeared, repeatedly pulling at the triggers. Each bullet came out to strike a purgatory beast, transforming each and every one into a puff of black smoke. Chapter 1880. The only way Spell's body moved with the revolver's recoil. She kept firing her gun without reprieve, as muzzle flashes ignited the end of the barrel with fire. It wasn't long before all of the purgatory beasts before them had been killed. Others were coming out of the darkness, headed right for them. Han-sen felt depressed, but Spell looked as if she was having genuine fun. Spell had infinite ammo, and it was all based on Han-sen's power. Her shots cost him a lot of his energy. But being able to kill the purgatory beasts in exchange for some energy was a more than fair trade. Let's go. I hope Guna and the guys on the ship are okay. Han-sen hurried Gaia on. When Gaia heard him calling, it was as if she had snapped out of a daze. She still looked to be in shock. She had never seen a Geno armament like Spell before. She couldn't believe a Baron Geno armament had what it took to take down purgatory beasts with such ease. There was no time for her to dwell on these matters right now, of course. So, she got moving. Wherever she went, the arms disappeared. Spell kept firing at the purgatory beasts that crawled out of the ground along their path. None of those creatures were able to get close. Icebird Duke looked conflicted with this, as well. This was her first time seeing Han-sen's Geno armament. She had heard Isha say that his Geno armament was something special, but this blew all her expectations out of the water. It was beyond. Spell looked like a living, sentient being. It wasn't a mere armament. The scariest thing about it all was that Icebird Duke's own powers could not inflict damage on the beasts. But this armament could. That meant Spell's power had to be something supremely special. How many secrets does this guy have? It is no wonder that Queen accepted him as a student. I have clearly underestimated him, and her, too. I always wondered why she accepted someone who initially appeared so useless, Icebird Duke thought to herself. The 3 of them worked their way down to the south. Luckily, they didn't have to go very far. And along the way, Spell diligently kept them protected. It wasn't long before they found themselves standing at the awning of an aircraft. Menger. Dragon Lady. Little Uncle. Are you guys still there? Han-sen shouted up at the airship. The airship was coated entirely in darkness, though, and his voice could not carry through the obstructing black. He didn't get a response. It is useless to shout from here. Where's Guna? I want to see her one last time, Gaia said, as they all boarded the ship. A while later, many more purgatory beasts began to spawn at once. Although Guna had the same powers as her sister, her blood would probably run dry before killing all of them in that wave. Gaia did not have much hope for survival, even still. She expected the worst. Han-sen pointed in the direction she should go, and Gaia took off running. There was not a single person in the airship they could see so far. The crew had probably been consumed by the darkness. Han-sen was nervous, and he was worried something bad might have happened to Menger. He hurried Gaia to go faster through the ship. Gaia was heavily injured, though, and she couldn't go too quickly. She tried going as fast as she could, but eventually, her wounds cracked wider and started to bleed. She had lost a fair amount of blood just dealing with the purgatory beasts earlier, so her legs were quivering as she walked. She looked as if she was on the verge of falling over. There were more and more purgatory beasts around. And while Spell would be able to kill them all, Hansen found himself getting exhausted. Finally, Hansen reached his room. The door was shut, so he felt pretty nervous. He had asked the others to watch over Guna during his absence, and he didn't know if they had done their part. If they were too far from Guna, they'd likely be dead. Taking a deep breath, Hansen kicked the door open. Spell raised her guns and aimed into the room. Inside the room, the black-haired lady had her bow drawn to the door. "Father." Han Menger saw Hansen, but she did not lower her bow. She fired it. Whoosh! The black arrow brushed right past Hansen's face and perforated a purgatory beast that had snuck up behind him. Pang! 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 Spell fired her guns at the beasts that were showing up across the room. "Are you okay?" Hansen was delighted to see them all safe and sound. He brought Gaia into the room. "Why would you expect us to have any trouble? With Menger here, she keeps shooting each and every dog that shows up. She's having a lot of fun, I think." Wang Yuhang smiled. "Guna. Sister." Gaia and Guna embraced each other with a hug. When they came together, the radiance of their glow increased. It prevented the arms from spawning across half of the room. The darkness still had purgatory beasts prowling within it, though. Guna and Gaia's Guna blood wasn't as useful as it had been earlier. "We can save the chit-chat for later. Do you have a way for us to escape planet Crooked Rock? We're all in the same airship here, can you tell us how to leave?" Hansen asked Gaia and Guna. Hansen and Wang Yuhang could easily nip back to the sanctuary, but Dragon Lady and Menger had Geno armaments. They'd be prohibited from returning by the sanctuary. "It is impossible. We are not the masters of Purgatory Heaven. We can activate it, maybe, but we cannot control it. It might stop once the entire planet has been consumed," Gaia said. Guna gritted her teeth. "I might have one way of getting out of this, but I am not sure if it'll work. Have you noticed that things are going rather badly here? Tell us, already. Even if it doesn't seem likely that it'll work, we have to try whatever we can," Wang Yuhang said. Guna looked at Gaia and said, "Sister. Did you use a spell to activate Purgatory Heaven?" Gaia nodded. She did not know what Gaia was going to suggest either. After that, Guna said, "If you activated the spell, that means we really do have Guna goddess genes. We are of her bloodline." You guys are Gana, so of course you too have the goddess blood," Wang Yuhang said. Gaia shook her head. "Not really. We are an old race. When the Gana lit our lantern in the Geno Hall, 10,000 of the other lamps had not been ignited yet. There was no need to fight for a position at that point. We had no deified elites at the time. We didn't get one until later on, and that person came to be known as Gana Goddess. Not all the Gana have the goddess blood." Gaia looked at Guna and said, "It's useless even if we have the goddess blood, though. It's so weak, and we are just viscounts. There is no way we can control Purgatory Heaven." Chapter 1881, Killing Hell. "If we can get back to Purgatory Heaven, maybe I can try," Guna said. "How?" everyone asked at the same time. "It is too late for me to spend time explaining here. Let us return first. Right now, Purgatory Heaven is not under the control of anyone, but the power is increasing over time. Soon, more and more Purgatory beasts will be showing up. It is difficult to tell if we can reach the goddess statue before then. So, let's get there first." Guna stood up and gestured for Gaia to follow her. Hansen knew that time was tight and they could not afford any delays. Wang Yuhang and the others followed, too. Guna and Gaia went together. While the pool of light was brighter, it still had a very limited reach. Hansen and the others had to stay as close as they could to them. Han Menger and Spell kept firing at the purgatory beasts that tried coming for them. It surprised Hansen a lot to learn that Han Menger could shoot and kill the purgatory beasts. Han Menger's powers were special, there was no doubt about that. Her genes originated in those of a god and a destructive goddess. A part of it was Hansen, too. The death-destructive power that she had gained was very unique. If Menger can kill purgatory beasts, that means purgatory beasts and purgatory heaven are somehow connected to death powers, Hansen thought. Hansen could guess the element of the purgatory beasts, but with the elements that could be used to counter them, it looked like something Spell could do, too. It was a shame that Spell was only Baron class. She could still do battle now, but when purgatory heaven became stronger, Baron class skills might not be of much help. The only skill he had at Viscount level was Jade Skin. It did not work on purgatory beasts, and that made him depressed. Icebird Duke followed Hansen and looked rather shy. She had the highest rank, but she was one of the most useless people there. She could only follow. Guna and Gaia were surprised with Hansen's spell Geno armament and Han Menger's power. It was rare to encounter any that could kill the fiends they were up against. They entered the city, and then their greatest worry appeared. They heard a cow, bellowing like thunder. And then, heavy footsteps trotted toward them from the dark. Hansen's eyes couldn't see in the dark, so he could only hear the scary purgatory beast heading for them. Be careful. A high-level purgatory beast has emerged, Guna warned them. There was no need for such warning, though. Spell and Han Menger had their weapons drawn and aimed at whatever was coming. They could not dodge, and they could not leave. Without Guna and Gaia by their side, the arms would claim them as soon the dark reached them. Moo! A cow's bellow came echoing out of the sky, rocking the darkness around them. A black hell cow emerged from the blur, churning its legs to sprint towards them. Spell and Han Menger struck at the same time, with a fusion of black arrows and white bullets. Dong! A black arrow hit the black hell cow. It was dealt minor wounds, but none of the hits were able to break its flesh. The bullets lodged inside the skin, but that was where their flights ended. Get out of the way. Hansen saw that the cow was still coming. Spell and Han Menger would be unable to block it. He pushed Guna towards Wang Yuhang and Dragon Lady. Hansen held onto Gaia and pulled her and Han Menger back. Icebird Duke could not deal damage to the latest hellish beast, but she reacted quickly to the commands barked by Han Senator. Everyone split up, just as the cow came rushing down the middle of their swift parting. It didn't hit any of them, but the near miss had most certainly given them a cold sweat. Han Menger and Spell kept shooting at the cow, but it wasn't accomplishing much. They were only barons, so it made sense that they could not damage the black hell cow all that much. The black hell cow decided on a new target, and that person was Wang Yuhang. Little uncle. Catch! Hansen threw his marquise armor to him. Out of everyone there, the person in the most danger was certainly Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang knew the purgatory beast would end up going for him. Wang Yuhang caught the armor and put it on with haste. The black hell cow was quick to start chasing after him. Pang! Wang Yuhang was unable to dodge in time. He took a nasty hit, but the marquise armor was strong. The plating had prevented the cow from piercing the armor with its strike. The force knocked him to the ground, though. Guna's light was weak, and it only worked for a proximity of 2 steps. Wang Yuhang fell down next to the ghoulish arms on the ground. Hansen started attacking the arms next to Wang Yuhang, trying to slice the arms that came for him. No matter how sturdy the marquise armor was, it couldn't stop the things from pulling Wang Yuhang into a hole. Ghost teeth knife and teeth power were useless under these circumstances. Hansen found himself tightly gripping another knife, and he managed to hew down a few of the arms when he tried with that one. He was surprised by the result. Hansen noticed it was the knife blank from Planet Knife Grave. The knife blank was like a steel rod. It did not possess the edge of a blade, but even so, he was able to slice through the arms that not even a duke's power could cut down. Of course, there was no time to mull this over right now. So, Han Sen got back to work by swinging the knife blank. He cut every arm that had grabbed onto Wang Yuhang and pulled the man out of the ground. Gaia and Guna were unable to close their mouths. If someone could kill purgatory beasts, then that meant they were strong. But the arms were the energy of purgatory heaven. Not even king-class folks could kill those arms. So, how was the stick-like item Han Sen wielded able to cut them down with such ease? A few seconds later, the black hell cow came speeding over to Wang Yuhang again. Old Han, help! Wang Yuhang was shaking, and he did not dare run. If he moved, he'd fall into the arms. That was just as bad as getting run over by the cow. Seeing the black hell cow almost reach Wang Yuhang, Han Sen pushed him over to Guna and swiped at the cow with his knife blank. A black cow's head barreled through the sky. Boom! The headless cow's body ran for a while before coming to an end atop the arms. They both became black smoke and disappeared. Gaia and Guna's eyes were open wide. They peered at Han Sen, thinking how unbelievable the entire thing had been. Chapter 1882, The King's Break. Godlight. Han Sen kept swinging his knife blank, as if he was mowing down swathes of grass. He cut down endless numbers of purgatory beasts and the ghoulish arms. Little Han, what are you using? That is exceptionally good. Wang Yuhang's mouth hung wide open. It's nothing. It might be useful right now, but it is difficult to tell how well it will fare if higher-level purgatory beasts rear their heads. Come on, let's run. Han Sen led everyone towards the hall. Han Sen knew the knife blank did not possess special powers. After all, it was simply the child of a knife, and it wasn't an actual knife. Its spirit was still weak, and it was still growing. But that knife blank could very well be deified. That was because only items and weaponry of the same tier could defeat the purgatory beasts. That was how he was able to defeat the creatures and the arms. Han Sen still had to decide how hard he wished to hit each creature he came against, though. Black Hell Cow's power was equivalent to that of a Viscount. Han Sen was able to kill their current enemies, but if they came up against something of an even higher level, it was likely he'd end up performing like Han Menger and Spell had. He'd only be able to stagger the fiends, and not do any proper damage. Han Sen walked near Guna and Gaia. They went at a meandering pace, so Han Sen went forward with knife blank. He killed everything he could see in his path. From arms to two-headed beasts to black hell cows. Everything was slaughtered, and it allowed Gaia and Guna to move at a faster pace. It wasn't long before they arrived at the hall they wished to go to. When they got there, though, the situation gave them quite the shock. The hall had fallen. The gold Guna goddess statue was still glowing, though, bathing the area in a light that forbade the entry of beasts and phantom arms. But inside the hall, Han Sen saw 6 shadows. They were the king-class elites that had previously escaped. Gold Jade King was there, too. I thought they ran off. Why have they come back? Han Sen looked at them with surprise. Gaia said coldly, they thought that since Purgatory Heaven does not have a deified elite to control it, they could escape before it was activated. Clearly, they miscalculated. Han Sen could guess this. After they left, they had hoped to escape the entire planet. Unfortunately, they could not. So, they had tried to destroy Purgatory Heaven. Han Sen had left the place before then, so he hadn't seen them return. The 6 kings were carrying with them a strange array of powers. The use of those powers seemed to be twisting and distorting the very dimension. They were doing their best to get close to the statue. Gold Jade King's hand gripped a sword that looked very sovereign and prim. The sword was being thrust at the goddess statue. Gold Jade King wielded it with finesse. It looked as if it could sever the atmosphere at any moment, but whenever it came within 2 meters of the statue, its approach was stalled. It became extremely slow, and no amount of effort could move it closer. The Guna goddess gold light became solid. The powerful weaponry and powers wielded against it could not defy that tangible light. Nothing was even able to scrape the statue. Gold Jade King wasn't the only one suffering this suppression either. The same thing was happening to the other kings there, as well. A beast king was trying to bite it in the air. The creature's fangs had the power to crush mighty objects, and it looked likely to break the statue with its maw. But it was ultimately unable to, as its bite was stopped 2 meters away. It did not matter how hard it tried, its power wasn't sufficient to deliver the attack. A giant-looking king was holding a mighty hammer. The hammer was coming down on the statue. Every swing broke the air, but it could not break the statue. It never got closer than 2 meters from it. Amidst those 6 kings, Han Sen saw a bald monk. He wore monkish garb, like a robe. He struck the statue with the shadow of a Buddha. The same thing occurred to the monk as it did the other kings, too. The godlight could not be broken. The 6 wielded an extreme amount of strength. Together, they kept pounding on the statue. If it was a planet they were striking, it would have exploded many times over. If they were unable to break the goddess statue's godlight, the power gap between a deified being and a king must have been rather large. What about the nobles in the hall? Han Sen looked around. Aside from the 6 kings attacking the statue, they were all gone. Gaia said, "Where the statue shines, there won't be any purgatory beasts and hellish hands." Ordinary people cannot withstand basking in that light for too long, though. I can only assume they were blasted and dragged into purgatory that way. Guna, is there a way to stop purgatory heaven? Han Sen asked Guna. Guna looked at the statue and the elites, and she said, "I want to sacrifice myself, and hopefully obtain control of it that way. Then, I can ensure Gaia gets out of purgatory heaven." In attacking the statue, however, they have increased its power output. Even if I do sacrifice myself, doing so now would be useless. You are so cruel. You only want to have Gaia escape this place, while everyone else is left behind. Wang Yuhang was so mad. You guys are not nice. Whoever comes here has a reason to do so. They want to use us, Guna hummed. This is not the time to talk about this, so let me ask again, do you have a way? Han Sen frowned. No. The statue has been activated. Not even a king can get close to it. Unless someone deified is here, we will all die, Guna said. Is there no other way? Han Sen asked, as he looked at the statue. Guna hummed and said, yes. The other way is what the kings are attempting. Break the godlight and take control of purgatory heaven the hard way, only then can you stop it. How do I control it? Han Sen asked. It is difficult to control purgatory heaven if you don't have the blood of the Gana. The same would apply even if you were deified. But underneath the statue, there is a crack. You can escape purgatory heaven that way. That is what they planned to do, but they underestimated its power, Guna said, while pointing at the statue. Han Sen looked in the direction she pointed to. The end of the statue's tail did indeed possess a tear in the fabric of space. There was a long mark there. That mark is where our deified elites fought their enemies. After 1,000,000 years, it has yet to heal. That is why there is such a blatant flaw. Unfortunately, only deified elites can make use of it. King-class elites cannot, so we most certainly can't, Gaia said. Chapter 1883 Blood Path, we have to give it a shot, no matter what. We cannot willingly let ourselves die here. Wang Yuhang said, then jumped into the godlight area. When his legs and his head touched the godlight, it was like he had struck a plank of raw steel. He bounced off with a pang, and it was fortunate he was wearing Han Sen's Marquis armor. Had he not, that would have hurt. D*MN. Is that light or a wall of steel? Wang Yuhang looked at the golden light. Why else do you think the kings tried to run? Gaia looked at him with disdain. Han Sen touched the golden light, and it was like stone. It was so smooth, he couldn't even find a seam or crevice. So, Han Sen tried to use his ghost teeth knife to slice golden light. Sparks flew from the blade, but he could not break through the light. It's so hard. Han Sen was shocked. They could not penetrate the wall, so it spoke volumes about the kings who had been able to move through the light. But even so, despite their massive strength, they were unable to get close to the statue. Wang Yuhang and Han Sen were both unable to enter the godlight, but the 6 kings soon noticed them, even as they tried hitting the statue. They looked around them and were shocked. They did not expect another big bunch of people to still be alive. On top of that, Han Sen's group only had average power. Aside from Icebird Duke, the others were all decidedly weak. When they saw Guna and Gaia, however, they were even more shocked. And adding to that, they then looked happy. The giant king, still clad in armor, walked before Han Senator. He grabbed Gaia and Guna in his hands and took them over to the statue. There was a long pause. Han Sen saw this happen, but he did not move, and the giant had already taken them and brought them before the statue. What does he want to do? Wang Yuhang asked. Icebird Duke coldly said, they cannot break the godlight. They want to use Guna and Gaia's blood to hopefully achieve a connection with Purgatory Heaven. It might enable them to reach the tear. Han Sen could not say anything. After they were taken, their protective light went with them. The arms started to rise like mad. But Han Sen's people could not enter the godlight, so he kept on swinging his knife blank to cut down the arms. Buddha King, you are the best at this. I will let you handle it. Our survival solely depends on you, the giant said, right before handing over Guna and Gaia to the monk-like king. Who will go to hell if I don't? The king recited the line of an ancient Buddha, and then he raised his hand and became a Buddha himself. In a shroud of white light, he came before Gaia and Guna. The Geno universe has monks, huh? Han Sen was shocked, as he had thought that monks were a human thing. They are not monks, they are the Buddha. They are one of the higher races, Icebird Duke said. Buddha. Han Sen and Wang Yuhang came from the alliance. Their faces looked strange. The Buddha's head was as smooth as a light bulb, without a single hair, as if he had been born bald. The dots across his head were 9 naturally born moles. Guna and Gaia's faces turned pale. It looked as if they wanted to struggle and get free. But beneath the Buddha light of the Buddha King, they could not even flicker their eyelids. Buddha King moved his finger, and then a Buddha light landed between her eyebrows. Blood began to seep out of her brow. It was more than a mere dribble, as well. Suddenly, it became a long streak of blood that floated away from her head. Its target became clear, as it began to drift towards the statue. The blood began to suffuse into the golden light. Gold Jade King and the others started to gather up power, ready to strike the blood. As the kings prepared a frightening attack, the blood-tainted light started to crack. Blood began to fill the cracks like a blooming flower. The kings were happy with this result, and the giant shouted, Buddha King. Take the essence of the other Gana, so we can escape with greater haste. The longer we are here, the more danger we are in. Amitba. Buddha King said again. His face did not look very kind. He pointed at Gaia's forehead, and then more blood came flowing out. That too started to drift towards the statue. With Gaia and Guna's blood, the godlight seemed to have weakened. The 6 kings kept attacking without reprieve. Then the godlight began to shatter. The smashed light could not coalesce again because of the blood that was spreading through the rupture. Gold Jade King and the others were all made supremely happy, as they were able to destroy the godlight with their crazed attacks. Now, they wanted to create a path through the godlight and head towards the rupture. These scumbag asterisks holes. Wang Yuhang was so mad, he punched the godlight. But he was too weak, and he could not even break the outer layer. All he did was make his fist numb. Han Sen didn't like what had happened either, but at the end of the day, it was just natural selection. He couldn't have helped Guna and Gaia, even if he wanted to. And they weren't in a much better position themselves. Their powers would not be enough to breach the godlight. Even if Gold Jade King cleaved a path all the way through, they had no choice of entering. Han Sen could jump into the sanctuary for safety, alongside Wang Yuhang, but Dragon Lady and Han Menger did not have anywhere to hide. If they were left alone, they'd surely die. Guna and Gaia had been frozen stiff by the Buddha King. The essence of their blood continued to leak from their foreheads. The blood was leaking slowly, but they had already lost a large volume. Especially Gaia. The two of them looked so angry, hopeless, and sad. They looked at each other, but understood that neither of them could do a thing. They could not even die holding each other. They stood where they were as their blood was stolen, bit by bit. Gold Jade King and the other kings were waiting for them to finish bleeding out. The godlight was cracked, and a blood path opened. They were only 1 meter away from the statue. Roar! A giant dragon-like purgatory beast was bomb. It came rushing towards Han Sen like mad. It was a high-tier purgatory beasts. Seeing it, everyone's faces paled. Chapter 1884 Heaven. Han Sen was busy cutting down the twisted arms as the dragon-like purgatory beast came rushing for them. He did not have the power to deal with it. Dragon Lady and the others were starting to think that this was the end. They used all the powers they could exert against the purgatory beast, but it was all to no avail. Han Sen frowned. He kept thinking, wondering if now was the time to use Super King Spirit. Just as he was going to activate Super King Spirit, there was a loud boom. A giant body appeared, and it was the Giant King. He landed in front of them and used his hammer to smack down the purgatory beast. Go! The giant killed the purgatory beast, and his body possessed a radiant godlight. He ran back into the godlight, and it looked as if he had been talking to Han Sen and the others. This made Han Sen very happy, and he and the others followed Giant King into the goddess godlight. They stayed near Giant King, whose light was like a shelter. It shielded them from the goddess suppression. Giant King, why are you bringing them here instead of focusing on removing the godlight? A king with a spear asked coldly. Giant King's voice boomed like thunder, and he replied, for this small group to have survived this long in purgatory heaven, they must be useful in some capacity. And furthermore, if we exhaust the blood of the Ghana, we can use theirs. Like hell we can. The blood of these two Ghana only works because they are of the goddess bloodline. This group isn't even Ghana, so what is the point? The king with a spear kept attacking the godlight while he berated Giant King. It's better than nothing. Giant King hammered the crack again. His strong attacks could crack open the godlight, and the shock waves almost tossed the others onto the floor. Luckily, Giant King's power was sufficient to keep them protected. Otherwise, the force could very well have killed them. I thought they wanted to save us, but no. It seems that they are after something else. Wang Yuhang said. No matter what the case is, it's better than getting killed out there, as seemed likely. Han Sen stood near the giant's foot. Han Sen was quite tall for a human, but even so, he only reached the giant's ankle. I just hope the kings can clear a path for us, Icebird Duke said. Many horrible powers came crashing against the godlight, and the path cleaved was becoming deeper and deeper. Guna and Gaia's blood was on the path, and it prevented the godlight from repairing its defenses. 6 elites kept striking at the path, and outside the godlight, the arms were rising and wriggling in countless numbers. There was an abundance of purgatory beasts, too. They could not step into the godlight, and so they roared at the people inside. In the beginning, there was just that dragon-like one, but then other purgatory beasts emerged. They all looked murderous. There was a purgatory beast that looked like a real dragon, and it was flying in the sky. It looked as if it could consume everything. Han Sen could also see a creature that resembled an angel of some sort, but it was black. Even its wings were black, too. It looked like it had come crawling out of purgatory. Han Sen and the others felt like they were in some big glass bowl. If the bowl broke, any of the purgatory beasts could eat them. It was fortunate that none of the creatures were able to set foot inside the godlight. Even so, Wang Yuhang and the others were very scared. Boom! There was an explosion, and the godlight shattered beneath the big hammer. Giant King had managed to destroy the final layer of the godlight. It revealed the statue body of the golden Gana. The entrance they needed was by the statue's tail. Guna and Gaia were dying, as they had lost most of their blood. They were still alive because they were strong, but also because the Buddha King had forced them to remain alive. He was worried that their blood would be rendered ineffective if they died. When the path opened up, Giant King ran straight for the crack. As the giant entered the crack, he became smaller and smaller. Eventually, he disappeared inside the space tunnel. Gold Jade King and Buddha King went in at almost the same time. When Buddha King went in, he did so with a grip on Guna and Gaia. The rest of the elites went towards the crack, too. Han Sen and Icebird Duke followed Giant King. Giant King's body was getting smaller the further it went, until it slipped right into the tear. Han Sen and the others were the last to draw near the crack, and luckily, the path was still dyed red. It hadn't been suppressed by the godlight yet. So, quickly, he jumped into the crack. The dimensional tear in the fabric of that space was crooked. Han Sen dug himself in, and he felt the same sensation he'd get when using a teleporter. Space turned blurry, and when his vision was restored, he was someplace completely different. He was atop a sea of clouds. There were many palaces built in a sky realm. There were many large plants, adorned with flowers all around them. It was a picturesque scene of heaven, as taken from long ago myths. Han Sen and the others appeared in the plaza of one particular palace. There was a gold fountain at its center, and it looked incredibly beautiful. But when Han Sen entered that heavenly place, his gut clenched. His powers had vanished. He couldn't feel anything anymore. He was like an average commoner, without a modicum of extra power. Han Sen looked around, and so did Icebird Duke. And when they did, they were shocked. It wasn't just them either. Giant King himself looked stunned, and none of the other kings looked to be faring well. Guna and Gaia, who had been under the control of the Buddha, now had their freedom restored. Buddha King's Buddha light had all vanished. Welcome to heaven. The Guna heaven. Guna and Gaia helped each other up as they clenched their teeth. They looked very angry. Their anger was understandable, though. The Gana had been treated like worthless slaves, and their blood had been sucked dry. It was only natural for them to be angry. Han Sen thought things were quickly turning sour. This was not a way out. Chapter 1885 Imprisoned. The gold fountain unleashed a gold light. The gold light descended on Guna and Gaia, quickly repairing their ravaged bodies. When Giant King witnessed this, he ran to the fountain and threw his hands into the water to try and absorb that same power. Arg! Giant King cried. The spring water was like a corrosive acid on his hands. The water was good for Guna and Gaia, but it was deadly for Giant King. Gaia coldly looked at Giant King and said, "I told you that this is Gana's heaven." For you, this place is nothing short of hell. Only the gonna have power here, and can receive the boons bestowed by their goddess. We are practically invulnerable. All your power is stripped, so you are little better than an ordinary creature. After that, she smiled and went on to say, it is in thanks to you lot that we are here, of course. Even if we had tried to use our own blood, we wouldn't have made it here alone. Is this purgatory heaven's heaven? Buddha King frowned. Yes. Outside is purgatory, and here is heaven, Gaia said. I have heard heaven is in the clouds. Why is it here? We arrived here through a slip-space crack, which we broke open. Gold Jade King said. The slip-space crack asterisk was just a lie that we created about purgatory heaven. The gold clouds outside are just a path that can take you to purgatory, through the statue. The clouds won't kill you, but you can be killed in heaven, by someone with power, of course. Guna said this, and then punched Giant King in the head. The strong Giant King was sent soaring. After his descent, he rolled violently until he came crashing into a wall, coughing up blood. Giant King stood up in a fury. He was a king who had never been humiliated before, and he really wanted to fight back. Before he could straighten himself up, though, Guna came forward and punched him again. This time, he went flying into the clouds. Gaia did not join Guna, and she simply walked to the palace near the fountain. Not long after, the clouds rumbled. Many clouds rose, and they each looked like a cage. Many creatures were inside them, and Giant King was one of them. Han Sen now learned that the creatures that were trapped here were the ones who had been zapped by flying into the clouds. He knew Gaia wasn't lying, as all of those creatures were here. They had been trapped in the clouds, and while they had not died, they most certainly weren't free. Death was still an inevitability for them, though. Many clouds came towards the palace. Han Sen saw that the clouds that flew there housed Gana. Han Sen counted their numbers, and he noted that most of the Gana were here now. Han Sen tallied 30 or 40. It seemed as if they had planned to be captured, all so they could end up here. It was the same for the other creatures who had been trapped by the clouds. They couldn't get out on their own. But now, things were different. The clouds were supported by some phantom power. The Gana were sent to the palace, and the clouds faded from sight. They were free now. The Gana were so happy, and they all bowed to Guna. They then proceeded to speak their own language, which was one that Han Sen did not understand. Throw them all in the clouds. They deserve it, Guna said angrily, pointing at the kings. The Gana headed towards Gold Jade King and the others. They could not use Geno armor, so they were pretty much worse than the average commoner. And while they had skills, they did not have the power to make use of them. Quickly, they were taken to the sea of clouds. Hey! Hey! We are together. One Gana approached Han Sen and tried to take them, too. Wang Yuhang was quick to shout. He even turned to Guna and said, Guna, we meant you no harm. We went through all that together. Doesn't that make us friends? Guna looked at Wang Yuhang, and then Han Sen, and said with a venomous tone, you guys are not nice people either. Get moving. Han Sen knew he had kidnapped Guna, which hadn't made her very happy. She wouldn't consider him a friend. You guys are not loyal at all. When Wang Yuhang saw the Gana approaching, he started to tread backwards. This is pointless. Let's just jump. Han Sen made it sound easy. He was, of course, referring to a jump into the clouds. Han Menger and Dragon Lady jumped without thinking. Icebird Duke didn't fancy getting hit, so she did so, too. Wang Yuhang didn't think there was another way out of there, so he jumped as well. Not long after, they found themselves floating inside the clouds. They were trapped inside them. Giant King and Gold Jade King were in a similar situation. This heavenly power of imprisonment was scary. Aside from the Ghana, no king could escape. It was likely only a deified being would be able to break the chains that bound them. Gaia walked out of the palace. Her hands were clutching a piece of golden jewelry. Han Sen couldn't tell what it was, but Gaia could use the power of the gemstones to control the clouds. Han Sen sat in his cloud, watching Guna and the others. He wasn't going to just sit there, of course. He was going to figure a way to sort all this out. In Ghana's heaven, all powers other than the Ghanas were suppressed. Even Ghost Teeth Knife had no power. He could not summon Geno armaments either. But Han Sen had one thing that wasn't restricted, the knife blank that was currently in his hand. There was still a strange power inside it. Aside from the knife blank, Han Sen also felt a power inside him that was not restricted. Guna and Gaia were at the edge of the palace. They looked at the people they had imprisoned, and their gazes were locked. It looked like they wanted to murder their prisoners. Chapter 1886. I Make the Calls. Gaia looked at Buddha King. The clouds that trapped Buddha King rose up and drifted over to her. Did you take the leader? Gaia asked Buddha King expressionlessly. Ba. I don't know what you mean. Buddha King said, after speaking out his Buddha phrase. Gaia looked at Buddha King and went on to say, I know how powerful the cow are. Without support, they wouldn't have been brave enough to betray us in the manner that they did. Ba. What does that have to do with me? Buddha King said. You think the Buddha Duke's meeting with the cow leader slipped our notice? Gaia looked angry, and she went on to say, if the leader had simply listened to me, none of this would have happened. Tell me. Where did the leader go? Now Han Sen understood why they had not met a stronger Ghana. At the auction, they had only seen viscounts. The dukes had not appeared, and neither had the earls. They had already been taken by Buddha King. Buddha King and the cow had used the auction house as a distraction for the other races. While it played out, the more important Ghana were successfully kidnapped. Buddha King and the cow hadn't expected the purgatory heaven to come into play. It wasn't Buddha King's fault, of course. No one expected the Ghana's deified item to have been in the Ghana's hands. Or for it to have been inside a random statue. Ba. If you release me, I will keep you safe and bring you all together again. Buddha King admitted he had his hands on their leader, clearly planning to use this as leverage. As soon as Buddha King said this, though, Gaia drew a ghostly scimitar and swung it toward his neck. In a split second, the king-class elite was beheaded. His head rolled across the floor, with his eyes open. No one had expected Gaia to simply cut his head off. The other kings were all in shock after what they had witnessed. Gaia was a very decisive individual. In this heaven, a king-class elite's life was as worthless and weak as the average commoners. There was no need to pay them respect. Han Sen was shocked, but it made sense. Gaia had already cast a spell to activate Purgatory Heaven, so yes, the fact she was a very decisive person was already established. Sister. You killed Buddha King. What about our leader? Guna sounded worried. Gaia coldly said, killing him did not make a difference. Our leader isn't going to be returned, but don't worry, he's not going to die. He will likely be made a slave, for the Buddha won't kill him. The other kings did not speak, and Gaia was correct. The Ghana couldn't save anyone. If they had been reckless and left Purgatory Heaven, Buddha King would have found a chance. Instead of saving their kin, they'd end up captured like the rest. Everyone knew this was a familial matter, but not everyone could make a decision like her. Gaia killing Buddha King had put an end to his tricks and deception. It also counted as vengeance for her own people. When Gaia looked at the clouds, she noticed that all the elites were in shock. You. Gaia looked at Han Senator. She spoke one word, and Han Sen's cloud started flying towards her. Everyone was shocked. No one expected that the second guy she'd kill to be Han Sr. What are you doing? We have been through so much together. We didn't take your blood, and neither have we forced you to do anything against your will. Why don't you kill the guys who robbed you of your blood instead of old Han, huh? Wang Yuhang said. Gaia ignored him and looked at Han Sr., but you did bully Guna, did you not? What do you want from me, then? Han Sen asked, sitting on the cloud. You did not harm Guna, and you did help us. I can give you one chance. Gaia looked at Guna while speaking to Han Sr., what do I do with this chance? Han Sen did not believe she would let him go so easily. Kill them, and UVDLL be considered one of us. Gaia pointed at Gold Jade King, Giant King, and the others. The 5 kings were sent forward, near Han Sr., good idea. Killing this many elites will gain me so many enemies, and that's just what I need. Even a king of the rebate. Not even Knife Queen would protect me for such a transgression. With this leverage, I could only work for you and no one else. If I don't do what you say, you can tell the others and make me one of the universe's most wanted, Han Sen said coldly. Are you going to kill them or not? Gaia asked, looking at Han Sr., sure. Why not? They're not my family. There's no point giving up my own life for theirs. Han Sen just shrugged with his shoulders. Good. Use this to cut their heads off, and then you will be considered a friend. Gaia gave the ghost scimitar to Han. Senator Giant King and Gold Jade King were surrounded by clouds. They could not move. They watched Han Sen approach, still holding his knife. Han Sen, do you really want to betray Knife Queen and the rebate? Gold Jade King said icily. From what I recall, you never treated me as one of the rebate, anyway. If you did, you would have taken me with you when you tried to escape. Now you think I'm betraying you. Is this a joke or something? Han Sen slightly pressed the weapon against Gold Jade King's neck. The touch of the blade gave him a cold sweat. But Han Sen did not cut him. He then brought the scimitar in front of Giant King and said, what did you say? You said if their blood was not enough, you'd use ours. I should kill you for that, shouldn't I? Kill me if you want to. Just the crap and get on with it, Giant King said stolidly. Han Sen didn't strike. He walked past each elite, and eventually he turned back to Gaia and said, these are 5 king-class elites. It would be a shame to kill them all. You should hold on to them. If you don't kill them, I will kill you and your friends, Gaia said dangerously. There is no way we are dying. Han Sen smiled. That is not up to you to decide. I decide what happens here, Gaia said. Han Sen threw the ghost scimitar back to Gaia and said, from now on, I call the shots. You and Guna can be my secretaries. Treat this place nicely, and I will treat you nice in return. Gaia, Guna, the Ghana, and the kings all looked at Han Sen like he was a madman. Did you really just say that? Are you sick? Guna asked, lifting her lips in a sneer. Gaia looked at Han Sen and slowly said, Han Sen, you are special. That is why I have given you this opportunity. You have the chance to be friends with the Ghana. This is purgatory heaven, unless a deified elite appears, no one can challenge my will. Buddha King is a good example for you to follow. Or do you not want to end up like him? Han Sen nodded and said, and I thought you were smart. I'm the one giving you a chance here. You and Guna can become my secretaries and nothing more. Don't misunderstand that. This asterisk shoal has lost his marbles. Let's lock him up, Guna told the others. Gaia used her gem to control the clouds again. But it didn't seem like the clouds could be used to capture people unless they jumped off the platform. Gaia had erased Han Sen's cloud, since she expected him to kill the kings. In order for her to gain control of him, he would have to go to the cloud first. A few Ghana viscounts rushed towards Han Sen, hoping to capture him quickly. The kings that had been locked up now watched Han's senator. They wondered what he was planning. In this place, not even the kings could fight against the Ghana. Unless they had a deified elite using deified items, the Ghana were practically invincible. The kings could not fight them, and Han Sen was a baron. Iceberg Duke could not fathom what sort of trick Han Sen was looking to play. Killing the kings would have guaranteed Han Sen's survival. But he hadn't taken the offer, and now things were uncertain. While Han Sen had pulled off unbelievable performances in battle elsewhere, Purgatory Heaven was different. Not even Iceberg Duke thought he could fight back here. Still, she hoped he'd pull something off. If there was one thing Iceberg Duke did know about Han Sen, it was that he wasn't crazy. Seeing a few viscounts rapidly approaching, Han Sen had yet to move a muscle. Eventually, he drew out his knife blank. The Ghana viscounts weren't very concerned about that, though. Thus far, only the Ghana had been able to use items of power there. Boom! A scary presence exploded out of Han Sen, as if it was breaking the earth. He was like a beast, laying eyes on heaven. Teeth knife mind. Gold Jade King and Iceberg Duke both squealed. The teeth knife of the rebate was quite famous. And even so, not many people were able to practice it. Even fewer could make proper use of it out in the field. Han Sen was an outsider. It was absolutely shocking that he could use teeth powers, almost unbelievable. But right now, that was not the primary concern. It wasn't just that he was using teeth knife mind, it was amazing that he had been able to summon power at all, while else was suppressed by the deified rules that governed the place. Gold Jade King and the others had very strong wills, but in Purgatory Heaven, they were unable to release it. Han Sen's knife mind could be used to its full extent, without suffering from the hampering and suppression of Purgatory Heaven. But this was because Han Sen's knife mind had reached the level of Purgatory Heaven. That was the reason it was not suppressed. But Han Sen was just a baron. How was it possible for him to have such an experienced knife mind? All the nobles were in shock. It made some people jump to the conclusion that Han Sen himself was a deified elite in disguise. Aside from deified elites, who could reveal such a formidable knife mind, here of all places? What is this? How long has he been practicing teeth knife? How is it possible for him to have learned the teeth knife mind? This mind, if I am not mistaken, is greater than the Queen's own. Iceberg Duke could scarcely believe the current spectacle. But there it was, Han Sen and his knife mind. He was nothing short of a monster. The Ghana Viscount suddenly started to fall back, looking extremely pale. A deified knife mind was a very cruel thing, and it could break a person's will simply with the weight of its presence. But a knife mind was just a knife mind, and Han Sen did not have a deified body. If an elder of the rebate was present, the knife mind could have been used to kill all the Ghana a long time ago. Guna and Gaia looked at Han Sen in shock. The knife mind they were witnessing was rendering them speechless. Is he deified? Guna was extremely shocked. Impossible. I haven't a clue why he has this knife mind, but he is not deified. Why are you all still standing there? Go and get him. This heaven belongs to the Ghana. It is a sanctuary built specifically for us. We're safe here. Gaia was actually quite frightened by what was going on. Still, she managed to keep herself under control and issue commands, telling her people to snatch Han Senator in heaven. Unless the Ghana were killed, their wounds would seal up and heal at a tremendously fast pace. They were pretty much almost immortal, in many regards. Seeing the Ghana nobles continue to advance, Han Sen said, I don't want to hurt any of you, so why are you pushing me to do just that? Han Sen was depressed. He had planned to use his powerful knife mind to bluff his enemies. But evidently, Gaia was too smart for that. Han Sen's plans had fallen apart. A knife mind was just a knife mind, after all. Using it with knife skills was very powerful, but a knife mind on its own did nothing. Aside from the knife blank and the deified knife mind, Han Sen's power was under a big strain. Gaia did not show any sign of relenting, and she continued to command her Guna troops to apprehend Han Sr. In that case, I must resort to Plan B. Han Sen's eyes began to shine, and soon after, the light quickly spread to the rest of his body. Han Sen's Plan B was always the same: he would assume the identity of Dollar. He activated his Super King spirit. His black hair became sparklingly white. It grew quickly, becoming a long white stream of hair. His body glowed with holy light. As the light shone from him, his body did not look real. Instead, he looked like a burned plate of steel. He was like a half-transparent god. Incredible power surged out of him. Everyone was in shock. They watched the godlike body approach. He really can use his powers in heaven. Guna looked stunned. She took a few steps back. A few viscounts were directly before Han Sen right now. They swung their swords and arms towards him. They were afraid. They had originally planned to take him alive, but now they were keen to wave their swords instead. When the sword lights came against Han Sen, it was like they were hitting nothing. They didn't hurt Han Sen at all. How is that possible? Everyone stared at Han Sen, who currently looked like a god. The Guna people used all their powers on Han Sen, but they accomplished nothing. Han Sen's body was like that of a real deity. He could shrug off any mortal damage inflicted upon him. Iceberg Duke looked at Han Senator. She was totally frozen, and her mind had come to a complete standstill. This was partly due to shock, but it was also because she had now discovered a secret. A very scary secret. Iceberg Duke was Isha's best friend. She was also her most loyal follower. Isha put her absolute trust in Iceberg Duke. They shared a lot of secrets with each other, and they disclosed many private and personal matters. Isha had told Iceberg Duke that she was once bullied by someone in Demon's Grave. The man that had bullied her was called Dollar. Isha had commanded her to keep her ears to the ground and learn anything she could about the elusive Dollar. Thus far, Iceberg Duke had come up with zilch. But Isha knew what Dollar looked like, and she was able to describe his powers. The power Han Sen currently wielded was very similar to what Isha had described. Isha had mentioned all this more than once, so Iceberg Duke remembered it well. Han Sen is Dollar. This is scary. Iceberg Duke felt chilled, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Isha's important, almighty student was, in fact, her nemesis, the one she despised the most. Just thinking about that cruel twist of fate made Iceberg Duke's mind go for a loop. And as she looked down at Han Sen, he suddenly looked like a demon. Han Sen did not have time to act in a model manner, though. When he donned his Super King spirit mode, he lifted his ghost teeth knife and let the knife rage with purple light. The purple light rose tangibly across the blade. Super King spirit let Han Sen release the powers contained within all his gear. Like the holy angel bone arrow, ghost teeth knife activated its own power. Ghost teeth knife's power, combined with Han Sen's deified knife mind, rendered Guna and Gaia speechless. There was only one explanation for Han Sen being able to use terrifying powers like that in Purgatory Heaven: he must be a deified elite. Only deified elites could use their powers in heaven, just as he was doing. As they thought about fighting a deified elite, the Guna suddenly felt hopeless. Their faces were drawn and drained of color. Things weren't looking good for them. Gaia was the palest of the bunch, though. She had the stone to control Purgatory Heaven, but she was not deified herself. All she had was the blood of the goddess lineage. She couldn't control heaven well. And she knew she wouldn't be able to compete or bring that power to heal. Gold Jade King and the other imprisoned nobles all stared at Han Senator. Gold Jade King could not believe Knife Queen's student was that strong. Han Sen pulled out his ghost teeth knife and started swinging it towards Guna and Gaia. The lights of the knife were like individual monsters, wanting to swallow the entire dimension they resided in. Guna and Gaia's faces turned gray. The Guna wanted to help them, but the knife was way too fast. They couldn't react in time, and it was already coming down on the two women. It didn't hit Guna or Gaia, though. It actually flew past them, striking the fountain behind them. Catcha! With that surge of power, the entire palace behind them was sundered in half. That wasn't the end either. After the scary teeth power cut the palace in two, it spread. A purple mist was swallowing it, making the palace look like some cursed ruin. Boom! When the palace was covered in this purple mist, it suddenly shattered and fell to pieces. Dust choked the air, and the entirety of the heavenly realm rattled and shook. Everyone was in utter shock. Seeing the godlike man in the palace he had reduced to rubble, no one could find the words to speak. Han Sen put the knife back in the sheath on his waist, and then the white light faded. He looked normal once again. He looked at Guna and Gaia and coldly said, "I thought you two were smart, and I would very much like to give you another chance. I'd like you and Guna to become my secretaries. What do you think of that proposal now?" It was almost the same sentences as before, but now, the words sounded very different than before. Gaia was catatonic. She just stood where she was. Now that Han Sen had dismissed that incredible power, he looked even more mysterious. He was like a god, disguised as a mortal. Gaia pulled Guna closer, and then she knelt. "Guna and I are willing to follow you. Our lives are dedicated to your service. Please spare us and the rest of our race from certain annihilation." Urk planet Crooked Rock had suffered one mighty disaster. All the creatures there had been killed in one day, and that included all the kings that were there. No corpses were left behind either. When the rescue teams arrived, they couldn't find anything living. But judging from what they could see, a few people conjectured about what had happened. Purgatory Heaven was not a big secret, so they guessed that the Guna had attacked. Others came after that to investigate this incident, wanting to know where Purgatory Heaven was. Han Sen was on his way back, on his ship. And he had something on his mind that was giving him quite the headache. Gaia and Guna were obeying him now, and Han Sen had taken measures to keep their lives in his hands and ensure they wouldn't revolt. Purgatory Heaven consumed everything on planet Crooked Rock. It had stopped now, but the gem Guna and Gaia used to control the statue had become a little gold statue that Han Sen had brought with him. The nobles and Guna were still locked in that heaven, and Han Sen wasn't planning to let them out anytime soon. After all, they had seen Han Sen become a super king spirit. He couldn't trust them fully, and so he couldn't release them back into the universe. Especially Icebird Duke. He could not let her see Isha again. But if Icebird Duke did not return, what would he tell Isha about what happened? If he said that Icebird Duke disappeared on the planet, then how would he explain the fact that he was fine? If he told her that they weren't on planet Crooked Rock, why would Icebird Duke be gone? Han Sen had gotten a headache just thinking about how he could explain all this. The ship was not at Narrow Moon just yet, and still, Isha's battleship had come to meet with him. Her sudden appearance gave Han Sen a shock. He knew Isha was coming after him and Icebird Duke. Chapter 1889 Temporarily past, where is Icebird Duke? Isha asked Han Sen as they stood on the knife battleship. Queen, I do not know where Icebird Duke is. Han Sen gave her a wry smile. He wasn't planning on admitting anything. Plus, no one had survived on that planet, and they were all trapped in Purgatory Heaven. As long as he did not admit what had happened, no evidence would be unearthed to suggest otherwise. How can you not know? Icebird Duke should have been by your side at all times, protecting you. Isha spoke to him calmly, but Han Sen could detect what was really boiling beneath the surface. If he gave her the wrong answer, God only knew what would happen. Han Sen did not hesitate to tell her, Icebird Duke and I went to planet Crooked Rock. I wanted to see if I could recruit a few of the Ghana, but when I arrived, I realized I had no chance. So, I asked her to help me recruit. But then, the cow revolted. They put the Ghana on auction. We were invited, so Icebird Duke went ahead to the auction. With someone else to recruit on my behalf, I didn't bother going. And then what happened? Isha asked. And then I recruited them. Before we got back to the ship, the entire planet was veiled by gold clouds. And there were many arms coming out of the ground, alongside many beasts that crawled out of some nether. We tried to hide in a cave, and we fought those monsters side by side. After a day of this, the beasts, arms, and clouds disappeared. When we got back to the ship, we noticed Icebird Duke was gone, and so were many others. Everyone else on the entire planet was gone too. Han Sen cooked up a hearty mixture of lies and truths to sell the story. He had to keep running with this yarn, whether or not Isha believed him. Isha looked at Han Sen, Han Menger, Dragon Lady, Wang Yuhang, and then looked back to Han Sr. How did you deal with those creatures and the arms? Those arms were scary. Our powers didn't do anything. If we were grabbed, we'd be pulled into the ground. The beasts were even scarier. Our powers did nothing to hinder their assault. Only Spell and Menger were able to fight them, Han Sen said. You are saying that Spell and her powers can defeat the purgatory beasts? Isha asked with a frown. Yes, but they can't deal with the arms. But we survived because of this item. It enabled us to shred the arms. Han Sen presented her with his knife blank, showing it off. Isha took the knife blank and gave it a stroke with her fingers. She released some sort of purple power onto the knife blank, but the power could not be absorbed. Isha looked shocked, and she said, "This knife blank is godly. It is no wonder it could cut through those hell hands. With the god element, does that mean it is a deified item?" Han Sen was happy to hear this. Isha shook her head and said, "It is not a deified item. It is just a material for a deified item." That is great. I can forge it into an item of some sort, then, yes? You should take this knife, my queen. You should forge it into a godly knife, and make it something properly deified. And then, you can shock the whole universe. Han Sen said quickly. You are willing to give this to me? Isha smiled at Han Sen, as she held onto the knife blank. Of course. You are my master, after all. Your glory is my glory. If you achieve more, I would be even more proud. This is just a meager knife blank. If I had a deified knife, I'd give that to you first. If your life is getting better, then my life is sure to improve, too. Han Sen looked awfully sincere. Isha looked much nicer now, but she gave it back to Han Sr. You are nice, but this knife blank was obtained in the knife grave. It'll be difficult to forge it, and it isn't too godly. I can't make it into something powerful, I am afraid. After a pause, Isha continued speaking to Han Sr. I will ask someone else to escort you to planet Eclipse. I am going to planet Crooked Rock, where I hope to find a lead on the whereabouts of Icebird Duke. I will avenge and destroy any who has done something bad to Icebird. Icebird Duke was put in danger because of me. I should go with you, Han Sen said. It's okay. And by the way, don't tell others you have been to planet Crooked Rock. That will bring unnecessary hassle. It'd be bad. After a brief talk with Han Sen, Isha sent him on his way to Narrow Moon. She went ahead to planet Crooked Rock. Han Sen felt a lot of relief when he was back. Somehow, he had made it through. Even if she did not believe him entirely, he should remain safe as long as she was not able to find any evidence that contradicted his story. Han Sen brought his companions into the base. Then he gave Wang Yuhang a truckload of xenogenic genes, wanting him to get stronger and generate a geno armor. Although there was a Marquise-class armor, Han Sen was worried that the man was so weak that he'd end up getting killed anyway. Han Sen had nothing but Baron-class xenogeneic genes, but that was fine for Wang Yuhang. And after a few days, Wang Yuhang's xenogeneic gene tally reached 100. Wang Yuhang started to evolve, and he ended up generating a black geno armor. But he couldn't evolve a second time, so Han Sen gave him a magnet fruit. He made it and became a fully fledged baron. Little uncle. Your geno armament is cool. Han Sen looked at Wang Yuhang's geno armament in surprise. Wang Yuhang's geno armament was a black dirt bike. It looked like a vintage model, but it looked sweet. Haha. I knew I was born a special chap. It looks pretty bad *SS, huh? If you need anything, I got your back. Wang Yuhang looked so cocky, sitting on his new bike. What powers does it have? Han Sen asked with curiosity. It's awesome. Wang Yuhang said, then started the bike. He drove around the base and returned to Han Senator. He proudly said, what do you think? Fast? Powerful? The speed is okay, but what else does it do, aside from carry you? Han Sen asked. I can run over people. Wang Yuhang sounded a bit weak. So it deals no damage. Does it have any other function? Like, can it fly? Can it carry you across water? Han Sen asked. Bro, this is a bike. You are talking about boats and planes. Wang Yuhang laughed. Han Sen felt his heart sink. This bike was like any other he could buy. It could drive him around and little else. Chapter 1890. Returning to the Red Mist Valley. Han Sen thought about it, though, and he decided that the bike was probably quite suitable for someone like Wang Yuhang. If the man could use it to escape things chasing him, then it would be useful enough. Perhaps when the armament evolved some more, it would develop other abilities. Isha learned nothing from her trip to planet Crooked Rock. All the factions were now in search of Purgatory Heaven, but no one had turned up any leads yet. Han Sen was going to take Wang Yuhang to explore the Red Mist Valley, but Isha gave Han Sen a call and told him they needed to talk about something important. Han Sen went to meet with her, all the while thinking over any trace of evidence he might have left suggesting what had really gone down on planet Crooked Rock. He didn't think he had, though. When they met, she said, Buddha Ambassador will be visiting Narrow Moon, and there will be a meeting. If you have nothing important that requires your immediate attendance, I suggest you attend, Isha said. Han Sen felt some relief, hearing what she wanted. She didn't want to talk about planet Crooked Rock and the missing Icebird Duke. Knowing this, he felt much more at ease. Queen, why would the Buddha visit Narrow Moon? What is all this going to be about? Han Sen asked. Isha said, the rebate are quite friendly with the Buddha. We are close allies. The meeting is a formality to sustain our friendship and exchange geno arts. The people who can join the get-together are usually the best of the best. Isha paused for a moment, before going on to say, the rebate usually send in members of the Moon Garden. You may not be one of them, but you can still observe the proceedings. The geno arts of the Buddhas are fairly unique, and it might be quite useful for you to learn them. Even if you cannot try them out, you can watch them, at least. Yes, my queen, I will take a look. Han Sen did not know what the point of going there actually was, but if Isha was telling him he should go, he thought there had to be more to it. But Isha didn't explain any further, so he didn't ask. Isha spoke about the Buddha, though. And it jogged Han Sen's memory about something. After Buddha King was killed by Gaia, Han Sen had found 2 items. One was a Buddha necklace, and the other was a scroll. The scroll was scrawled in the text of the Buddha. After its translation, Han Sen learned that it was about a geno art called Unlimited Sutra. Han Sen checked it out. The main part of the text pertained to evolving, which was practically useless where Han Sen was concerned. He wasn't interested in a technique that could generate a Geno armor. What did interest him, though, were the additions of smaller techniques around the main body of text. It was interesting, and it helped Han Sen understand more about the Buddha. The Buddha necklace was a high-class treasure, but Han Sen could not use it. Maybe the user required a certain blood lineage or a special power of some sort. Isha was allowing Han Sen to participate in the event, and Han Sen thought it might give him a look into Unlimited Sutra. That would only further his knowledge about the Buddha. After Han Sen left, Isha picked up a book and got to reading it. She was in a foul mood. Iceberg Duke was still missing, someplace on planet Crooked Rock. And Isha had no clue whether she was alive or dead. The spots for properly taking part in the event were only available to members of the Moon Garden. But now, the 10 kings of Narrow Moon, aside from 2 kings that did not have any students of their own, could allow their students and children to attend. It was only Isha's student that wasn't allowed a spot in the proceedings. Hers was relegated to spectating. It made her feel quite poorly. Isha still allowed Han Sen to go there, though, because she wanted Han Sen to learn more. There was something else that made her eager for him to go, too. Han Sen was not a member, so if he was challenged by one of the Buddha students, the challenge couldn't happen. Han Sen went back to the base and got back to reading Unlimited Sutra. Then, he gave Wang Yuhang a call. He also called the others and told them all to rendezvous at Red Mist Valley. The mist in Red Mist Valley was thick. It could be clearly seen from as far as 10 miles away. The mist resembled fiery clouds. Fortunately, it was planet eclipse. The magnetic storms and vortexes in the sky were scary. No one could see such things from the sky, and so many of the planet's secrets had yet to be discovered. "Little uncle, all of this hinges on you," Han Sen told Wang Yuhang as he pointed down into the valley. Wang Yuhuang was wearing the Marquis' armor, and he confidently gave Han Sen a don't worry gesture. "I will handle this. I'm good at this sort of thing." Wang Yuhang summoned his bike and rode it towards the valley. He didn't speed straight in. At first, he skirted the entrance before spinning around. He shouted out towards the valley, "Everyone hanging out in this mist, listen. Grandpa Wang is here. If you guys don't come out of here, I'll destroy you." Wang Yuhang shouted, and then a sudden chorus of screams erupted from within the mist. And then, many fiery shadows started to emerge, coming straight for him. Mamma mia! Wang Yuhang put his foot down on the pedal and escaped with his bike. The bike's speed was very good for a barren armament, but compared to the fiery shadows, it was actually quite slow. He had only made it a few meters before the shadows had caught up with him. There was a pang and Wang Yuhang crashed his bike. He was sent flying a dozen meters before he hit the ground. He rolled quite a bit before coming to a total stop. Luckily, Wang Yuhang was wearing the Marquis' armor. If he hadn't, he'd have been a dead man by now. But even though he had the armor, he still felt very dizzy. He picked himself up off the ground, and soon enough, a fiery shadow was before him again. It knocked him away once more. Han Sen, Gu Qingcheng, and Xie Qingqing finally noticed that the fiery shadow was a beast shrouded in red mist. It looked a mink, with 3 eyes. The red mist looked as if it was actually under the red beast's control. Every time the creature attacked, though, it left marks across Wang Yuhang's armor. "Quick! I'm going to die!" Wang Yuhang screamed as the creature happily tossed him around. The beast could not break the Marquis' armor, but the force with which it shook him was still enough to have him spewing blood. Han Sen put on his rabbit shoes. Without hesitation, he leaped towards the little monster and swung his ghost teeth knife, which was swirling with purple light. There was no one else around, so he did not have to hide anything. He used his Jade Skin's Godlight, which was Viscount class, with the ghost teeth knife's knife mind, and struck the beast. It cut through the shadow and left behind a cleft on the creature's skin. Chapter 1891. Red mist mink. The little beast got hit, and it squealed in agony. It turned around and jumped towards Han. Senator Han Sen was very fast, and because his rabbit shoes were Duke class, he had Duke class speed to run with. The beast was only Earl class, so it was much slower than Han. Senator Han Sen moved like a shadow. He swung his ghost teeth knife and hit the little beast again. Every time he did this, a small wound was left on the creature. Over time, after many more strikes, those cuts were all over its body. The wounds kept bleeding as a purple mist oozed out of the injuries. It was only a matter of time before the wounds started to spread. The beast was injured, and being unable to withstand the pain, it sought to race back into Red Mist Valley to escape. Han Sen felt depressed. He had the speed, and he had a good knife to boot. Unfortunately, his powers were actually quite weak. The Viscount-class godlight, with teeth knife, could not grievously injure the Earl-class beast. He continued to slash at the beast as well as he could, but the foe was still able to escape into the valley. "Little uncle, draw him out again." Han Sen retreated to a position where he could hide. Little uncle ran back to the entrance, but this time without the bike. The bike was too weak right now, so it was pointless bringing it before an earl. "Where are you running off to, boy? Come out and fight Grandpa Wang again." Wang Yuhang kept barking into the mist, but the creature did not reveal itself again. Perhaps it was because the beast really was quite injured. Wang Yuhang shouted like that for a while, until his voice started to crack and leave him. Still, their foe refused to reveal itself again. "Hey, is it working? If it doesn't work, we'll just have to find another way," Xie Qing King shouted at Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang acted confidently, and he said, "What do you mean? Is it working?" "No. But I am a man, and I will not give up so easily." After that, Wang Yuhang turned his back to the entrance of the mist-veiled valley and pulled down his pants. He bent over to reveal his butt, and in a bid to provoke the enemies inside the mist, spread his cheeks. "If you have the balls, you'd come out and fight with me. Otherwise, your kid is my kid." Squeak! After Wang Yuhang shouted, a red shadow appeared. It was the same beast, and it was still bleeding from the lacerations it had procured earlier. It ran out, very angry, as if Wang Yuhang had just slaughtered its parents. Wang Yuhang started running, and eventually resummoned his armor. Unfortunately, he was a little late in doing that, and he suffered a bite. He lost a big chunk of flesh from his backside, which bled profusely. "Oh my God!" Wang Yuhang kept running as fast as he could. Fortunately, he was able to re-equip the armor and avoid getting bitten again. But the blood from his bum dyed the armor red. The beast was still not keen on giving up, though, and it kept running after Wang Yuhang. Han Sen gripped his knife and ran out after it. With his speed, he caught up rapidly. The ghost teeth knife, with tusk, had created a nasty wound on the monster. The beast's recovery had been slow, as a result. The wounds it had incurred were still bleeding, and they were continuing to spread. The beast wanted to kill little uncle, but Han Sen hit it again. Now that it had regained its senses, it tried to reverse course back to the valley. Han Sen kept slashing it. He cast Jade Skin and the Blood Pulse Sutra, and he ran them both at maximum velocity. His body looked like jade, and his blood was boiling. Dong! 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 After 3 swings, Han Sen felt as if his own blood was going to spill out. A weird, blood-like power entered his ghost teeth knife and dyed it red. Mutant blood ascended to Viscount. The announcement rang inside Han Sen's mind, and it brought him sheer delight. The Blood Pulse Sutra had finally leveled up. Catcha! The now reddened ghost teeth knife was covered in a jade skin godlight. It came down on the beast and sliced its paws off. Han Sen felt very happy about this. The red blade he now wielded was flashing, and blood was being thrown about everywhere. Before the enemy could escape all the way into the mist, Han Sen was able to cut off its head. Red mist mink xenogenic Earl hunted, xenogenic gene found. Xenogenic beast soul obtained. Han Sen was happy. He picked up the beast and cut it open. He found a red bone inside its body, which he knew was the prized xenogenic gene. Help! I'm going to die. Wang Yuhang was on the ground, screaming. His butt had been sorely injured. No one told you to be that reckless. Xia Qingqing kicked Wang Yuhang's bleeding butt, which prompted another scream. You guys have no heart. I did this for you lot. Xia Qingqing looked at the man with disdain and said, you had it coming. Little Silver, go heal him, Han Sen called to Little Silver. No, arg. Before Wang Yuhang could finish, Little Silver fired 2 bolts of lightning at him, one from each eye. They struck Wang Yuhang's bum and had him squealing in even more pain. Little Silver's Viscount class healing was very effective. Its only downside was that it dished out a lot of pain. Wang Yuhang's wounds were completely healed after a short amount of time. Little uncle, try again. See if there are any more xenogenics inside. Han Sen smiled at Wang Yuhang. Wang Yuhang didn't want to, but he still shouted before the entrance of the valley. He wasn't taking his pants off this time, though. After a while, there appeared to be nothing more. Xia Qingqing decided to sketch some shadows and send them into the valley, though. They soon disappeared, but not because they were attacked. It looks like there are no more xenogenics inside. Xia Qingqing put his book away and approached the valley. They all entered that place, and as suspected, they weren't attacked. The red mist was too strong, though, and they couldn't make out anything. The mist is too strong. I can't see anything. I won't be able to see any sort of treasure, assuming there is something here, Wang Yuhang said. They couldn't find anything there, so eventually, they abandoned the valley. There has to be something. It's just that finding it will be annoying. Xia Qingqing frowned. Han Sen was going to say something, but suddenly, an aircraft came flying down towards Mirror Lake. It doesn't look like an aircraft that belongs to the rebate. Who would seek to visit this place now, of all times? Han Sen frowned and called for everyone to return. There weren't many electronic tools that could be used on Planet Eclipse. If they wanted to get some intel, they'd have to go back to base. Outside of Mirror Base, an aircraft came to park. When the door of the ship opened, it revealed a woman with white, monk-like robes. The woman was very beautiful, and she had a red dot on her forehead. She was a Buddha. Chapter 1892 Guardian of the Door. Han Sen had seen many bald people, but very few women. And he definitely hadn't seen a bald woman that pretty before. Her delicate face, and the grace she exuded, made it easy to ignore the fact that she had no hair. She was different from Buddha King. This Buddha woman did not possess a scar, and she only had that red dot on her forehead. Behind the Buddha woman, a Buddha man came forward. And then a few of the rebate did, too. My lady, Planet Eclipse is so poor. There is nothing to see here, and I can assure you that this is not a place you will enjoy visiting, a rebate man said to the woman. The Buddha lady, called Speechless, smiled and said, no flower, and I want to see Knife Queen's student. We are here for the sole purpose of visiting this planet. No flower, Buddha quietly said, the crystallizer that is called Han Sen. He brought out a king-class knife from Knife Grave, did he not? And he managed to practice teeth knife techniques, yes? Are these claims true? Yes, but he is a mere baron. Because he is so weak, Knife Queen has squandered a great many resources on him. He is not even a viscount yet. I am afraid there is no point in you guys visiting, Sad Knight said. That's okay. We are merely sating our curiosity. We just want to observe what sort of creature he is. Speechless smiled. This way, then. Sad Night led the way for them. When they stood before the entrance of the base, Sad Night said to the guards, "Tell your master Hansen that Sad Night, Black Cliff, Speechless Buddha Lady, and No Flower Buddha are here to visit." After that, Sad Night performed a welcoming gesture to them. Then, he said, "This way." After walking a few steps, a guard stopped him and said, "This is our base. You cannot enter here. Move." Sad Night looked at the guard coldly, then tried to force his way inside. The guard did not say a word, and instead pulled out a giant cleaver. The guard swung it at Sad Night. "How dare you attack me? You are a mere servant." Sad Night was enraged by this, and so he threw a slap towards the cleaver to eliminate the guard. The Night family did not have much respect for Han Senator in the Moon Festival. Han Sen had stolen the thunder away from the Night family. It made Sad Night very angry with him, and that was only fuel to the fire of his current rudeness. Sad Night could tell that the guard was just a baron, though. Sad Night was a viscount, so killing the guard should have been an easy feat, but when the cleaver was about to come into contact with his hand, the giant cleaver moved like a fish. It slid to the side of his wrist and cut it. It was a small cut, but it was enough to make Sad Night extremely angry. Being injured by a baron was quite humiliating for him. He was the son of Night River King, and he had been dealt a speck of damage by a weakling guard. This was just too embarrassing for him. He started to glow with a godlight, preparing to use all his power to kill the guard. Unfortunately for him, he had found the wrong person. A normal baron might have been killed by 3 of his punches. But this guard was Lady Chef. Lady Chef was just a baron, but she had lived a very long life. Her fighting talents were like those of a grandmaster. The guy in front of her was nothing, by comparison. A light shot out of Sad Night's palm, but Lady Chef's movements were like magic. He was unable to do anything to her. Speechless and No Flower were shocked. For a baron guard to fend off such an enemy with such ease was a big surprise. Amazing blade skills, for sure. It looks like she has something of a knife mind. It is rare for a baron to possess something like that. No Flower thought this was very shocking. Sad Night's face was swollen with rage. He was trying to kill a baron, and he had yet to have any success. He looked useless in front of the Buddha. "What are you guys up to?" A voice came from a short distance away. Everyone turned around to see 3 men, 1 woman, and 1 creature approaching. Han Sen was amongst them. Sad Night coldly spoke to Han Sen. "Han Sen, how much disobedience do you teach your slaves? They have stopped a few kings and Buddha. What's more, they are fighting me. I will teach them how to behave properly, if you want." Han Sen recognized him. They last met in the Moon God's festival. "Dragon Lady, what's all this about?" Han Sen walked over to Dragon Lady. They tried to force their way inside. "I stopped them," Dragon Lady answered. "Good job." Han Sen patted her on the shoulder, then walked inside the base alongside Gu Qingcheng. Sad Night was frozen, unsure of what to think about this. He shouted, "Han Sen, did you hear me? I brought Speechless Buddha Lady and No Flower Buddha to see you. Do you not possess any manners whatsoever?" Han Sen turned around, looked at him, and said, "This is Planet Eclipse, not the palace of Night River King. Who gave you permission to come down here? I should ask Night River King if this is how his family has been taught to behave. Go back. I'll give you half an hour to leave. And you are only given that out of respect to Night River King. If you guys are still here when the time is up, I'll punish you all with my special sort of discipline." When Han Sen finished speaking those cold words, he vanished into his base. Everyone was so mad, and they didn't expect Han Sen to be so disrespectful. Sure. We only wanted to see the sort of rules you enforce. What do you think, Black Cliff? Sad Knight's face was green as he asked the black-eared man. Black Cliff nodded, agreeing with what he said. Sad Knight was not stupid, though. Speechless and No Flower were with them, and the rebate that had come along were all nobles. Black Cliff was Black Moon King's son. Han Sen couldn't do anything. Sad Knight knew there were no elites there, though. At the very most, they could only expect to find viscounts inside. Black Cliff could get rid of everyone inside if he chose to. Unfortunately, the law in Narrow Moon was strict. And Knife Queen made fights breaking out between the planets difficult. If Han Sen struck first, it wouldn't be their fault. They couldn't kill Han Sen in return, but they could sure teach him a lesson. If Mr. Han will not welcome us, we should go back, Speechless Lady said. She looked quite surprised. The student of Knife Queen was far more unique than she had expected. She was actually all the more curious about him now. Don't worry. Black Cliff and I will take care of this. We will wait here and keep an eye on what Han Sen is up to. Sad Knight coldly laughed. Hearing that, Speechless and No Flower looked at each other. They didn't say anything. They were curious about what Han Sen was planning to do, though. Chapter 1893 Soloing all the group fights. Dragon Lady followed Han Sen into the base. Wang Yuhang and Xie Qing King then took up positions on opposite sides of the gate. They were like two soldiers, just smiling at the intruders. Brother King, what is your least favorite meal? Wang Yuhang, standing at the side of the gate, suddenly decided to ask. I am not sure. I like pretty much everything I am able to eat. I even like all desserts, such as stinky tofu, Xie Qing King said. Brother King, you really do like to eat everything. But you know what? I know of something that you would not like to eat, Wang Yuhang said with sincerity. What? Xie Qing King rose to the question. A closed gate. Would you like to eat that? Wang Yuhang asked, laughing to himself. I don't want to eat that. I don't think anyone would like to. Xie Qing King smiled. Maybe. Maybe not. Some people might love to eat that. And they certainly enjoy it. They can't get enough of it. Wang Yuhang smiled, and he looked right at Sad Knight. What a rude slave. Sad Knight was angered by the jest. He drew his sword and sent a scary sword light soaring towards Wang Yuhang's neck. He could not kill Han Sen, but he did not care about disposing of his slaves. Dong! A silver shadow blocked Sad Knight's sword light. It was a leopard, composed of silver light, from the looks of it. Sad Knight was not quite sure what it was, but he wasn't afraid. He swung his sword like lightning to do battle with the leopard. Sad Knight's sword skills were wonderful. It was to be expected, after all, he was the son of a king. His fighting techniques were top dog. After a dozen strikes, the silver leopard was slain. The creature vanished into thin air. If you keep talking crap, you'll end up just like that. Sad Knight said, staring right at Wang Yuhang. If you like to kill so much, would you like to do a few more? Xie Qing King moved his fingers to scribble out a few more of those silver leopards. They quickly surrounded Sad Knight. It hadn't been difficult for Sad Knight to take out the silver leopard, but there were so many of them now. They were all viscounts, and they worked together smoothly to establish a proper formation. It'd be hard, that was for sure. Speechless and No Flower were shocked by this. The ability to draw beasts was very rare. Sad Knight killed one silver leopard, then found that Xie Qing King had already drawn another to replace it. He kept spawning more and more, as soon as each one died. The numbers didn't reduce, and the fight looked as if it could go on forever. The leopards were able to get a few hits in every now and again, too. Although none of the wounds were grievous, it sullied his image. Come and help. Seeing Black Cliff and the others merely waiting and watching, Sad Knight suddenly felt fear. He couldn't keep fighting these leopards by himself. Just as the rebate looked ready to strike, Xia Qing King closed the book and the leopards disappeared. He coldly said, "Just as I thought, a run-of-the-mill king's child. Just a bully. You." Sad Knight was so angry, but knew he could not compete. When he was flying solo, he hadn't been able to take out the leopards. If he was unable to take out the leopards, he'd be unable to take on Xia Qing King. The rebate were curious about all this, though. They wondered where Han Sen might have found such a man. In a solo fight, Sad Knight would not be able to beat him. The drawing abilities were rare, too. They had never seen it before. You are a bully, too. If you have the guts to do it, fight him mano mano. I guarantee you cannot fight Sad Knight solo, one of the rebate barons shouted to Xia Qing King, referring to the fact that there were so many shadow leopards. You sure you want to engage me in a solo fight? Xia Qing King looked at Sad Knight with a smile. He didn't even spare the baron a glance. So what, yeah. But do you dare to come at me? Sad Knight knew it sounded ridiculous as soon as he said it. He was not too happy about this situation. Are you sure? Don't go crying to daddy when you get beaten up. Xia Qing King smiled at him. I'm afraid you won't even be able to cry, Sad Knight said coldly. Then come on. It's been a long time since I last had the chance to throw my weight around. The creatures here are so strong, so it's hard to find someone weak enough to enjoy bullying. Now the opportunity to do just that has come. Xia Qing King put his book away, and then the silver book became a set of armor to plate him. Then, he stretched his limbs. Sad Knight knew Xia Qing King was mocking him. He looked murderous, and his sword was like the wind as it came to take a bite out of Xia Qing King. He had a terrible thirst for bloodshed right now. He might not have been able to kill Han Sen, but he could most certainly kill a family member. Even though it would cause him trouble, this was something Night King River could sort out. As the sword light flashed toward him, Xia Qing King was still stretching his wrists and rolling his neck. Pang! Just as the sword light was going to strike his nose, Xia Qing King threw a punch. The silver light broke the sword light. Xia Qing King's strong body began to gleam with silver light. He was like a demon, and he began throwing punches toward Sad Knight. Alu alu alu. A raging bevy of fists was coming at Sad Knight like a furious storm. Sad Knight knew he wouldn't be able to fight back, so he blocked it with a sword. He was like a boat in the middle of the rain. The fists kept striking the sword, shaking it. A catch-a noise sounded. The sword shattered to pieces under the pressure of Xia Qing King's repeated attacks. The punches eventually landed on Sad Knight. Arg! Sad Knight was sent soaring through the air with a body that had been totally twisted by the punches. His armor had shattered, even. His gear had been completely destroyed. Everyone was shocked, and no one had expected that would be the end result. The son of a king had been beaten by a guardsman. He couldn't resist the flurry of attacks, and he was broken and sent flying. They found out that Xia Qing King was actually scarier when he put the book away. A few of the rebate were shocked. They wished to save Sad Knight, and only Black Cliff did not move. It looks like you guys love to fight in groups. Xia Qing King was wearing an evil smile. His silver armor returned to the shape of a book. So, he drew something inside and brought a new shadow to life. But this time, it wasn't a leopard that came out. It was Xia Qing King himself. Alu alu alu. The shadows of Xia Qing King all began punching the rebate. Chapter 1894 Black Cliff. Not much later, the rebate noble heirs were beaten. Their armors had been broken, and their faces were all swollen. They fell to the ground, crying their eyes out. Speechless, No Flower, and Black Cliff were all in shock. It was unheard of, for a nameless viscount to beat down so many nobles. Xia Qingqing seemed terribly overpowered. And he was nothing more than a guard in Han Sen's roster. It was a scary thought. It looks like solo, or even in group fights, you guys are all weak. None of you can fight, Xia Qingqing said simply, and then returned to the entrance. He returned to standing at his station like a proper guardsman, and he paid them no further attention. Sad Knight picked himself up off the ground. His face was completely swollen, stained with blood and dirt. His eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to go and hide. He wouldn't mind losing to Han Sen, but he and the other rebate had been beaten by an insignificant viscount. This wasn't just embarrassing to them, this was an embarrassment to their elders. Everyone would be laughing if news of these events ever spread. The worst thing about it, though, was that Speechless and No Flower had seen it all. Black Cliff, what do you think? Sad Knight looked at Black Cliff. Sad Knight was not going to continue fighting, as that would just lead to greater embarrassment. But Black Cliff was different. He was the oldest son of Black Moon King, and he was a duke. If he struck, it was unlikely anyone near Mirror Lake could withstand the blow. I am only here to see Han Sen's knife blank. The rest of this is none of my business, Black Cliff said with disinterest. Sad Knight's face went red. He looked at Black Cliff, then left. He was way too embarrassed to stay now. A few more of the nobles drifted away, and then the rest got up and said goodbye to Speechless and No Flower. Speechless and No Flower didn't want to leave yet. They were happy to wait outside with Black Cliff. After half an hour, Han Sen exited the base. Han Sen looked at Black Cliff and the Buddhas. With a frown, he said, "Why are you still here?" "I am Black Cliff, from planet Black Moon. I have heard you are in possession of a mystic knife blank. I would like to borrow it." "The conditions are yours to decide," Black Cliff said, looking at Han Sr., "Are you related to Black Steel?" Han Sen asked. "Black Steel is my fourth brother," Black Cliff answered. "If you are a sibling of Black Steel, please come inside." Han Sen welcomed him inside. Black Cliff was willing to comply, and he let one of the Kate lead him forward. "What do you two need?" Han Sen looked at Speechless and No Flower. "Amitba. I am No Flower of the Buddha. This is Speechless Buddha Lady. I have heard Knife Queen accepted a genius for a student, and so we have eagerly looked forward to meeting him." No Flower bowed. "Well, you guys have met him. You can go now." Han Sen turned around and walked back into the base. "Hang on, Pang." Before No Flower could speak, Han Sen had closed the gate. Speechless and No Flower had seen a lot in their time. They had seen many people express all sorts of different tempers, but Han Sen was unique amongst all they had seen. The student of Knife Queen is special. No Flower had a wry smile. "Never mind. If he doesn't want to see us, then we'd best depart." Speechless looked strange as she made the decision. "That is the only way, I suppose." No Flower nodded. They left the base and flew off in the aircraft. Speechless was thinking to herself, Knife Queen wouldn't just accept any student. We haven't yet found out why she selected him, but seeing how strong his followers are, it might suggest he is hiding something. I need to force him to talk to me sometime. After Han Sen went back into the base, he went to the meeting room to discuss things with Black Cliff. "Why do you want to see my knife blank?" Han Sen asked. The knife blank was not an ordinary item. If Black Cliff hadn't been Black Steel's brother, Han Sen wouldn't have let him in, regardless of his rank. He certainly wouldn't let him see the knife blank. Black Cliff said, the Black family forges weaponry, and I am quite skilled at the process. I have been doing this for 50 years, but even now, I have yet to be able to forge a king-class knife. And that's all because I've never been able to get my hands on decent materials. Only fine materials can make what I seek to create. I have heard the knife blank you found inside Knife Grave is a good item. So, I was hoping I might borrow it. And if not, I hoped I could make an offer to purchase it outright. I wasn't planning on selling it. And you do know that because it came from Knife Grave, it cannot actually be forged. Han Sen said. The weaponry from Knife Grave can be forged, you just have to know how. It's okay if you do not wish to sell the material, but if it does work, I can forge it into something of your choosing, all for free. I'd even be willing to pay. You will still keep ownership of the knife, too. Black Cliff looked excited. Han Sen thought that was a worthy bargain. The knife blank was only a knife blank. He couldn't utilize its powers, so it would be great if it could be forged. It'd be free, and it'd also come from the best blacksmith of the rebate. That was a very good deal. Han Sen did not need to worry about Black Cliff destroying the weapon. This was Narrow Moon, and he wouldn't do something like that unless he was genuinely crazy. And Black Cliff did not look like a crazy man, so Han Sen was not worried. Okay, please wait here. Han Sen asked someone to bring the knife blank. But just as he was about to hand it over, he felt that something was wrong. When Black Cliff saw the knife blank, he froze. It looked as if his eyes were on fire. The fire did not really exist, but Han Sen could see it. It looked very familiar. King Jun. Han Sen immediately recalled where he had seen this before. The gold sunbird that Han Sen had killed, and the being called King Jun that named himself Sky God, and the fire he used. What Han Sen saw in Black Cliff's eyes reminded him of all that. Han Sen was going to hand the knife blank over, but right before he did, he pulled it back. Knife blank. Knife blank. Black Cliff was acting as if he had been possessed. He mumbled over and over, as he tried to grab the knife blank from Han Sr. F***CK. King Jun is behind this. Han Sen immediately reacted. Unless Black Cliff was stupid or just plain mad, he wouldn't have come here to try to steal the knife blank. Even if he stole it and killed Han Sen in the process, he couldn't have owned it. But that seemed to be exactly what Black Cliff was doing. The man's mind seemed to be scrambled. And it reminded Han Sen of King Jun Sky God. Chapter 1895 Red Mist Spring. Han Sen quickly fell back as Black Cliff roared. His body was on fire, and he leaped towards Han Sen like a beast. He was shouting, "Knife blank! My knife blank!" In that precise moment, the meeting room was blown up by the power unleashed by Black Cliff. His Duke powers were scary to witness. Many people heard the commotion and came rushing toward them. Han Sen shouted, "Please stay away. Run, as far as you are able to." Han Sen held onto the knife blank and also ran. The rabbit shoes were on his feet, and he headed out of the base. Black Cliff was like a hungry beast as he ravenously pursued Han Senator. He summoned a big black hammer and swung it forward. The fire was like a living thing as it tore a big hole in the ground. The nearby houses were being smashed to pieces. Luckily, the rabbit shoes made Han Sen just as fast as Black Cliff. Han Sen made it out of the base, but he hadn't gained enough of a lead to lose Black Cliff. Black Cliff ran like a lunatic. He kept trying to smack Han Sen with the hammer. He wanted to smash Han Sen into nothing but bits and take the knife blank for himself. King Jun, that asterisk shoal. He is so obscene. Han Sen knew that Black Cliff was not himself. The fire in his eyes was growing brighter, and he attacked without holding back. It was fortunate Han Sen had the rabbit shoes, otherwise, he'd be mush right now. 0, Contact Queen! Han Sen shouted as he kept running. He was running towards the mountains, leading Black Cliff away from the base so he wouldn't inadvertently destroy it. Han Sen couldn't lose him, but he used his Dongxian movements to dodge each attack. He kept evading as he led the raging rebate towards the Red Mist Valley. Han Sen could not fight Black Cliff. He needed Isha to help, but God only knew how long it would take her to get here. So, he needed to find a way to buy himself some time. It'd be bad to suffer even a single strike. A random Duke-class hit could be enough to break him to pieces. Han Sen guided Black Cliff towards the red mist, and in the meantime, Zero got in touch with Isha. Isha had the time to see her message. What? This has really happened. Black Cliff did this. After Isha heard Zero explain the matters at hand, she frowned. She could not believe he was willing to do such a thing. But it was Han Sen's subordinate that had contacted her, and she knew Zero wouldn't lie. Isha went quiet and quickly left for Planet Eclipse. She was soon at the base. Where are Black Cliff and Han Sen? Isha asked with a frown. Master was getting chased. He was leading the enemy off that way. Zero pointed to Red Mist Valley. Isha did not delay. Like an act of teleportation, she instantly disappeared. Isha was in a major rush right now. If what Zero had told her was true, then there was a Duke chasing after Han Senator. It was difficult to gauge how long Han Sen might last in such a pursuit. He could have been whacked into jelly by now, already. Isha scanned the valley ahead, and what she saw shocked her. Han Sen was sitting on a rock outside the valley, singing. Where is Black Cliff? Isha asked as she ran up to Han Sr. In that valley, Han Sen said, as he pointed down into it. Han Sen had drawn Black Cliff into the valley, and his pursuer had gotten lost in there. Han Sen was able to get back out and wait for Isha's arrival. Black Cliff was still down there. Isha looked into the valley with much confusion. Her face changed and she said, a red mist spring. Do you know what it is? Han Sen asked Isha. Isha looked at the red mist plaguing the valley and said, it is a red mist spring. I don't know if it is good for you or bad for you, though. What is a red mist spring? Han Sen felt a chill hearing this, but he asked her for more info. They had been in the valley searching for quite some time, last time they were there. There didn't seem to be anything useful inside. They couldn't find what was causing the mist, either. Even if there was a treasure, it seemed unlikely they could find it. Now hearing Isha say this, it sounded as if it might not have been treasure that was inside there. It might have actually been something harmful. Just as Isha was about to answer, Black Cliff came out of the clouds with a big hammer. After seeing Han Sen, he roared and swung towards him. Isha frowned. She could tell something was wrong with him, and she knew he wouldn't behave like that in front of her. She waved her hand and a purple mist came out. It cracked Black Cliff's big hammer in an instant. Black Cliff coughed up some blood. The hammer was his Geno armament, and as soon as Isha broke it, harm was delivered to his body. But even so, he still wanted to go after Han Sen and Han Sen alone. He was acting like a man possessed. Isha then hit Black Cliff himself with the purple mist. She didn't want to kill him, though. All she wanted to do was knock him out. We cannot let others learn about this spring. I will discuss this with you when I return. Isha told Han Sen that, then picked up the unconscious Black Cliff. After that, she warped away. Han Sen went back to the base. After what happened with Black Cliff, he knew he'd have to be more careful. King Jun was able to use Black Cliff to come after him, so it was clear he could assume the form of other people to get to Han Sr. Having an association with a god is a bad thing, indeed. They are so powerful, but they won't kill directly. Why is that? Maybe if I find out why, I can kill King Jun. Han Sen retreated into thought. When it was nighttime, Han Sen sought rest. When he turned around, he saw Isha standing right there. She had been behind him, and her sudden presence there scared him. "Queen, when did you get here?" Han Sen blinked. Isha smiled and said, "I just wanted to take a look at you. I almost don't recognize you." "Why? Why would you not recognize your student?" Han Sen smiled. "Under the threat of Black Cliff's pursuit, you managed to run so far and so fast without sustaining any damage. I don't even think a marquise could do such a thing." Isha squinted her eyes as she spoke. "You know, I have shoes that can give me speed. I'm weak in other talents, so I guess I'm just good when it comes to being speedy. These take me up to around Duke class, I think." Han Sen said that, and then used his rabbit shoes to walk 3 meters. "That is a good item. It gives barons the speed of a duke. That is very rare. It is better than your holy item, even." Isha looked at the rabbit shoes as she spoke. Han Sen felt strange, all of a sudden. He was afraid Isha might want to try them on. They were a beast soul, and Isha couldn't use them because she was not from the sanctuaries. Fortunately, she was not interested in the rabbit shoes. She thought of something else and said, "Do you know what the red mist spring is?" Chapter 1896. The possibility of leveling up. "I don't know," Han Sen said quietly. Isha sighed and said, "I don't know if the red mist spring is a good thing or a bad thing, but for you, it might be an opportunity. It's possible that this spring could make your spell Geno armament level up. It could become a Viscount. That means the red mist spring can level things up." Han Sen was happy to hear this. His spell Geno armament had been difficult to develop. It required an external sort of power for that to occur. If he tried to level it through solo practice, it'd be a slow process. It'd probably take him 100 years to get it up to Viscount class through training alone. That wasn't about Han Sen performing poorly, though. It was because the story of genes was not for humans. It was extremely unlikely that Han Sen had been able to practice it in the first place. It'd be better if it was simply a treasure, Isha sighed and said. There is only one way to generate a red mist spring. It has only been created because many creatures have died in this area and remained buried here for billions of years. Changes have occurred beneath the ground, which resulted in the generation of this new substance. The red mist is a sign that the substance has finished formulating, and that it is now available. Han Sen waited for a bit, hoping she'd continue speaking. This is a substance that comes from the corpses of xenogeniacs. Nobles have no use for it, but it is great for ordinary types. Average creatures who touch it can become xenogeniac. If a xenogeniac ate this substance, they'd evolve quickly. Isha went on to say, but your Geno armament is special, and I think there is a way in which spell can absorb it. We can speed up your growth by doing this. If there is enough of the substance, we can level her up to Viscount. What do I do? Han Sen asked. It was too difficult to level up spell, and if there was a chance to cut comers here, he didn't want to let it escape him. I have a Geno art I believe you should practice. When the red mist spring comes out, you use that skill and transfer the power obtained into spell. If you do that, she will level up. But this Geno art is very difficult to learn, and transferring the spring's power will be painful. It's entirely up to you if this is what you want, Isha said. She would provide him as much information as she could, but the decision was ultimately up to him. Thanks, Queen. Han Sen accepted the papers she offered him and looked over the Geno art that was called Yin Yang Change. Don't forget to go to the event I told you about, Isha told Han Sen before she left. Han Sen confirmed he'd go, despite his total lack of enthusiasm in it. He began practicing Yin Yang Change right away, though. Han Sen gave it a read-through, and he was immediately taken by surprise. Yin Yang Change was just like Yin Yang Blast. It had simply been developed in a different direction. Yin-Yang Blast's focus was on exchanging power that came against it, in which a power's direction would be reversed. Yin-Yang change was based on making a power stronger. With Yin-Yang Blast as a base, he could easily learn how to take advantage of Yin-Yang change. He would only need a bit of practice before using it. He didn't know how Isha had dealt with Black Cliff. She didn't mention anything about the man, so he didn't ask. But Isha hadn't killed Black Cliff, he knew that. He thought she might have simply sent him back to Black Moon King. Isha thought the red mist spring would make itself apparent in around 40 days. So, Han Sen had plenty of time to practice. Wang Yuhang went to Han Sen's room, smiling. Han Sen, there is a rebate woman looking for you. Rebate woman? I don't know any rebate women. Han Sen frowned. Still pretending. She says you are her teacher, and you two used to be close. You even taught her knife skills. Wang Yuhang was still smiling. No, I never taught any rebate women. There is a rebate woman that teaches me, however. Han Sen was depressed, unable to think who he might have been talking about. What rebate woman has been teaching you? Wang Yuhang looked at him with a disgustingly creepy face. Knife Queen. Who else? Han Sen said, then left. He didn't know who Wang Yuhang was talking about, so he went to take a look. He went to a meeting room, and there he found a 15-year-old rebate woman. She had white rabbit ears and a face that was quite chubby. She had big eyes, and she was really cute. Seeing her there, it was tempting to reach out and squeeze her cheeks. Looking at the rebate girl made Han Sen think of Wang Mengmeng. They were not of the same race, but they sure looked similar. I don't believe I know you, Han Sen said, while looking at the lady. Master, please allow me to follow and obey you. The girl immediately kneeled in front of Han Sen and bowed via the rebate's typical gesture. What is this? Who are you? Han Sen looked at the lady. My name is Qing Li. I am Flower King's daughter. I really admire Knife Queen, and I wanted to become her student. She, however, did not accept me. So, I will have to ask you to become my teacher, in her stead. That way, I can sort of be Queen's student. Qing Li looked rather smug. I haven't made plans to accept any students, Han Sen said. He was so busy these days that he really didn't have the time to accept students. Qing Li was Flower King's daughter. Flower King was at the same level as Isha. If Qing Li became Han Sen's student, it would suggest that Flower King was of lower stature than Isha. If Han Sen actually accepted her, it was highly unlikely that Flower King would agree to it. It is too late. I am already following you. From now on, you are my teacher. Queen will become my elder teacher. Qing Li looked quite excited. You are Qing Li, right? Han Sen was not mad, and he actually smiled at her. Yes. And you are my teacher, right? You can call me Little Li. Qing Li sounded rather sweet. Qing Li, I'm not refusing to be your teacher, but if you want to be my student, you are going to have to pass my tests first. Forcing me to become your teacher is useless, Han Sen said. What kind of tests do you want me to perform? Qing Li asked. Why do you want to follow Queen so much? Han Sen asked. It is because Queen is great and her knife skills are the best. She practices the strongest teeth knife of the rebate. I really want to be like her, so that is why I want to obey her, Qing Li said in explanation. So, you simply want to learn teeth knife? Han Sen smiled. I guess. But I want to learn it straight from Queen. I don't care if others teach me, Qing Li said seriously. How about we do a test, and see if you possess the adequate talent to learn it? If you do, I can accept you as my student. Then, you will become Queen's student, Han Sen said. Really? Then test me. How do we do the test? Qing Li sounded excited. I will write a few words for you, and then you can go practice them. If you can write them down exactly the same, I will take you as my student. Han Sen said that, and then brought out a wooden board. He used his fingers to write down a few words, and then gave her the board. Chapter 1897 The Sky Mined Like Knife, Sky Mined Like Knife. What does that mean? Qing Li held the wood board and wrote down the 4 words. She looked at Han Sen with a modicum of confusion. She knew the 4 words, but she did not understand the meaning of their combination. Go home and look it over. When you understand it, you can write it. And when you can write it, I will take you as a student. Han Sen smiled. As long as I am able to write out those 4 words, you can accept me as a student. That simply. Qing Li did not believe Han Senator copying out 4 words to pass a test was far too easy. Yes, it is that simple. Now, go and practice. But I have a rule for you to follow, and that is, you cannot ask for the aid of others. You have to write this out by yourself. If you get help to do this, then you forfeit. Han Sen smiled. Those 4 words were simple, but copying them was not easy. The words Han Sen wrote contained the teeth knife mind. The words could be copied, yes, but the feelings they elicited could not. He gave Qing Li this task because he wanted her to give up in her pursuit. That being said, if she did understand the meaning behind the text and could copy it as she had been instructed, then she'd be something of a genius. No one would mind taking on such a student, if that was the case. Okay, you said that. No regrets now. Qing Li was too young, and Han Sen thought she was too naive. She didn't understand the real task that she had been given. I won't have any. Han Sen smiled. Qing Li left for home quite merrily with the wooden board. She planned to write down 4 beautiful words for Han Sen, so he'd have no choice but to accept her as a student. When she was back home, she could not wait to start practicing. Rebate generally took their education seriously, but Qing Li was an exception to that rule. She studied, but she didn't focus on it too much. She'd finish any homework she was given, but she wouldn't go the extra mile with practice. It was fortunate that Flower King was good at teaching and that he had forced her to practice some writing. Qing Li's writing was not the best, but it wasn't too bad either. If this was just writing, Qing Li had a chance. But when Qing Li started to write out the words Han Sen had given to her, she felt rather strange. And that was because she was unable to write them out like he had. When she started, she thought they looked similar, but the further she went, the more she realized they drifted apart. Weird. Why is this happening? Qing Li held up the wooden boards to investigate. It was then that she realized the words were changing. They weren't exactly changing, though. It was because the markings on the board were getting deeper, and the words elicited the feeling of them changing. It was as if the text could move. Teeth powers. Qing Li immediately realized that the words Han Sen had written out contained the power of teeth. Teeth powers were breaking the wood, that was what was happening. But no matter what, this would not scare Qing Li away. It actually flared her curiosity and her urge to go on. She swore to her God that she'd write it all out, if it was the last thing she did. This time, Qing Li tried her hardest. She kept trying to write down Han Sen's words and practicing the knife skills at the same time. As the daughter of Flower King, many teachers would be willing to teach her if she was willing to learn writing and knife skills. Plus, Flower King had a wide collection of writing techniques, and she was a naturally smart woman. So, it should not have been too difficult. It was hard to learn writing in such a short time. But the added pressure made her focus more. The more she watched Han Sen's words, the more fascinating she found them. It wasn't because of how well they were written, though. It was because the knife mind was so strong. As Qingli looked into the writings and the knife skills, she realized that the 4 words were really unpredictable. The more she wrote, the less she found herself following. She was starting to think she couldn't practice it at all. Pat! After 10 days, the wooden board cracked. The knife mind and the teeth powers broke the boards. And then, the 4 words disappeared. Qingli was shocked. She understood that this was the time limit given to her by Han Senator. She felt depressed. She had failed to copy them down, and on top of that, they were now broken. She had failed the test. Qingli, why have you been hiding yourself away at home for so many days? The event is going to start. A woman's voice sounded from the outside, and then she pushed the door open. The person who entered was a rebate woman the same age as Qingli. Her name was Du Lisha. She was Moon Will King's daughter, and they were members of Moon Garden. They were also best friends. Qingli was an outgoing person. But she had been hiding away at home for 10 days, and she hadn't gone looking for her friends once. Du Lisha was curious about what was going on, and so, she came looking for her friend. The Buddha is already here. Why don't you come take a look? Why are you hiding at home? Du Lisha asked. Ah, you are practicing writing. Did Uncle Flower force you to? Du Lisha saw writing all around the place. She picked up one and went on to say, the words aren't bad. You have definitely improved. Father did not force me. I wanted to practice this myself. Qingli shook her head. That is strange. You are practicing writing out of choice. That's not your style at all. What made you take this up? Du Lisha looked at Qingli with surprise. Qingli looked depressed and said, You know I admire the queen. Well, I want to be her student. But she said that I am not qualified enough to learn teeth knife, and so she did not accept me as a student. I know. But that was a long time ago. Is this still on your mind? Du Lisha said. Qingli shook her head. Queen is my idol, and that'll never change. So, I thought that if I could not have her as a teacher, would become the student of her student. Then, that would make me her student's student. It can't be all that different, can it? The daughter of Flower King is becoming Han Sen's student. Even if you wanted to obey him, I doubt he'd take you. Du Lisha smiled. He didn't reject me. He wanted me to write down 4 words. If I do them successfully, he'll take me as a student, Qingli said. So, you've been practicing how to write this the entire time. Du Lisha saw that all she had written were sky mind like knife. Yeah, I have been practicing for so long, and yet I still fail. Qingli felt depressed. How can it be so difficult? Let me see. Du Lisha was curious about this. Qingli shook her head. The text is gone. Chapter 1898 Exchange even gone. How can they be gone? Du Lisha asked curiously. Qingli explained it, and then let her take a look at the broken wood chips. After Du Lisha heard what she was told, she had a look of disbelief. Really? How long has Han Sen been practicing teeth knife? You say he has a teeth knife mind and can use it to such a high level. I can't help but find that hard to believe. I wouldn't have believed it either, if I hadn't seen it with my own 2 eyes. But I really did watch him write it down upon the boards. And then, I saw the wooden board get broken apart by the words he had scrawled. You have to believe me. Han Sen really is so strong. It's no wonder the queen picked him as a student. I am far inferior, Qingli said. Don't think too much about it all just yet. The event is going to start soon, so let's head over to the meeting. Du Lisha hadn't seen the text herself, so she didn't think it was that incredible. She put it out of her mind and dragged Qingli with her to the event. The exchange event was hosted by one of the two races, and they alternated each time. This time it was the rebate's turn to host. The Buddha Clear Sea King brought around 20 of his Buddhas here. Before the event started, they met with the nobles of the rebate. That way, the two groups would be familiar with each other during the event. Amongst all those Buddhas, there was one called Sunday. He had the highest rank out of them all. He was a Marquis class fellow. If this was down to raw talent, speechless and no flower were the absolute strongest. Buddhas had a special ability. When Buddhas became old, they could transfer their knowledge and experience to the younger ones. They called that ability, open the mind. The Buddhas that used it would die a short time after, and the Buddhas that were on the receiving end would only be able to absorb as much knowledge as their prowess allowed them to. No flower and speechless had their minds opened. They had been very talented when they received their knowledge, so they were able to absorb a lot. They learned far more than the average Buddha did. Speechless was the best, though. The elder that opened their mind for her was a half-deified Buddha. Speechless was extremely talented, and people expected her to be the first fully-fledged deified Buddha in the last 30,000 years. But open the mind was classified, and most people did not know anything about this process. Even those who knew about the ability couldn't tell who had received a predecessor's knowledge. Qingli and Du Lisha went to the meeting and met up with friends there. Someone introduced a Buddha to Qingli. The Buddhas and the rebate were allies, so there was a good atmosphere and relationship between them. But there was a competitive side to their cordialities, and they were fond of finding out who was stronger in various categories. This was an exchange event, but right now, it was more like a competitive display of skills than a swap meet. Han Sen was not at all interested in events such as this, but Isha had repeatedly asked Han Sen to attend. So, he had no real choice but to come. Wang Yuhang and Xie Qingqing were fond partygoers, and Gu Qingcheng was interested in learning about the Buddhas. So, they all decided to follow Han Senator. The four of them found a corner to sit down in, and there, they could watch the show and enjoy the food of the rebate. Because Han Sen was not a member of the Moon Garden, he could only sit outside to spectate. He could not enter or interact with the Buddhas. While this meant nothing to Han Sen, Speechless kept looking for him. When the meeting began, she had yet to see Han Sen around. She felt confused about his absence. Speechless thought Han Sen was the student of Knife Queen, and because of that, he would have been allowed to participate in the event. But Speechless looked around for him for a long time, with no hide nor hair of him to be found. She didn't ask about him, though. She'd feel weird to ask. Isn't Han Sen Queen's student? Why are you watching the event from the outside, like us? As Han Sen and his companions were munching away, he heard someone speak with a rather mocking tone of voice. Han Sen looked over and saw a few xenogeniacs. They were not old, and neither were they rebate. The person who spoke was someone with the head of a cow. While they were some sort of bovine race, but they looked different from the cow. Han Sen did not know which race they belonged to, but he had seen this cow-headed person before. In the Moon God Festival, the cow-headed man was with Gold Jade King's son Gao Ji. He was one of the very few earls there. Han Sen looked at them but did not say a word. They were outsiders, and they were simply leaning on the rebate. I thought Queen would give her student special treatment. But he's just like us, an outsider, not allowed to be a member of the Moon Garden. He can't participate in the event, and he can only sit out here and watch. So what? Even if he could join, what could he hope to exchange? Maybe he can exchange a little luck, you know. The young man with the head of the cow and his fellows were talking so loud, it was obvious they wanted Han Sen to hear them. Han Sen frowned, though. He wasn't sure what they meant. They were outsiders there, as well. They should have felt the same way about things as Han Sen himself did. He did not know why they'd bother picking on him, wanting to start trouble. So, Han Sen ignored them and pretended he did not hear them. He continued talking with Gu Qingcheng and the others. The cow-headed man thought it was pointless to continue talking, after noticing that Han Sen wasn't paying them any mind. After a while, Clear Sea King and Moon Will King arrived. They announced the start of the event. The guests have come from far and wide, so let them take the stage first. Moon Will King smiled. Ba. Let us hope we don't embarrass ourselves. Clear Sea King looked at No Flower, and then he went on to say, No Flower, you go first. Share your experience with your friends. Yes, my king. No Flower stood up and bowed before Clear Sea King and Moon Will King. He walked on stage and spoke to the worker, saying, Please help me prepare a testing gold rock. A testing gold rock was a rock for testing one's power. While the rock could be dented, it was very durable, almost unbreakable. It was usually used for the testing of Geno arts. They have No Flower coming on stage. It looks like they are ready to show off, Dulisha said with a smile. Chapter 1899 Touching Flower Finger. The worker brought a testing gold rock on stage. Everyone looked at No Flower, wondering what Geno art he was going to perform. Although No Flower was bald, he looked poised and elegant. He bowed before them, and to the surprise of all the nobles who were present, he said, I am going to perform a Geno art called Touching Flower Finger. Touching Flower Finger was famous because it was very common amongst the Buddha. It was something each one of them could perform. This event had been created to show off new stuff. No Flower was going to perform something extremely common, and that was surprisingly disappointing to the attendants. No Flower Buddha, Touching Flower Finger is very powerful. But we have seen it many times before. There is no need to display this, is there? Someone said from below the stage, which prompted a number of agreements. No Flower smiled. He was not in a rush, and he said, the point of this event is to demonstrate new things, yes. I am stupid and cannot create new skills. So, I had a little idea to modify Touching Flower Finger somewhat. If this can make you smile, that'll be enough for me. Seeing No Flower say this, folks became curious. Someone shouted, then perform your Touching Flower Finger and let us see the difference. Ba. No Flower spoke out the Buddha phrase and walked in front of the testing gold rock. No one saw him do anything. They merely saw him raise his hand and press his thumb up against it. The people inside and outside craned their necks and leaned forward to see No Flower's Touching Flower Finger. But No Flower only pressed his thumb into the rock by a single inch. Even an ordinary baron could do something like that. Amidst their confusion, the audience suddenly noticed that finger marks were spreading all across the rock. A word was being painted onto it. It was then that the people realized that No Flower wanted to show something more than mere destruction. He was showing off that he could write with that skill. Still, they did not quite understand why. It did not matter how well you wrote, what did that have to do with showcase of power? Even barons could break the rock. You did not need tricks for that. No Flower kept on writing, and then his entire body changed. His body surged with strength, like a king standing firm against crazy winds. When he waved his finger, it felt as if flowers were falling. Or as if dead leaves were falling. The flowers open and destroy it. No Flower was writing these words out. Touching Flower Finger was supposed to be a gentle Geno art, but as he used it, it felt as if people were amidst a rain of flowers. It made you feel so lonely and depressed. It was different from what the ordinary Touching Flower Finger would make you see. Some young men with weak wills became very pale. They felt as if they had become old men, or dying flowers on the verge of giving up the ghost. Even the members of Moon Garden looked bad. That is a strong mind. He is so young. How can he create such a thing? Dulisha looked ill as she spoke. Black Steel said coldly, the Buddhas can open their minds. No flower must have received this from a king. If I guess correctly, this should be the device of wilted Buddha king. Moon Will King's eldest daughter, Rebecca, said, not bad. Wilted Buddha king died 2 years ago. No flower must have opened his mind before then. Wilted Buddha king was good at wilted skills. This touching flower finger feels like something wilted. You must be right about where it came from. He has absorbed the experience of wilted Buddha king in only 2 years. He is very strong, indeed, Black Steel said. Rebecca nodded and did not say anything. She looked more serious than ever, though. Sister. Is he not cheating? He's got the will and experience from wilted Buddha king, but we don't. Who can reach that level with such an age and rank? Dulisha asked, frowning. Clear Sea King put no flower on stage first for an obvious reason. Now, I don't think anyone can compete with him. It looks as if we will have to let them win this one, Rebecca said. No flower finished writing. Then he stood up and walked back. The lonely feeling disappeared from everyone once he was done. Inside and outside, everyone snapped out of their daze. They looked at the text on the testing gold rock, and what they saw was shocking. The wilted presence was spreading. That is a powerful finger skill. I have only seen a few kings who have a skill such as that. No flower Buddha is still so young, and it is rare to see someone like that do something like this. Why is it strange? Don't you know the Buddha can perform open the mind? The older ones can transfer their will and experience to ones of the younger generation. No flower's mind must have received such a transference from a Buddha king. That is how he has it, mark my words. The open the mind skill is overpowered. It's like cheating. They are so young, and yet they are much stronger than us. Every race has an ace up their sleeve, allowing them to exceed in some way. The rebate have an advantage of their own. Don't give up faith. True, but I don't think anyone from our race can compete with no flower. Normal viscounts couldn't give out a feeling like that. Not even earls or marquises can do something like that. Well, they did travel a long way to get here. We should probably just let them win. All the nobles were talking about how envious they were of the open the mind technique. No flower lowered his head and waited on stage. As this happened, a rebate needed to go up on stage and perform a Geno art of their own. This way, they could be compared. That was the general purpose of this entire event. But no flower Buddha's touching flower finger was far too impressive. There wasn't anyone else in Moon Garden that could come close to this. Whoever came next would be too weak, and it'd be an embarrassment for them to follow. Dulisha and the other second-generation rebate all looked at each other, with none making a move forward. They all sighed. They knew the rebate were weaker than the Buddhas, at this level. Are those words really that good? I think Han Sen did better than him, Qingli said to herself, looked at the testing gold rock. Chapter 1900 Summoned Buddha, Qingli, what are you talking about? Dulisha asked from her seat next to Qingli. I think Han Sen wrote better than No Flower did, Qingli answered. When other members of Moon Garden heard this, they thought she meant something about his handwriting being prettier. One of the members scoffed, Qingli, No Flower's touching flower finger is something that ascends mere prettiness. There's a meaning inside it that is far more important. The shape of the characters is secondary. Qingli answered this by saying, I was referring to the meaning. I think the meaning of the Buddha's text was lacking compared to Han Sen's. They all heard what she said, but no one believed her. That was, aside from Black Steel. Black Steel was the only one there who knew Han Sen possessed such a frightening knife mind. Rebecca looked at Qingli and said, Qingli, when did you see Han Sen write? And what did his words mean? It was a few days ago. The words he wrote meant teeth knife's knife mind, Qingli said. Rebecca shook her head. I don't think so. How long has he been practicing teeth knife? He is just a baron. He cannot generate any sort of significant knife mind. Even if he was able to, it couldn't be half as good as no flowers touching flower finger. That is something only one of the king class can generate. And Han Sen is no Buddha, either. How can you believe a baron has a knife mind like that? Your thought process is right, but I'm telling you, Han Sen's writing abilities are better than no flowers. Qing Li was weak. She could only feel it instinctually, but she was still sure it was true. Han Sen and Gu Qingcheng were observing no flowers writing, at the time. Gu Qingcheng was shocked, and she said, "That monk is not bad." Gu Qingcheng actually meant exactly what she said. Rather than being amazing, no flower's talent was simply not bad. The creatures in the sanctuary were far weaker than those in the Geno universe, but that was just a factor of base strength. When it came to the actual workings of combat, and the finesse of it all, those that had made it through the sanctuary were far superior to those in the Geno universe. Gu Qingcheng's sword skills were the best to be found in the sanctuary. Her sword mind was among the greatest there, too. Despite that, her raw power was weak in comparison to others found in the Geno universe. That being said, her knowledge of sword skills and sword minds exceeded what a king class in the Geno universe would know. Most beings from the sanctuary were this way, too. There were a few exceptions to that rule, like Wang Yuheng, though. He didn't really have all that much knowledge when it came to fighting, but even so, he was better than most viscounts and earls. Not bad. You sure sound cocky. If no flower is only not bad, then do you care to enlighten us as to what can be defined as good, said the cow-headed man next to them. Gu Qingcheng did not want to talk to a cow, so she ignored him. Han Sen saw no flower and was shocked. When he had looked at Unlimited Sutra, he felt the Buddha's Geno art was quite strange. Since he had seen the raw text, he could understand why this was so weird. Buddha King and No Flower's powers were not the same, but Han Sen felt they were similar. It reminded him of a scary guy. Han Sen poked his head into his sea of soul. There was a tower in there, and it still had the word destiny scrawled across it. He put his will inside Destiny's tower, and there, Han Sen saw Armored Man and Ancient Devil. They were still both incarcerated there. Since Ancient Devil had been locked up, Armored Man had been fixated on the concept of skinning him alive. But with them both locked up, he couldn't lay a finger on Ancient Devil. So, all he had done was shout at the spirit, all day, every day. Ancient Devil had been locked up for a long time, but he didn't pay too much attention to his cellmate. He meditated all day like a monk, not caring for the constant shouting in his ears. In the beginning, Han Sen had frequently watched Ancient Devil, but that man meditated like he had been frozen. He never moved an inch, and so Han Sen lost interest. Now that he could see No Flower's performance, he knew why it felt so strange to him. It was because the Buddha gave Han Sen the same feeling he got when he observed Ancient Devil. Does Ancient Devil have Buddha genes? Han Sen guessed. Ancient Devil seemed to sense something, as well. He opened his eyes and looked right at Han Senator. After being imprisoned for so many years, his eyes were still sparkling with clarity. They hadn't gotten dusty. If you stared at him for a while, you'd feel as if his eyes were bottomless wells. Looking him in the eyes was like peering into an abyss. What would you like to know? Ancient Devil suddenly asked. Han Sen was shocked, and thought to himself, this guy has been locked in Destiny's tower, and he could sense I was watching him. What a scary man. Han Sen did not plan on avoiding the question. He used his will to echo answers throughout the chambers of the tower. He said, Ancient Devil, do you know about the Buddha? Yes, Ancient Devil answered. Han Sen felt even weirder now, and that was because Ancient Devil had just leveled up to the Alliance when he was trapped inside the tower. There was no way he had ventured to the Geno universe before then and learned about the Buddha that way. What do you know about the Buddha? Han Sen asked. Ancient Devil smiled and said, I once summoned a god. And the god said he was a Buddha. This shocked Han Senator. If Ancient Devil had summoned a Buddha, that also meant that Azura had been the one to kill a Buddha. But Buddhas were in the Geno universe, and it couldn't have been possible for it to be summoned to the sanctuaries. It made no sense. The Buddha could most certainly not enter a sanctuary. Especially since it was summoned to a sanctuary below the alliance level. I am talking about the race, not the religion, Han Sen said, hoping he'd get a confirmation. Bald with 9 moles. Like scars. This is what you mean. Ancient Devil said simply. Now, Han Sen knew that Ancient Devil did indeed know of the existence of the Buddhas. Whether they were real or fake, Ancient Devil knew about them. How did you summon that god to the 4th god's sanctuary? Han Sen asked. You want to know? Give me back my freedom and I'll tell you everything. Ancient Devil seemed his usual self. He didn't exhibit any personality changes. You don't have what it takes to bargain with me, Han Sen coldly said. There is no need for this discussion to continue, if my freedom is not up for debate. Ancient Devil closed his eyes and returned to that frozen state. Han Sen felt pretty bad. He had used death threats and torture techniques in the past, but using them on Ancient Devil was pointless. Even when the spirit was tortured, he would simply continue meditating. Ancient Devil must have had the strongest will there was. Not even kings of the Geno universe could compare to him. If no one can compete against No Flower, this round will be over, Moon Will King said, as he stood up. He understood the thoughts of those from Moon Garden, though. He knew no one else from Moon Garden could compete with what they had just witnessed. So, he did not want to waste any further time. It'd only reflect poorly on the rebate and Moon Garden. Moon Will King, I would like to suggest a friend that may be able to compete against No Flower. Lisha suddenly bowed before Moon Will King. Lisha. What are you doing? Rebecca pulled her sister back, unsure what preposterous thing her sister was about the attempt. Lisha. Which student are you recommending? Moon Will King was shocked by this. Lisha was his daughter, but he couldn't imagine who she might be hoping to suggest. Who I recommend is not someone privileged to be a member of Moon Garden. It is the student of Knife Queen, however. It is Han Sen of Planet Eclipse. Lisha smiled. After that, Han Sen was frozen. Thus far, he had only been spectating. The rest of Narrow Moon was frozen, too. No one expected Lisha would request Han Sen like that. Qingli was taken aback, too. She pulled Lisha close and said, What are you doing? Did you not say Han Sen's words were far better than No Flowers? If that is true, then I recommend he be the one to compete against No Flower. If he wins, he will only make the rebate look better, Lisha said. That's just what I thought. I don't know for a fact that Han Sen really is better, Qingli said quickly. Lisha wore a mystic smile and said, It does not matter, even if he does lose. He is not one of the rebate, and he is not a member of Moon Garden. He can't embarrass us, even if he fails. Qingli did not know what to say to that. She stared at Lisha and said, If he loses, it will embarrass Knife Queen. That'd be even worse. Before Lisha could say something more, Moon Will King frowned on stage and said, Han Sen is not on the member list. Moon Will King, I have heard about Knife Queen's student. If we can truly compete and compare our techniques, I would relish the chance. No Flower bowed before Moon Will King. When Speechless and No Flower returned from Planet Eclipse, they talked between each other about how they might get to know Han Sen more. The best way to do that was to force him on stage and challenge him to such a competition. Hearing Lisha suggest Han Sen, the eyes of Speechless and No Flower gleamed with radiance. They wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Before Speechless herself agreed, No Flower was agreeing. Since No Flower agreed, though, Moonwell King had no choice but to ask, "Is Han-sen even here?" "Yes, I am." Han-sen stood up and bowed before Moonwell King. "Are you willing to compete against No Flower?" Moonwell King asked. "I am willing to," Han-sen answered. And it shocked everyone around the stage. Even Isha, who was on Planet Blade, was flabbergasted to hear Han-sen agree to compete against No Flower. Han-sen thought that Isha had let him come so that he could prove himself. He thought this had already been prearranged, and that's why he accepted the challenge so quickly. So, he had already prepared to show off again and make Isha take him even more seriously as a student. He hoped she would be willing to spend even more resources on his development. Isha actually wanted Han-sen to earn her some extra reputation, but No Flower's touching flower finger was incredibly strong. It'd be difficult to find a king-class person to compete with that. So, she didn't expect this would be what Han-sen would agree to so soon. "In that case, you can come on stage and compete against No Flower." Moonwell King thought Dulisha was trying to prank Han-sen, and that was why he asked Han-sen if he was willing to do it. It'd also give Han-sen the chance to avoid participation. But Han-sen was really willing to go on stage, and that shocked Moonwell King. Han-sen walked toward the stage, then stepped up to the testing gold rock. "Amitba. Mr. Han, we meet again. To be able to compete against you in the display of Geno arts is a grand honor," No Flower nodded and said. "Are you being polite?" Han-sen asked, as he walked closer to the testing gold rock. He wasn't keen on talking too much with the Buddha. Speechless looked at Han Senator. She really wanted to see how Han-sen would choose to compete with No Flower. She didn't believe he could actually have a skill that exceeded what they had just witnessed, though. No matter what the case might be, this was a fine opportunity to observe Han Senator. Speechless watched intently, not wanting to miss out on a single detail. Many nobles of Narrow Moon were not happy with the concept of Han-sen actually going on stage. He is just a baron. He is actually going to compete with No Flower. Even if you used your *SS to think, you'd know that this won't end well. Yeah, he's not a member of Moon Garden. To hear him actually be recommended. Why would Dulisha invite him? Does she want to embarrass him? And why didn't Han-sen just say no when Moonwell King asked him? It'd be better than being humiliated here. Yeah, I don't know what he is thinking. He is just a baron, after all. He actually thinks his skills can rival those of No Flower, which were learned from a Buddha king. He's just asking to get beaten. He is cocky. Far too cocky. He got a king-class knife and practiced teeth knife, but so what? His confidence grew way too quickly, and he is acting far too big for his britches. He is brave, but obviously stupid. This will be very embarrassing. Han-sen going up against No Flower is like a fake product being taste-tested in a face-off versus the real thing. If he can go up there, I can do it, too. At least I'm a viscount. Not even an earl would be able to do much versus that. I felt the will earlier, and it was really crushing. Rebecca frowned and scolded Dulisha. This has gone too far. Although Han-sen is not a member of Moon Garden, he is now representing the rebate in this competition. It will be embarrassing for us if he loses. Dulisha shrugged and said, "You can't blame this on me. He is the one who decided to come up here. He could have said no. It's not my fault that he insisted." Qingli thought about things for a moment, and then said, "If Han-sen was willing to go, that also means he is confident about winning. Maybe he really does have a mind that was stronger than No Flower's." "Impossible," Rebecca and Dulisha said at the same time. They did not believe Han-sen could beat No Flower. No Flower was so strong, it was like he was cheating. Dulisha recommended Han-sen just for fun, though. She didn't expect he'd win. It wasn't just Rebecca and Dulisha thinking this way, however. Most of the rebate didn't think he'd win either. Not even Moon Will King and Isha herself. Han Sen didn't trouble his mind with all this, though. He had a plan. He walked up to the testing gold rock and had a look at what No Flower had written. With his finger, he drew on the other side. Han Sen stood in front of the testing gold rock, and his mind moved quickly. No Flower's touching flower finger mind was not a king-class display, but to young nobles, it certainly seemed that strong. Teeth Knife's knife mind was stronger than No Flower's, but Han Sen could not use it. If he used all of his power, then he could definitely triumph. But Isha would become suspicious of him. Even if he didn't use Teeth Knife mind, Han Sen's own sword mind was not weak either. He could easily defeat No Flower with that, too, but it was something Isha had already seen before. If Han Sen used it, he'd expose the fact he was dollar to her, and it was highly likely Isha wouldn't let him go after that. Fortunately, Han Sen had an alternate plan. Unlimited Sutra had a record of touching flower finger. Although Han Sen had not practiced it yet, he knew what sort of Geno art it was. Every Buddha knew touching flower finger, and that proved to him it wasn't a difficult Geno art to get to grips with. No Flower's version was so strong because he had been gifted the strength of Wilted's mind. Ancient devil, it is just as you have said. Show me your power and be sincere about it. Han Sen placed his will inside Destiny's tower. He spoke to Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil smiled and said, "As you wish." After that, Ancient Devil remained where he sat. He raised up his finger to draw. Ancient Devil was now using Buddha's touching flower finger. It was different from No Flower's touching flower finger, which had been altered with Wilted's mind. When Ancient Devil brought out his finger, it was like a Buddha touching a flower. Everything in the world was inside that finger. When Ancient Devil drew, Han Sen felt his heart connect to him. Han Sen could feel what he felt, and see what he saw. Han Sen was in sync with Ancient Devil. He brought out his finger and pressed it against the testing gold rock. The movement of the two was perfectly synchronized. But Ancient Devil was drawing in the air, as Han Sen's finger ran across the surface of the stone. Hey! It's touching flower finger. Han Sen is using touching flower finger. It looks that way, but why does he possess the Buddha's touching flower finger? Touching flower finger is not rare, and it is common amongst the Buddha. Many outsiders know how to use it, too, so it's nothing too surprising. It surely is strange to see him want to copy and write it down, too, immediately after. One flower. One leaf. One world. Han Sen did not pay heed to what others said about him. Boom! When the nobles saw what Han Sen had written, they fell into a stunned silence. Quickly, a cold sweat developed across all their bodies. They were so scared, it was like a curse had been laid upon them. They didn't move, and all they could do was solemnly stare at Han Sen's written word. There were no petals, falling like no flowers. And there was no threat of death or wilting either. Even so, everyone felt scared, witnessing what Han Sen had written. It zapped into the deepest recesses of their minds and latched onto them. Seeing those words was like watching a Buddha stroking flowers without talking. It was like he could see through everything. He was smiling as he went, but the smile was worse than the devil's. At least the devil would lure creatures to fall with him, but this Buddha went straight for the darker side of your heart. They couldn't hide anything. It was like their ugliest, filthiest, and evilest sides were being exposed for all to see. Facing death required courage. If they fought and failed, they could at least close their eyes and be at peace. But in front of that touching flower Buddha, they didn't have the strength to face it. They felt nasty. They felt as if they were muddied with sin. Arg! One of the young nobles, with a weak will, started screaming with his eyes closed. It was like he was running from something. The dukes and marquises were all pale. Night River King looked at Han Sen, and he too seemed very glum. Including Clear Sea Buddha, all the Buddhas were in utter shock. None of them could summon the strength to say a word. Blurg! A young noble pulled out his knife and drove it into his own heart. He couldn't withstand the pressure, and so he decided to kill himself. I didn't kill you. I didn't steal it. I didn't do it. More young people started to scream and run, erupting into a frenzy of madmen. They all kept on talking nonsense. Amitba. Mr. Han, please stop. No flower has lost. Clear Sea Buddha said the Buddha catchphrase, and the young nobles woke up from the trance of that flower mind. They all looked pale, as if they had just awoken from the most horrible, lucid nightmare. Han Sen stopped moving his finger, and he pulled it back slowly. He had only written half of it. No one could face that fear. A Buddha truly touching the flower is pierced and reflected on people's minds, yielding only fear. One thought to be a Buddha, and one thought to be a demon. It is hard to understand that, and Mr. Han can practice touching flower finger to this level. The Buddhas can only be ashamed of themselves. Where did you learn this? Clear Sea Buddha looked at Han Sen with massive shock. He tried to ask as politely as he could, but he had trouble suppressing the shock. Many people practice touching flower finger, but very few established a connection with its true meaning. No flower had associated it with wilting, but Han Sen had actually shown the real meaning right here. Ever since the Buddhas had created that technique, fewer than 5 people had ever achieved what had just been performed. Han Sen was a baron and not a Buddha, and yet he could practice touching flower finger to that extent. It was all so difficult to imagine. It is a simple finger art, and no flower explained it well enough. So, I guess I have just learned it. It didn't feel all too smooth, so I added a few modifications of my own. I apologize if I did not write it down well. Han Sen smiled. After Han Sen said that, the Buddha stared at him in silence. The nobles of Narrow Moon almost choked. So, he learned some. He modified it. And he says he did not write it down well. All the nobles felt as if their lives had been wasted. They did not know Geno arts could be practiced like that. Isha and Moon Will King looked at Han Sen strangely. Clear Sea King looked shocked. After a while, he said the Buddha catchphrase again. Amitba. Mr. Han is talented. He is very well suited for the Buddha arts. If you ever come and visit us, I will be eagerly waiting for Han Sen's Buddha talk. Clear Sea Buddha, saying something like that, put another shock upon the assembly of Narrow Moon. This is too much. Han Sen frowned. Ancient Devil's mind was stronger than he thought. Even the Buddha were shocked by it all. When Han Sen returned to his seat, everyone looked at him differently. Now, people were looking at him as if he was a monster. Han Sen was not in a good mood. He had only wanted to show off Ancient Devil's mind a little bit, but that display had obviously gone off the rails. He wondered what the kings of Narrow Moon might be thinking of him now, Isha in particular. Ancient Devil, why did you do that? Han Sen asked coldly, placing his will back inside Destiny's tower. I was just giving you what you wanted, Ancient Devil responded. He sat where he was, unmoving. He smiled like a Buddha touching flowers. Han Sen didn't say anything in response. He merely looked at Ancient Devil for a bit, then left the tower. Ancient Devil is way too dangerous. I can't risk letting him out, Han Sen thought to himself. What happened next, in the gathering, was suddenly much more boring. After No Flower and Han Sen's performances, even though there were many talented Buddhas and rebates, the event was a slog. People weren't thinking much about the event anymore. People's minds were too preoccupied with Han's senior, an amazing mind, Qingli. You were right. Han Sen's mind is strong. I wonder how he managed to practice that. Du Lisha looked strange. Qingli did not know what to say. This was not the mind she had previously seen. What she had seen was teeth knife mind. But now, they were not going to believe that, so all she did was smile. It is a shame he has hair. Otherwise, I would believe him to be one of the Buddhas. He could most certainly be a king-class Buddha, or even a deified one. Rebecca kept looking over to where Han Sen was sitting. That Buddha sentence shocked the people of Moon Garden. It was hard to imagine that it had all come out of a baron. The event kept on chugging along, and when Speechless took the stage, she looked over to where Han Sen was sitting. She bowed and said, I hope I can compete so skillfully against Han Senator, please teach me something. Being challenged by Speechless like that, made everyone look at Han Sen again. They were all hoping that he'd accept. People in Narrow Moon knew Han Sen could use teeth powers. Han Sen shook his head. You are too polite. I have not practiced sword skills much. I am afraid I'd perform too poorly for you to see. Han Sen was too obvious earlier, and he wasn't keen on the prospect of performing again in front of everyone. That is okay. Skills are all connected. Knife Queen's teeth knife is so famous, and if you can use knife skills, would be glad, Speechless said. Now that Speechless had said that, it would reflect poorly if Han Sen continued to decline. So Han Sen thought for a moment and then said, I am not very good at sword skills, and I don't like hitting women. How about this person next to me? Her sword skills are great. If you really want someone worth competing against, ask her to practice with you. Hearing that, Speechless frowned and looked upset. Han Sen, Speechless is a guest here. You cannot be so rude as to deny this, Moon Will King said. Okay, Han Sen answered, standing up. Speechless suddenly smiled and said, in that case, I will fight against her. And if she loses, you will compete with me. Is that correct? If you really are that desperate for this, then okay. Han Sen nodded. They were both Viscount-class opponents, so Han Sen did not believe Gu Qingqing could lose. I am sorry to bother you, my lady. Speechless bowed to Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing rolled her eyes at Han Sen, got up, and walked to the stage. Narrow Moon and the Buddhas were curious. They did not know why Han Sen would let his subordinate practice against Speechless. Many people thought Han Sen was just a baron. He had a powerful will, but not powerful strength. Perhaps he did not want to embarrass himself, so he pushed a subordinate out to take the fall for him. But that did not make sense either. If she lost, he would have to go fight Speechless, anyway. As people guessed what Han Sen was trying to accomplish, the practice started. Speechless let a worker bring out the same Viscount sword. Then she said to Gu Qingqing, if you think this sword is poor, you may feel free to use your own. It's the same. Gu Qingqing picked up the offered sword. Speechless smiled and picked up the other. She said, please. Gu Qingqing pulled the sword back and swung it at Speechless. It was an ordinary technique to draw back the sword. But in her hands, it wasn't so simple. Gu Qingqing's sword skills were overbearing. The moment she held the sword, they were at one with each other. In Speechless' eyes, it suddenly felt as if her entire world had been taken by that sword. She could not dodge the quick strike, and all she could do was use her hand to fight against it. What a powerful sword mind! Speechless was shocked. She did not expect a subordinate of Han Sen could be such an effective swordsman. She never anticipated that the sword would come at her with such speed. Speechless gathered up her sword power and composed her sword mind to fight back. But Speechless was not very good at fighting in this manner. She wasn't called speechless because she was mute, but because the Buddha that opened her eyes was called speechless. She was grateful for that, and so she called herself speechless. Speechless Buddha King was good at speechless sword. But speechless sword was silent. It was a sonic power skill that no one could hear. It was scary. The swords made no sound, and no one spoke. Many of speechless Buddha's past enemies never knew what happened to them, or why they were killed. Their deaths had come faster than they could utter a word. Speechless sword was scary, but you could not fight it head to head. The two swords clashed against each other. But then, Gu Qingcheng returned her sword and walked off the stage. Catcha! Everyone saw Gu Qingcheng leave the stage, and as they did, the nobles wondered what had just occurred. And then, they heard a sound. Speechless one's sword had been broken in half. Her eyebrow was now home to a small cut. Blood dripped out from the laceration, and it looked like another red mole. Everyone was shocked. Speechless had been quickly defeated by Han Sen's subordinate. The whole event had been silent, as if the spectators had watched a battle of ghosts. Sword skills like that. Where do my sword skills stack up against that? 11 Everyone recalled what Han Sen had said, and their stomachs felt hollow. The exchange was supposed to be a stage for Moon Garden and its members, but Han Sen's Buddha riding and Gu Qingcheng's display of sword skills made the aforementioned members, and the Buddhas, look rather lame. Han Sen was on the tip of everyone's tongue now. People thought Gu Qingcheng was a family member of Han's senator, believing that it meant one member of his family could beat speechless Buddha. Han Sen also had teeth knife and created a mind simply by watching a Buddha's performance. It was all so unbelievable. The whole of Narrow Moon was fascinated. The real elites did not believe Han Sen's words, though. They did not think he could learn as simply as he had claimed. Isha was one of these non-believers, too. As soon as the exchange ended, Han Sen was summoned to the palace. Where did you learn touching flower finger? Isha asked. I found this book, and I learned touching flower finger from it. Han Sen gave Unlimited Sutra over to Isha. Han Sen had prepared an explanation when he borrowed Ancient Devil's mind. But Ancient Devil's mind had been too strong, and so Isha found it difficult to believe him. This must be the original version of Unlimited Sutra. It is a secret skill of the Buddha. Where did you get it from? Isha looked at the Unlimited Sutra text and seemed very surprised. When I was young, I saved an injured man. He was an old fellow. I brought him home, and I healed him. He gave this to me before he left. Han Sen had prepared all the stuff he was going to tell her. What did he look like? Can you confirm he was one of the Buddha? Isha asked. I was very young, so I didn't know what a Buddha was back then. Even so, I don't think he was. I'm fairly sure that the old man had hair. Han Sen described Ancient Devil's face to her, but with a few added years. Isha heard what he had to say, but she did not immediately respond. After a while of thought, she said, You use this Unlimited Sutra to practice touching flower finger to such a high degree of skill. Yes, Han Sen forced himself to say. He was going to pretend he was a genius, so Isha might be willing to part with more resources. But Ancient Devil had deliberately overcast his mind and made Han Sen look ridiculous. He didn't know if Isha would believe him. Isha didn't believe him entirely, either. It was just the Unlimited Sutra, from what she could see. There didn't seem to be any extra guidance. Furthermore, Han Sen was just a commoner. No one should believe he could reach that level. It looks like you are a genius, Isha said, while looking right at Han Senator. She could not completely trust what Han Sen said, but she was still happy about his performance. She didn't want to think about Han Sen possibly lying. Thank you very much. I am a bit stupid, and others can learn many things. All I can learn is one thing at a time. I am afraid that is why I am so slow. I keep practicing, as I did with that, and that is how it happened, Han Sen said. Isha looked at Unlimited Sutra, and then looked at Han. Good. In that case, keep being this stupid self of yours. If your stupid way can enable you to practice touching flower finger to such a high level, I am sure you can practice teeth knife mind just fine. Is 3 months enough for that, do you think? My queen, teeth knife is the ultimate knife skill. It is not all that easy to generate a knife mind. I am afraid I will only disappoint you again. Han Sen pretended to look bitter. On the inside, however, he was delighted. This was a two-birds-one-stone affair. With the title of a genius, he could use teeth knife mind without being required to hide his ability. Just this Unlimited Sutra can yield a mind like this. Right now, I will teach you. I will make you generate a knife mind. You don't need a deep mind for this, and you are already willing to say you cannot achieve this. Are you telling me that teeth knife is worse than Unlimited Sutra? Or are you simply saying that I am a poor teacher? Isha looked coldly at Han Sen, as she spoke to him. That is not what I meant. I will do what I can. I will not disappoint you. Han Sen quickly swore to God. Good. This is the good student I know. Isha nodded. Isha did not actually believe what Han Sen was telling her, but she did not want to mistakenly place blame on him. So, she gave Han Sen a test. If Han Sen could generate a teeth knife mind in 3 months, it really would prove that he was a genius. And if that was true, she would go ahead and treat him even better. If Han Sen failed this, then Han Sen would have a problem. And if so, he would need to be investigated. She could not blindly spend resources on him. Han Sen knew her thought process on this matter, though. And he was really happy about it. Generating a teeth knife mind was not even a test. It was way too easy. What is that family member of yours called? Where did you take her from? Isha asked. My queen, her name is Gu Qingcheng. She is a member that comes from planet Crooked Rock, Han Sen said quickly. Not bad. But you should keep an eye on her. People with a sword mind like that are usually out for something else, Isha warned Han. Senator Isha knew many factions had sent spies to keep tabs on Han. Senator she thought Gu Qingcheng might be one of them. That was because Gu Qingcheng did not use all her powers against Speechless. Isha wouldn't feel this way if she had. Isha had much greater strength than Gu Qingcheng, but Gu Qingcheng's sword mind might rival Isha's. Speechless only received her mind from an old monster. Gu Qingcheng was the real old monster. Yes, I will ensure that I am careful. Han Sen nodded. After he left Isha, Han Sen took a ship back to Planet Eclipse. He called Qiao, Lan Se, and Stay Up Late. He invited them to Planet Eclipse, but Qiao and Lan Se thought things were fine with Seven Mirror. What's more, they had friends there now. And so, they made no plans to go to Planet Eclipse. Stay Up Late wanted to know more about the Geno universe, so he made plans to come. He was hoping to learn more news about the location of Little Flower and Nine Life Cat, too. He did not want to stay in the same place for too long. After talking with Qiao, Han Sen returned his mind to Destiny's Tower. There, he spoke with Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil was trapped in the tower, but he never assumed himself to be at a disadvantage. He spoke to Han Sen as if they were both equals. When Han Sen borrowed help from Ancient Devil, he told Ancient Devil that if cooperation went well, he'd be willing to give him a chance. Helping Han Sen with his mind was just a part of his show of sincerity. He had performed too well, though. Han Sen couldn't be sure if he had done it on purpose, but Han Sen believed that he had. Ancient Devil, you should cooperate properly. You shouldn't make stupid moves. Han Sen hadn't killed him because he knew too many secrets. And Han Sen wanted those secrets. All he could think about was finding a safe method for getting Ancient Devil to talk. Han Sen wanted those secrets too badly to get rid of Ancient Devil. In Narrow Moon's full moon meeting room, 6 kings had shown up for this meeting. Isha, Moonwill King, Night River King, Flower King, Black Moon King, and Shadow King. Knife, do you really believe what he tells you? Despite being only a baron, he has managed to achieve a mind such as that with unlimited sutra. Seriously? Not even barons who go on to become deified elites are that strong, Night River King said. Black Moon King coughed and said, Night River, let's not impose limits that might not exist. This universe is so grand in its reaches that there could be anything out there. Han Sen really is talented. Just because you are unable to achieve such feats of might, don't presume others cannot either. Black Moon, don't talk such nonsense. Look at this universe. Are there any barons with that level of capability? Night River frowned. If everyone was able to do it, why else would we single out the exemplary and call them geniuses? Black Moon King asked slowly. Night River King started to respond, but Moonwill King cut him off. Moonwill King looked at Flower King and Shadow King, and said, What do you two think? Flower King groaned and said, Han Sen's power seems unlikely, but we can't claim that there's a problem without knowing what it is. That hardly seems fair. Moonwill King nodded. He looked at Shadow King, and Shadow King said, I would rather put an end to this before it gets out of hand. Yes. Night River King said immediately. Han Sen's history is far too strange, and he cannot be kept. Moonwill King looked at Black Moon King, and Black Moon King said, Killing a genius like that makes no sense. It will just scare off the other races, and no other race will want to cooperate with us. Knife, you understand where we're coming from, yes? He is your student, so it is best that you decide what to do. Moonwill King looked at Isha. Isha said calmly, I gave him a chance. If he passes the test, I can prove that he is fine. If he cannot pass the test, I will sever ties with him and search for any threat he might pose. If I find something, I will get rid of him. What is the test? If he really is a spy from some other race, he will have come prepared. He will pass the test. Night River King looked displeased. Oh? You think a barren spy will be able to create a teeth knife mind in 3 months? Isha's face was expressionless. Hearing Isha say this, the other kings stared at her with wide eyes. Generate a teeth knife mind in 3 months. Really? Moonwill King asked, stumbling slightly over the question. What is the problem? Isha responded. I have no problem with that. If he can accomplish that in 3 months, then I will believe he is a real genius, Night River King slowly said, as he sat down. It sounded like complete lunacy. It was silly to think of generating a teeth knife mind in 3 months. Across the history of the rebate, no one had managed anything like that. Night River King did not believe Han Sen could do it, as teeth knife was exclusive to the rebate. Even among the rebate, it was rare. The only person who had mastered the skill was Isha, and you couldn't cheat your way to learn it. The kings were mollified. If Han Sen could generate a teeth knife mind in 3 months, then practicing touching flower finger with such proficiency would make a lot more sense. If we can confirm Han Sen is legit, and he really is a true genius, should we give him a bit of a reputation? His identity should allow him to become a member of Moon Garden. He did make us proud in this event, after all. If we still don't let him in, the outsiders in Narrow Moon will become suspicious of us, Black Moon King said. If he can generate a teeth knife mind in 3 months, I would be willing to make him a teacher in the Moon Garden, Night River King said grimly. Black Moon King smiled at Night River King, then turned his gaze across the table. Moonwill King, what do you think? If he is legit, and he really is that talented, he should definitely be a member of Moon Garden, Moon Will King said. If everyone has no problem with this, then we shall all reconvene in 3 months. Isha stood up and left the full moon meeting room. Lu Xiaomei was walking down the street. The dark circles under her eyes were heavy, and she kept rubbing her head. Ever since Han Bauer had entered her school, she had begun to feel like she was drowning. She was a kindergarten teacher. Before Bauer, she had dealt with kids crying, not wanting to go to school, and things like that. But now, going to work was like walking into hell itself. If her job hadn't paid well, she would have quit a long time ago to escape having to deal with the monster that resided there. I can't do it anymore. I am going to die. Today is supposed to be a holiday, and so I should treat myself with a day at the spa. And buy myself a nice gift. Ever since that little witch arrived, I look 10 years older. Lu Xiaomei walked into a high-class female club. She swiped her card as she walked through the door. I really do need to treat myself better. I can just eat nutrient fluids for the month to make up for what I spend today. After she entered the place, the attendants served her with passion. She felt as if she had ascended in society, taking the place of royalty. This is my life. Finally, I don't have to worry about that monster. Lu Xiaomei wrapped a bathrobe around herself and lay down to wait for her masseuse. Miss Lu, a voice sounded in her ear. It made her muscles freeze. She jumped up and frantically looked around. She didn't see anyone there, so she felt relieved. She lay back down on the bed and said to herself, I am starting to hallucinate. Clearly, I am far too stressed out. Maybe I'll go shopping today, too. That should help. After lying back down, Lu Xiaomei turned over, and there was a pretty little girl next to her, smiling. Miss Lu, what stores are you going to? Why are you here? Lu Xiaomei looked like she had just seen a ghost. She jumped up and pointed at the girl. I own this club. Did you not know that? Bauer shook her head. Lu Xiaomei's eyes opened wide. You own this place? Yes. I have 31 branches of this establishment, all across the city. Bauer spoke with innocence. This B***TCH is showing off again. Lu Xiaomei felt both jealous and depressed. She was really hoping Bauer would disappear right now. But an evil expression crossed Bauer's face, and she said, by the way, I am going to the VIP area for a session. Would you like to come? Can I? Lu Xiaomei was quite shocked. It was a very expensive place, and she could only come here once a month. For half a month, she would have to eat nutrient fluid just to compensate for how much that place cost. The VIP area was a place you couldn't easily go to, even if you had a lot of money. She wanted to go, but non-VIPs weren't allowed. Of course, if you want. I can ask the manager to provide you with a VIP card. Bauer smiled. This is the life a woman should have. I've wasted my life, I should have gotten rich instead. Lu Xiaomei was as pretty as the next snobbish woman. She was reveling in the high-tier service, and she was almost in tears. Bauer called for a high-class massage, food, and drinks she had never tried before. She showed Lu Xiaomei what it felt like to be royalty. This little witch can actually be quite cute. It is only just a kid, after all. Perhaps the creature is innocent, at times, Lu Xiaomei thought. She observed Bauer as she sipped on a drink. Miss Lu, are you enjoying this service? Bauer was holding onto a bottle of juice as she sipped it with a straw. Yes, I love it. This place is great. Your family has very good taste. Lu Xiaomei had another sip of wine and felt so good. I am glad you like it. You can come whenever you like. Bauer smiled. Really? Lu Xiaomei's eyes looked bright. Of course. I have already prepared a VIP card for you. Bauer clicked her fingers. Quickly, a waitress rushed over with a plate. She walked in front of Lu Xiaomei and put down the dish. Politely, she told her, "Miss Lu, this is your very own VIP card." Lu Xiaomei accepted the card, then saw a bill. The waitress said, "And yes, this your bill for the day's services." A bill? Lu Xiaomei's face stiffened. When she looked at the bill, she almost fainted. She couldn't even pronounce the sum, but with all the numbers, she knew it was more than exorbitant. The muscles in Lu Xiaomei's face twitched. She looked to be in a far worse state than someone crying their eyes out. "Bauer, you gave me all this. Wasn't this all a treat on you?" Bauer's eyes opened wide, and she said with shock, "I am just a kid. I don't have any money. I asked if this was what you wanted, and you said yes. You had me order all this. D***mn. This little thing must be doing all of this on purpose." Lu Xiaomei almost coughed up blood. Bauer's cute face had turned into a demon mask. "I don't care. I didn't order all this. I am not paying." Lu Xiaomei jumped up. "What are you saying? You're not paying?" Bauer looked at Lu Xiaomei with shock. Lu Xiaomei wished to say there was nothing Bauer could do but pay it herself, when all of a sudden, 2 8-foot-tall women stepped into the room. They stood in front of her. Lu Xiaomei looked at their beefy arms and hastily took back her words. She replaced them by saying, "I don't have enough money to afford this." "That's okay. You are my teacher. So, why don't you sign this paper, and then we can make this bill all go away." Bauer smiled and pulled a contract out of her little bag. She put it in front of her teacher, as if this was all going according to a scheme she had already planned out. D***mn. She prepared for this. Lu Xiaomei was grinding her teeth as she looked down at the contract. It was a contract that required her to relinquish her very self. There were more than 100 unfair terms on the contract, and if she signed it, she would be wholly owned by Bauer. "I am not signing this, even if you kill me," Lu Xiaomei said through gritted teeth. Bauer smiled. "Miss Lu, what are you talking about? I have a decent club, and I won't hit you. But the stuff you have just enjoyed, the gambling you've done, even the look on your face when shopping. It has all been recorded. You like the teacher Mr. Luo, don't you? He's handsome and rich, yes. He is even chasing you, you know. I'm thinking I should show him all the footage, and present him with your unpaid bill. The elegant image you have been clinging onto for so long will be gone with the wind. Think about that for a moment, and then reconsider whether or not you wish to sign this. Hellspawn. You are Hellspawn. The stuff you have is so expensive. A cup of wine costs 30,000. This is a scam. The luxuries you have been enjoying were all imported from other planets. They are the best of the best, and some of them were even Shura delicacies. Of course they are not cheap. If you'd like, you can check the prices on Skynet. If you happen to find that our prices are too high, we will certainly price match." Bauer smiled. Lu Xiaomei struggled a bit. She signed the contract because of the handsome Mr. Luo. Then she started to cry. Bauer patted her on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. Work for me for 50 years, and you'll have paid off your debt. The contract will also be erased at that point." It would have been better if Bauer hadn't said anything. Now the woman really wanted to cry. Lu Xiaomei began walking out of the club. Fortunately, Bauer had already arranged for an aircraft to come and pick her up. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have had the money to get home. Everything she had belonged to Bauer now. "You've gone off course. You should go to the Eastern Lake," Lu Xiaomei said. "I'm sorry, who's driving this aircraft again?" the driver asked snarkily, looking at her through his sunglasses. Lu Xiaomei was furious. Yeah, you are just the driver. Let me out so I can walk home. Sure. The driver stopped the aircraft and landed. Lu Xiaomei got off the aircraft and kicked the door closed. She said, "You are all bad people. This karma will come back to bite you one day." She turned and left. She eventually saw a familiar form walking nearby. It was her Prince Charming. It was Mr. Luo. After having bad luck for so long, finally, something good. "My Prince Charming, here I come." Lu Xiaomei walked towards Luo Yushu. But just as she was about to greet him, she saw the woman with him. The woman was dressed sexily and holding his arm. She leaned close to him. "Luo Yushu, who is this woman?" Lu Xiaomei was so angry that she didn't even care about maintaining her image. She grabbed his arm and pointed at the woman. Luo Yushu was shocked. The woman then said, "Luo Yushu, who is this woman?" Luo Yushu's face changed, and he pushed Lu Xiaomei away. He explained to the woman, "Honey, listen to me. She works in the kindergarten with me. She keeps hounding me for my love, despite me constantly pushing her away. She has never stopped, and even now, she follows me around." "Luo Yushu, what are you saying?" Lu Xiaomei was so angry. He was the one who kept chasing her, and she couldn't believe what he was now saying. The woman looked at Lu Xiaomei, rolled her eyes, and said, "You are just a teacher. And yet, you want to steal a man away from someone like me? Are you crazy? I can give this man pocket money, the likes of which you will never earn in your lifetime. Maybe when I grow tired of him, you'll get your chance." After that, the woman walked forward and pushed Lu Xiaomei back. She kept herself from falling, but she still dropped everything she was holding in her hands. "Apologize to me, and then pick everything up." Lu Xiaomei was so angry, she wanted to throttle the woman. "Are you crazy? Get lost. I told you I am not interested in you." Luo Yushu looked annoyed, and he also pushed her. He did not want her to hurt the woman he was currently with. When Luo Yushu pushed her, Lu Xiaomei fell back with nothing but anger and hopelessness. Suddenly, an arm grabbed her waist. It steadied her shoulders, then her body. She opened her eyes and realized it was the driver with sunglasses. She wished to say something, but the sky suddenly drew her attention. Many aircraft were suddenly headed towards them. In a minute, the vehicles had parked all around them, making the place very crowded. Many men, dressed in black with sunglasses, got out of their vehicles. They looked like gangsters as they gathered around. "What are you people here for? What do you want?" The woman and Luo Yushu began stepping back. Lu Xiaomei looked at the aircraft around them: King, Steel, Silver, Ghost, Starry, Star, Miracle. They were all special editions that not just anyone could buy. Having a single one of them meant you were one of the super rich elite. Now that there were so many of them there, the woman and Luo Yushu were frozen. The men looked intimidating in their black clothes and sunglasses. It made the couple's legs grow soft. The men dressed in black ignored the woman and Luo Yushu. They all walked in front of Lu Xiaomei and said, "Second lady." Luo Yushu and the woman widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. They could barely stand on their feet. Lu Xiaomei was just as dazed, too. She had no clue what was going on. "Second lady, Miss Bauer asked us to come and pick you up," the driver said to Lu Xiaomei. And then, he looked at the woman and Luo Yushu and said, "Did these two bully you? I can kill them for you, if you'd like." "Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I will pick the stuff up. Please forgive me." The woman's legs were wobbling, and she raced to collect all the items Yu Xiaomei had dropped. "She forced me, Xiaomei. I did this for our future together," Luo Yushu said. "Go to hell." Lu Xiaomei grabbed her bag and smacked him in the face with it. He hit the deck, so she went ahead and kicked him in the nuts. He writhed and screamed in pain. The woman saw Lu Xiaomei looking back at her next. She slapped herself. Pat! Pat! It's my fault. Please forgive me. Let's go. Lu Xiaomei gritted her teeth, and no longer paid them heed. The driver opened the door to the aircraft, and there, Lu Xiaomei saw Bauer. She cried and went over to hold her, saying, "Bauer. Don't cry." Bauer stroked her head and tried to comfort her. "Thank you, Bauer." Lu Xiaomei couldn't help but cry a little. She did her best to hold back her tears and look at the child with gratefulness. "You are welcome. I used 223 aircraft to help you. The fuel for each comes to a sum of around 78,000. With the wages for the drivers, and the damage." Bauer fiddled with a calculator and whipped out another contract. "Hellspawn. You Hellspawn." The aircraft echoed with Lu Xiaomei's screams. Han Sen planned to practice in the mountains. He didn't need to practice teeth knife, but there were too many spies occupying the base. If Han Sen stayed there without practicing, people might grow suspicious. So, Han Sen headed into the mountains to train. But instead of practicing teeth knife as he had told everyone, he began to work on the Dongxian Sutra. His mutant blood and jade skin had reached Viscount class, but the Dongxian Sutra and the story of genes hadn't. The story of genes couldn't be leveled up through mere practice, so he could only focus on the Dongxian Sutra for now. Han Sen didn't take anyone with him this time. He planned to push himself hard in order to break through, which would make it dangerous to have others around him. Fortunately, there were many resources on planet Eclipse. Xia Qingqing and others could venture out and hunt xenogeneics on their own. The people he had brought over from the sanctuaries could eat xenogeneic genes and use beast souls, so they leveled up faster than the people in the Geno universe. Xenogeneic gene eaten, Iron Wolf, Viscount gene +1. Han Sen gobbled up some xenogeneic meat, and his Viscount xenogeneic gene tally increased. When one of his bodies became Viscount, he could increase that gene tally. Baron xenogeneic genes were currently useless for him. He had to eat Viscount materials exclusively now. Killing Viscount xenogeneics was an easy task for Han Sen, and his Viscount genes were increasing quickly. After 6 days of travel, Han Sen found himself more than 1,000 miles deep into the mountains. He met strong Marquise creatures, but he was able to run away with the rabbit shoes. Overall, the venture wasn't too dangerous. What is this? As Han Sen treaded along a path, he spied the presence of a strange mountain. The weather on planet Eclipse wasn't great. There was no grass growing, and so all the mountains were barren and rocky. The mountain in front of him was very green, though. Trees were growing all over it. There were flowers, and some of the plants even possessed fruit. There were birds and insects on this mountain. They were far away, but Han Sen could feel their life force. Planet Eclipse has a mountain like this. Han Sen thought it was weird. He examined the surrounding area and realized that it was the only mountain like this in the region. Han Sen carefully approached it. There had to be a reason why it was so luscious. Perhaps there was a treasure or something. That thought prompted Han Sen to have a look around. Han Sen trekked to the mountain. While he noticed that there were a large collection of life forces coming from the mountain, he could tell that the birds and the trees were completely normal. There didn't seem to be any xenogeneics either. Weird. Xenogeneic plants are difficult to grow on this planet, and even xenogeneic creatures often have trouble surviving. And yet, how are these all alive? Especially since they seem so ordinary. Han Sen was quite curious about this anomaly. Han Sen kept walking up the mountain, and the foliage was just as lovely as it had appeared from a distance. Normal plants and creatures were spread out all across the mountain, as if the entire mountain had been transplanted to planet Eclipse. After an hour, Han Sen was able to reach the peak. He was quite shocked by the view he now saw, though. Atop the mountain, amidst a small grove of trees, there was an emerald field. A wooden house stood there, and it looked very old. "Is anyone there?" Han Sen called out to the occupied house. He thought it was a strange thing to find, and so he thought to himself, who could build a house in a place like this? Han Sen shouted again, but he received no response. So, he walked to the house because the windows were open. He wanted to take a look at what was inside from there. The decorations of the interior were simple and rustic. They were all comprised of wood, and the primary features were a table and bed. Even the teapot and the plates were made of wood. It looked as if the people there used wood to build everything. The wood was not big, though. You could see it all in one eye. There was a room at the back of the house, too, but you could not see it from outside. "Is anyone in here?" Han Sen asked. He received no response. So, he pushed open the door and it swung forward. A lock hadn't been fixed on it. Han Sen walked inside and poked around. There didn't seem to be anything worth examining, so he decided to check out the back room. Han Sen opened the door and froze. All of a sudden, he found a person standing next to the bed. They were facing Han Sen with their eyes open. "I am sorry. I called from the outside, and I believe this place was empty." Han Sen explained, but his words were met with awkward silence. Something was giving him pause. That was because the person next to the bed was a man, a human. The man stood where he was and did not move. He didn't even look at Han Sr. "Excuse me." Han Sen looked at the man and spoke carefully. He wanted to know what he was, and why there might be a human there. But Han Sen did not know for sure that the man was a human. He could have been a crystallizer, forgotten long ago. Han Sen asked him a few questions, and each time he received no response. Han Sen would have thought the man was dead if not for his life force. "My name is Han Senator, what is yours?" When Han Sen said that, the man suddenly moved. He put a finger in front of his lips, like a gesture to indicate he should be quiet. The man did not appear hostile, and that brought Han Sen much relief. He stopped talking and just watched the man. The man continued standing there for a whole hour, without saying as much as a single word. He looked more like a statue than a living being. Is he practicing, maybe? But it doesn't look like it. Han Sen felt very confused, but also very curious. He sat on a chair to watch the man and see what he'd do. But 10 hours went by, and still, the man did not budge. "Friend, can we talk?" Han Sen could not wait any longer. "SSH." The man gestured for silence again. Han Sen's heart sank. He hadn't a clue what he was doing. He couldn't ask anything, as the man kept hushing him. Han Sen looked around the room and noticed that it was all rustic, just like the rest of the house. Han Sen looked at a table and found something that was actually not made of wood. There was paper, alongside a stack of books. "Friend, can I check this out?" Han Sen walked before the table and glanced over the books. There was a diary with many words scrawled on it. But Han Sen didn't begin reading immediately. He still wanted to ask the man for permission. The man looked very nervous, and he performed the SSH gesture again. "If you don't object, then I'll assume you are agreeing." Han Sen went ahead to read the contents of the diary. Quickly, Han Sen noticed he was able to read the text contained within the diary. It was written in the ancient language of humans, a text often used by the crystallizers. There were, however, a variety of symbols not even he could understand. All in all, he didn't understand everything together. There were some formulas jotted down. Han Sen wasn't very good at science. He had learned a bit in school, but he had forgotten most of that by now. But Han Sen was still able to tell he had never seen these formulas before. They were extremely complicated. Judging from the content of the book, the man had been trying to calculate something. Han Sen flicked through the pages of the book, and the man showed no reaction. As long as Han Sen made no noise, the man didn't mind his presence there. That's how it seemed, leastways. When the man didn't object to Han Sen's behavior, it made Han Sen feel safe enough to relax a little. So, he continued reading the diary. It must have been a draft of sorts. There were many random things jotted down. However, there were enough words and symbols that Han Sen did not understand to make the book unintelligible. Han Sen put the diary down and took a gander at the other books. They all seemed to concern themselves with science. There were ones based on quantum theory. Han Sen knew he would not understand those books. Since the books were in messy disarray, Han Sen decided to tidy them up. By doing that, he also hoped to find a book he might enjoy. And soon after, his breath caught. He saw a book titled The Story of Genes. This was what Han Sen had retrieved from the main control room of the crystallizers. Ever since that time, he hadn't found a single thing associated with the book. Not even Stay Up Late knew where the story of genes came from. He read it, shook his head, and thought it must be a prank. No one could use the story of genes, or even practice it. It was not something any creature could learn. Han Sen had never expected that he would find another copy in a place like this. Perhaps it is just a coincidence. Maybe the title is the same, but it's not actually the same book. Han Sen tried to regather the composure of his thoughts and then flipped the book open. When he read the first line, he knew he had not been mistaken. This was indeed another copy of the story of genes. It was exactly the same. Han Sen kept reading the content, and word for word, it was the same. Aside from the standard content, there were actually many notes explaining things. But they weren't related to how you'd actually practice with the text. The notes were of a scientific nature. Han Sen read it all seriously, right up until he reached the end. The content, from back to front, was the same as his own The Story of Genes. There was, however, an additional page. That page had nothing to do with how to practice the work, though. It was a summary. The summary used an extensive vocabulary. Han Sen did not understand what was written until he reached the final line. It said the test had failed. There was something else he understood, too. Cannot figure out the requirements for practice. The story of genes theory does not make sense. Can I not create a god? Is this guy the creator of the story of genes? Han Sen looked back at the man strangely. The man was dressed in ordinary garments, but they were in tatters. He stood motionless, like a mannequin. He was focused, as if he was trying to hear something. Han Sen had something he wished to ask, but he knew that if he tried to ask anything, the man would simply tell him to be quiet. Han Sen kept sorting through the books on the table. There were books on many different subjects, from genes to quantum theory. Overall, Han Sen could not understand much. After Han Sen tidied up the books, he decided to sit and observe the man. The man really wasn't moving, and he was unsure how long the man could do this. Han Sen had almost fallen asleep when the man finally moved. He walked gently towards the table, looked down at Han Sen, and said, "Who are you? Why have you come here?" "I am Han Senator. What's your name?" Han Sen asked happily. "Run, or it will be too late for you to escape." The man looked annoyed. What does that mean? Han Sen felt a chill, and he thought the man might try to fight him. "You don't know that you are on a spirit's body. If it moves, it will travel through space," the man explained. "You mean the mountain is a creature?" Han Sen asked with shock. What is so weird about that? There is plenty of life in this world, the man said. It's a mountain. How can a mountain have life? There are other creatures like birds and worms on this mountain, Hansen said. The man looked at him with disdain. You have so many bacteria and parasites on you. Does the fact that they have life mean that you do not? But I am a living thing. The mountain is just a rock, Hansen said. Who said rocks cannot possess life? It's like a piece of meat. You wouldn't say it is living, but it is a part of life, the man said. It's not like that. If the rock is like flesh, then why are we able to create minds? And why does the life of rock not resist? Like us, if someone was digging into our flesh, we'd want to kill whoever was assaulting us, Hansen asked. The man laughed. It's because we are too fast. Too fast. Hansen froze, unsure of what he meant. The man explained. The rock lives longer than we do. 1 billion years might only be a moment for them. Even if we do dig into its body, the rock might not even have the time to notice our presence. It cannot see what we do. Hansen was frozen. He had never thought of things this way before. The man looked at Hans Sr. You said we would kill anyone who harms, yes? But things aren't like that. What if we grow a sickness like cancer? It destroys our bodies, but often, we can't root out the thing that is killing us. When these things harm your body, you cannot do anything. Just like the rock is unable to do things about us. This is just a simple way for me to explain these things. The truth of such matters is far more complicated. If you are interested in learning more, read this. You will understand far better. The man gave Hansen a book. My scientific background is pretty bad. I might not understand. Hansen felt awful saying this. The man said, scientific research is all about simplifying the complicated things. You can let those other fools worry about science itself. This is a geno art I created, through the theory of rock creatures. Ordinary crystallizers can practice it. Hansen wished to say something, but the man looked outside and spoke again. He said, you should leave now. The spirit is going to move. Unless you want to travel far away with me, that is. Hansen started running out of the lodge. The man might be lying, but it was better to run than risking everything by remaining. If Hansen was transported to another star system, that'd be pretty bad. When he made it some distance away, Hansen turned around to face the man and ask, what is your name? Left Crazy, the man answered. Hansen wished to ask something more, but he felt the mountain begin to shake. Without hesitation, he said goodbye and hastily departed the mountain. Boom! With the speed of his rabbit shoes aiding his flight, Hansen was able to just about get off the mountain before hearing that deafening sound. The mountains all around were vibrating like mad, and when Hansen turned back around to face where the mountain had been, he saw nothing. It was as if the mountain did not exist. How did that mountain move so quickly? I thought the man said that rocks were slow. Cold sweat dripped off Hansen's forehead. It was fortunate he had moved as fast as he had. If he hadn't, he'd have been long gone. Hansen took a gander at the book he had been given by Left Crazy. There was no name, and it had all been written by hand. Petrify. That sounds so lame. It sounds like a skill that can make your skin as hard as stone, Hansen thought, as he started to read the text. But as he read, his expression turned to surprise. The skill was called Petrify, and while the name was lame, the contents were impressive. It was a complete geno art. From commoner to baron, from viscount to king, all could practice and become proficient with it. It had its own power. Practicing Petrify did not make your body harder, though. It would just make your body closer to that of the rocky creatures. Crystallizers were like herms, so they could EVT become like rocks completely. The higher your petrification was, the closer to the life of a rock you'd attune. You wouldn't become completely the same as a rock, you'd only adopt some of their attributes. Petrify made humans and crystallizers petrified. It gave them the life of a rock. Petrify couldn't make someone impervious to death, but time had more difficulty leaving its marks on petrified bodies. Thousands of years result in many humans and crystallizers dying, but to a rock, it was only a moment. It did not affect them. Han Sen examined the requirements for bringing Petrify up to king class, if that was what he chose to do. At that point, he would have a life that was very similar to a rock's. And with a body like that, many millions of years could come and go without affecting him. There was one significant flaw to Petrify, though. When you used it, your body really would turn to stone. You'd be unable to move because of it. And your mind would still be there, active, too. The more you practiced the skill, the closer to the life of a rock you would get. It sounds really cool, but it seems fairly useless. You'd only turn into a rock, and rocks aren't hard enough to provide great protection. And you can't move, either. Why would that guy bother creating this skill? Han Sen thought to himself. After a while, Han Sen was able to come up with a useful application for it. If I can practice while petrified, then time would be of no issue for me. I could just keep practicing without eating or drinking. In that case, Petrify might be really useful. He planned to learn it, thinking it might come in handy. Petrify was a geno art that allowed for the swapping of genes. It did not make your body better. You still needed a strength like the story of gene as a basis. Han Sen thought it was a crystallizer geno art, so he used the story of genes to practice with it. Han Sen found a safe cave to take refuge in, where he could practice Petrify. It was easier to learn than he expected. After casting it once, his skin started to feel rocky. Already, Han Sen could tell that he had learned the first tier of Petrify. That was much easier than I thought it'd be. Han Sen then moved on to try the second tier. It was a Baron class Petrify. Han Sen finished Baron Petrify easily, too. He kept on going, and he realized that Petrify really was exceptionally easy to learn. He only spent 2 days practicing with it to get it all the way up to King class. After reaching King class, he noticed Left Crazy had not written anything more. That was likely due to the fact he had yet to reach that level. He guessed that after the King level, you could actually become petrified. Without a skill that would teach him how to proceed, Han Sen decided to try other things. If he became a rock and was unable to return to a human form, then his life would be over. Why is it like that? According to Left Crazy, you had to reach a certain level before practicing such a skill. So, why did nothing stop him from reaching King class? Is it because of the story of genes? Han Sen guessed a number of things, but he wasn't sure enough to put stock in anything. Han Sen tried using his Petrify, and he learned other geno arts could not be practiced as long as it was in use. That was because Petrify made a big change to the body. Geno arts for the human body were useless. Only the story of genes could run while he was in a petrified state. This geno art is so weird. Although it can take you to a very high level, its usefulness is practically non-existent. Losing interest in Petrify, Han Sen decided to return to practicing with the Dongxian Sutra. Han Sen remained in the mountains for an entire month. He fought and practiced with his Dongxian Sutra a great amount. Dongxian Sutra was on the precipice of breaking through, but it had yet to do so. There were 10 days left before the red mist spring erupted. After realizing this, Han Sen decided it was time to leave the mountains and head to the spring. His spell Geno Armament required this spring so it could become a Viscount. He couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Before long, Han Sen was right outside Red Mist Valley. There were hordes of xenogeneics wandering around, and it was clear they had all come there for the red mist spring, as well. They all hung outside the valley. None of them had entered the mist yet. They were waiting for the spring to erupt. Han Sen looked around. The xenogeneics there were Baron or Viscount. There were no higher-level sorts. Isha told Han Sen that the red mist spring only worked for Viscounts. It would be ineffective on those of a higher level, so there was no point in high-class xenogeneics coming. Then Sen found a hidden place in Red Mist Valley. He was going to wait for the spring to burst. He also hunted down many of the Viscount creatures that were around, in order to collect their materials and genes. There were 3 or 4 days left now, according to the schedule Isha had proposed. And over the course of those next few days, more and more creatures gathered. Han Sen guessed that there had to be around 10,000 in total, with most of them being Viscount. It was fortunate that no creature of a higher tier had come. If they had, Han Sen could not have guaranteed that he would be the one to benefit from the spring. Perhaps because they were all too greedy in their desire for the spring, many of the creatures fought against each other. He had never seen so much conflict before. As Han Sen was watching those xenogeneics fighting outside the valley, he eventually caught sight of a few xenogeneics retreating. They abandoned their position. It seemed as if something strong was coming. It can't be a higher-class xenogeneic, can it? Han Sen was shocked. He looked that way. But there were too many xenogeneics there. Many were 2 meters tall, and they obscured Han Sen's vision. He couldn't see whatever was coming. Han Sen looked around and stayed close to the wall. He wanted to scale it and get a better look. There was a dark green centipede. Each part of its body gleamed with jewel-like eyes as it skittered across the earth. Every xenogeneic in its path backed off as soon as they saw it. None dared to stay within 20 meters of the creature. The xenogeneic was 10 meters long, but it wasn't tall. Its body was only half a meter off the ground. That was why Han Sen had such difficulty trying to spot it. Han Sen watched it for quite some time, and he didn't think it was all that high level. It should have been no better than a Viscount, so it was weird to see the fear with which so many xenogeneics regarded it. Quickly, the centipede xenogeneic reached the entrance of the valley. It was different from the other xenogeneics, and it crawled right into the valley. Han Sen was shocked. Isha said that the red mist spring was good for xenogeneics. It could speed up their evolution, but the red mist itself was harmful by comparison. Until the spring was ready, the mist remained there. So, it was most wise to avoid the mist until then. But the centipede climbed straight into the valley, and it did so without getting harmed by the mist. No. I have got to find that centipede. If it is going towards the spring, it might be able to swallow it the moment it opens up. I'll lose my own opportunity. Han Sen frowned. He hadn't thought the centipede was going to climb down into the valley. And now that it was in there, it would be extremely difficult to find the creature. You couldn't even see your own hand in front of you, that mist was so thick. Trying to find the centipede would be difficult. I'll have to try. Luckily, it is just a Viscount xenogeneic. It cannot be that large of a threat. Han Sen donned his Marquis armor and the rabbit shoes. He flew past the heads of the xenogeneics and headed straight into the valley. Just like before, the mist stifled Han Sen's senses. It was as if he was deaf and blind. Han Sen searched through the mist, hoping to find the centipede xenogeneic. The valley was massive, and there were still a few days to go before the spring was supposed to erupt. Han Sen thought he'd be able to find the centipede. Han Sen walked more quickly through the mist, but he did not dare go too fast. If he ran into a rock wall and injured himself, he'd become a joke. Due to him being unable to see, though, he tried hugging the walls as he went. Once he had canvassed the area that way, he maintained a steady distance from the wall and went along them again. After searching the place like a neatly fitted carpet, he hadn't caught sight of the centipede. 8 hours had elapsed by now. That xenogeniac was rather large. It shouldn't be too difficult to find. Why am I so unlucky? Han Sen felt depressed. Han Sen walked into the deepest recesses of the valley, and when he reached the far wall, he wished to turn back. But that wall felt different from the others. Han Sen kept running his hands over it, and eventually, he realized there was a space next to it. It was a cave. Han Sen thought he was adequately protected, with the Marquis's armor and the rabbit shoes, so he entered the cave. After entering, Han Sen's eyes gleamed brightly. The red mist was gone, and he could see all that resided in the cave. The red mist was like a fire burning behind him. It lit up the cave. The cave did not have any of the mist inside, though. All of Han Sen's senses had returned. Han Sen looked deeper into the cave, and when he did, something made him quite happy. The giant centipede was inside there. Does the spring reside in this cave? No way. Isha said the spring would have a darker mist. How can there be none at all? Han Sen thought. He didn't stop moving, though, and he planned to get rid of the centipede, just in case. It looked like that xenogeniac was a very sensitive creature, though. It detected Han Sen's presence quickly, and so it turned around and used its jewel-like eyes to look at him. Boom! As this occurred, the jewel-like eyes shone with a green light. The green light was too bright, especially for a cave that was so small. It blinded the entire cave with that channel of light, prompting Han Sen to run forward. It's lucky I have this Marquis's armor. A light like this looks Viscount level at the lowest, Han Sen thought to himself. He drew his ghost teeth knife, and with his ice powers and blood, he cut towards the light. Ghost teeth knife sliced through the green light. The light had a tangible presence, and it filled up the entire area. When it landed on Han Sen, he himself turned green. Han Sen then realized he could no longer move. It was as if he had been stopped by a strange power. He was stuck in the same position, unable to move. Crap! There is something wrong with that light. Han Sen was shocked. He hastily used his power, trying to break through the light that was snaring him. He wanted his freedom back. Han Sen fired up Jade Skin, the Blood Pulse Sutra, the Dongxian Sutra, and the Story of Genes, but still, he was unable to escape the green light. The centipede-like xenogeniac, with its jewel-like eyes focused on Han Sen, continued to pound him with green light. Han Sen's body could not move, and despite the fact that he still had control over his senses, he couldn't tell what element the green light was. He wasn't in a rush, though. The xenogeniac's power was amazing, but at the end of the day, it was only a Viscount. Han Sen had Marquis's armor on, and that meant he had no reason to be afraid. Plus, he had his Super King spirit body to rely on. All things considered, Han Sen was feeling pretty secure. When the centipede approached, Han Sen noticed that it was skittering around small orchid-like plants. There were no flowers atop them, but small shapes like gold rats grew from them. No, they weren't rats. After a good look, Han Sen noticed it was something quite familiar. The things growing on the plants were very small red mist minks. There were 7 of them, and their eyes all looked so big. They looked very spiritual, but even so, they all vibrated together in fear. Because their tails were grown into the plants, they could not run. They all looked so scared as they stared at the centipede. Now, Han Sen knew that the centipede had come for the red mist spring. It had come for the minks. What Han Sen didn't know was who the creature was going to attack first. The centipede quickly skittered up to Han Sen with its blade-like claws. It attacked Han Sen, making repeated ding-dong noises. The claws were unable to break Han Sen's armor, but they left marks on its surface. That was very impressive for a Viscount-class pair of claws. The Viscount Xenogeniac should have found it impossible to damage a Marquis's armor. This Xenogeniac is a bit creepy. But even so, Han Sen still felt safe. It was creepy, yes, but it could not harm him. The centipede wreathed itself around Han Sen, trapping him in the grip of its body. Its feet were also like blades, and they kept scrabbling against him. Fortunately, only a few white scratch marks were left on the armor. The attack still couldn't damage him. The creature did not have a mouth, and its head was very flat. It had 2 long beard strands, too. Aside from the claws and the blade-like legs, there was no other way for it to attack Han Senator. It kept slashing Han Sen for quite some time, but it was unable to hurt him. The centipede eventually gave up. It climbed over to the plants that were growing minks, instead. It circled the minks, but it did not seem to hurt them. But the minks were still frightened. They were shaking in fear. What is it trying to do? Han Sen was confused, and so he resumed trying to break through the green light. Jade skin, his mutant blood, and the story of genes were all useless. When he cast his Dongxian Sutra, he could sense something from the light. But it was just barren class, and 1 level lower than the green light. He could not get it to break through. Han Sen kept using his Dongxian Sutra to battle the green light. He also watched the Xenogeniac. He was interested in learning what it was up to. As he fought the green light, Dongxian Sutra's power flowed through him like it always did. But Han Sen felt as if the power was changing slightly. He felt as if he was on the precipice of breaking through. Han Sen was so happy about this, seeing as he had used the Dongxian Sutra to fight against the green light. He wanted the green light to sharpen the Dongxian Sutra, and perhaps prompt a level up. Right now, the most effective thing about the Dongxian Sutra was the Dongxian aura. Han Sen did not have the power to unleash Dongxian Sutra-fueled skills. If he made it reach Viscount, he could cast attacks with the Dongxian Sutra. Han Sen had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Han Sen kept using his Dongxian Sutra to fight the green light, but it was 1 level lower. The power was being used up very quickly. Han Sen could only take very minor breaks. Whenever he regained some of his power, he'd get right back into fighting. After 2 hours of this, the cave was shining with red light. Some of the mist had drifted into the cave like a river. The entire cave was full of this red mist now. As Han Sen wondered why the red mist was coming in, he realized that the red mist in the cave had begun reducing. The red mist was flowing as if it was being blown away by a fan. It didn't exit the cave, though. So, Han Sen had a peep at where the red mist was going. It was seeping into the plants with the red minks. After half an hour, the red mist had become very thin. It no longer hindered Han Sen's senses. The plants that absorbed the mist were releasing a light. Especially the 7 small minks. They looked so shiny, like little treasures. They looked very golden. After the mist was absorbed by the plants, no more mist entered the cave. The shiny look on the plants and the minks began to dull. Han Sen took a closer look, and he noticed that the fur of the minks was much fuller. Their eyes were brighter, too, and their life force had grown stronger. That centipede must be waiting for the minks to grow. I wonder how much longer this might take. Now Han Sen knew just what that Xenogeniac wanted. Han Sen kept using the Dongxian Sutra to battle the green light. Every time Han Sen used up all his power in combat with the green light, his powers grew stronger as they recovered. It was a process that delighted him. After a while, the mist entered the cave again. Just like last time, the plants absorbed it. And then, the minks grew bigger. The third time the mist was absorbed by the red mist minks themselves. Han Sen's body then moved. He lowered his ghost teeth knife, which he had been holding in the air. Han Sen could not break through the binding of the green light, but the Dongxian Sutra's power was starting to work. And he knew this because he could now move his body a minute amount. The centipede sensed his movement, though. It turned around and shone many of its eyes at Han Senator. It increased the power of the chains it had locked around Han Sen, prohibiting him from moving any more. The Xenogeniac had not been able to hurt Han Sen, and he didn't consider it much of a threat. So, Han Sen kept using the green light to practice with the Dongxian Sutra. And over time, he developed a resistance to the green light. On the 23rd time the mist started pouring into the cave, the plant's light was growing again. They were becoming brighter than the red mist. Amidst that heavy fog, the outlines of the plants were visible, shining brightly. The 7 plants each had a red mist mink growing on them. On a planet of narrow moon, a rebate mother was praying sincerely. God of the rebate, please allow my child to evolve a second time, despite having already generated armor. I will give everything I have for this. The mother's face looked so sad. She was Jade Duke's wife. She had a son with Jade Duke. Both of their genes were exceptional, and their child should have absolutely become a noble. But when her son generated a Geno armor a few days ago, he did not evolve a second time. He became a commoner. Even for a duke, it was difficult to gather items to allow a second chance to evolve. Jade Duke didn't have what was required. So, the son's mother prayed to God, hoping for a miracle. They wanted him to evolve a second time, so they would not be laughed at. Your sincerity has touched God. I can satisfy your wishes. A god with gold clothing appeared before the lady. It smiled strangely at her. The news of planet Eclipse possessing a red mist spring had spread, and the report sounded true. But without Knife Queen's permission, no one was allowed to go to planet Eclipse to find that spring. Despite that, the Narrow Moon factions kept pushing. Moonwell King gathered a few kings together for a meeting in full moon. Knife Queen was present there, too. Knife, does planet Eclipse have a red mist spring? Night River King asked. He had a child that had not evolved a second time, as well. Yes, Knife Queen said. Why did you not tell us sooner? We cannot allow Han Sen to lay claim to that treasure. Night River King looked very angry. It wasn't just Night River King feeling this way, either. The other kings were all peeved, too. Their children, and the people who followed them, needed the spring, too. The kings were here to represent all those who needed it. Isha coldly looked at Night River King and said, Han Sen is my student. And don't forget that you were the one to give him planet Eclipse, as a slight. Do you think you can just break the Narrow Moon laws to suit yourself? Night River King coughed and kept going. We cannot break our laws, no. But Han Sen is still a suspicious individual. If we provide him this treasure and then discover he is a spy, we will suffer a grand loss. Don't you all agree? Yes. We shouldn't allow an outsider to receive such a treasure, Flower King said. Aside from Black Moon King, all the other kings shared the same opinion. Knife, we don't know how much is stored in that spring. If it isn't much, then it is fine. If it is a lot, we cannot allow a suspicious outsider to lay claim to it. Why don't we send someone to inspect how much is stored there? Then, we can fairly share the contents of the spring. We can save some for Han Senator. Does that suggestion not satisfy all our desires? Moonwell King said. This time, many of the other kings agreed. They weren't greedy about the spring. The pressure was merely coming from their family members and other bad relationships. Han Sen is my student, and planet Eclipse is bound to him legally. Isha spoke with an absence of emotion. Knife, why are you being so stubborn? He is just an outsider. And he is suspicious. Night River King looked glum. He went on to say, if you absolutely insist on this stance, then we'll take it to a vote. You know what will happen after that. Isha looked at all of them and said, fine. You want the red mist spring so badly. You can bring 10 members. No one above Viscount is allowed. How much they can claim will depend entirely on them. That is my bottom line on this matter. Okay, deal, Night River King agreed, and the other kings did not have an opinion. After Night River King returned to his planet, he rounded up the 10 best Viscounts he could. He ordered them to collect as much of the red mist spring as they could. Sword, no, you can stay, I wish to talk with you, Night River King said to a Viscount with a bird head and a human body. Yes, my king. Sword No's beady hawk eyes looked right at him when he spoke. Night River King gave Sword No a box and said, you only need half a step to become Earl. This is a spirit orb that I have saved. With this orb, you should be able to become an Earl. Take it to Planet Eclipse and make yourself an Earl there. And of course, try to grab as much of the spring water as you can. Yes, my king. I will not disappoint you. Sword No accepted the spirit orb and looked pleased. He thanked Night River King. With his skill, he only needed a spirit orb to become an Earl. There was no chance of him failing this. This saved him years of practicing. All the factions sent their Viscounts to Planet Eclipse. A big battleship was headed straight for Mirror Lake. Narrow Moon is still not my narrow moon. Inside the palace, Isha watched the monitor with a gloomy look. She looked totally cold. Han Sen was her student, and these people were going to steal and split up his spring. It made her incredibly angry. She had done everything she could to prevent this, but if she had stubbornly forced them to take a vote, the end result would have been far worse. No one would take her corner. Deified. I need to be deified to be the absolute queen of the rebate. Isha closed her eyes. The power inside her rumbled like thunder, it could have swallowed the skies. Even as strong as Isha was, she couldn't do anything right now. She wanted more power. Inside the cave in the Red Mist Valley, the red mist was sucked into a vortex. Then, it disappeared. It went into the plants. The 3 little minks were like treasures. Their bodies were glowing so much, it was difficult to look at them directly. The centipede was moving quickly towards the plants. It extended its head, cracked open its mouth, and tried to swallow one of the minks. The glowing mink tried to run away in terror, but its tail was attached to the plant and it could not run. The centipede opened its mouth to eat the little mink. It suddenly stopped, though, and it turned to look behind itself. Tap! 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 Han Sen's body was jerking like a poorly built robot as he slowly approached. The centipede released a weird shriek. And then, the eyes on its back started shooting out more green light. Its body maneuvered into a semicircle as it did this. The green light landed on Han Sen like a spotlight. But Han Sen's body still moved. He wasn't frozen in place this time. A second later, he was walking forward once again. The centipede let out another strange scream. The green light burst forth from its eyes, shining powerfully across Han Sen, doing its best to hold him back. Despite all that green light, however, Han Sen was still approaching the centipede. He didn't get stuck in place, and his pace was gradually increasing. As he drew closer, it became apparent that the green light wasn't actually hitting him. There was an invisible barrier around him that kept the green light 3 inches away from him. That barrier, and the safety it provided, were expanding. It was like an invisible wall, blocking the green light and red mist from reaching him. The centipede shrieked and continued firing rays of green light. They struck the barrier and immediately disappeared. It was useless now. And no matter how much green light the creature fired, nothing could change the tide. Han Sen calmly watched the centipede as he walked forward. The barrier grew bigger and bigger, until the centipede was inside it. The centipede felt the danger it was in, and so it twirled its body into a tighter defensive ball. The green, gem-like eyes were shining brightly. Inside the invisible barrier, it could still use its powers, but the green light was twisted. The light would flash randomly around the inside of the barrier, but none could strike Han. Senator Han Sen lifted ghost teeth knife and cut the xenogenic centipede in half. Viscount Xenogenic hunted, evil eye dragon. Xenogenic gene found. Han Sen thought that was a bit of a shame. He hadn't gotten a beast soul that wielded that wicked power. But even so, leveling up his Dongxian Sutra through this battle was more than enough. See. See. The 7 red mist minks squealed. They were shining. Their tails disconnected from the plants, setting them free. When the 7 minks matured and fell off the plants, their anchors wilted and disintegrated into dust. The creatures looked incredibly scared. And it was clear that they wished to escape. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to muffle their senses. Under his blinding powers, the 7 red mist minks ran around like headless chickens, unable to discern where the exit might be. Weird. It looks like these guys are really low level. They look barren at best. Han Sen found this to be quite strange. After being born in such an important place and absorbing so much red mist, how could they only be barons? Han Sen raised his hand, and the 7 of them flew right before Han Senator. They couldn't escape. Han Sen grabbed one of them to examine. They had gold hair and bodies that were the size of a fist. Their eyes were big and took up 30% of their faces. Their cheeks were plump balls, and their tails weren't too different from a squirrel's tail. They were big and fluffy things. It is a baron. Weird. Continuing to stifle the senses of the 7 minks with his Dongxian aura, Han Sen then walked over to the centipede. He broke its body and took out the emerald eyes. The evil Xenogenic's evil eyes looked rather pretty. They were only the size of pigeon eggs, but they gleamed green like one of his grandmother's emeralds. Han Sen dug out each of the eyes and readied himself to leave. The 7 minks were eating the body of the centipede. They were too small, and after eating a little, their stomachs were rounded and full. Their claws could barely even touch the ground. Han Sen made them fly towards him, to tuck them into his satchel. After leaving the cave, Han Sen expanded the effect of his Dongxian aura. And as Han Sen walked through the mist, it couldn't penetrate his barrier. It was 10 meters wide by now, and Han Sen had no issue with stifled senses. He could see all things clearly. With his Dongxian aura, Han Sen could search through the red mist with great ease. He searched the entire area, though, and was unable to find the spring. It looks like I will only be able to find it when the spring actually erupts, Han Sen thought to himself, as he headed for the valley entrance. He wanted to see if there were any more annoying enemies out there. When he was beyond the valley's exit, he saw Xie Qing King surrounded by Xenogenics. He was fighting them like mad. "Brother Qing, what are you doing here?" Han Sen walked straight out of the valley and asked him with shock. "The rebate have sent many viscounts here, saying a decision has been made. The spring is to be shared between everyone." Gu Qingcheng reviewed their documents and confirmed their legitimacy. "Wang Yuhang is taking them around the mountains. I am here to inform you." Xie Qing King spoke all of this while he was still engaged in combat. "How did they learn there is a red mist spring here?" Han Sen frowned. Only Xie Qing King, Isha, and the others knew about the spring. He trusted Xie Qing King and the others. If Isha, of all people, had told him he should be the one to absorb the spring, then she certainly wouldn't have shared the information with anyone. "Stop fighting. Let's take a look at what's going on." Han Sen and Xie Qing King left the area. The greedy Xenogenics wouldn't want to leave the valley, so they did not get chased. Xie Qing King gave Han Sen a document. After glancing over it, Han Sen said, "This has come from the elders, so it has to be legit." Han Sen knew it was the truth, though. Otherwise, without Isha's permission, the Viscounts would not have come. Where are they now? Han Sen asked. They are yelling at him about needing to be led to the spring. There are too many of them, and Gu Qingcheng is worried they might attack the base if their demands aren't met. She is worried the place will be messed up, and the women and the children could be hurt. So, Wang Yuhang is taking them around and around. Xia Qingking went on to say, should we let Wang Yuhang get rid of them? Take them to an area with powerful xenogenics, to ensure they won't return. This is an order from the elders. It is a decree that has been signed by 7 kings and Isha herself. If I don't take them to the Red Mist Spring, I will be in trouble. I can't tell Isha that I got them all killed. Han Sen looked over the document, smiled, and said, if they want to come, let them. What is wrong with you? Where are you taking us? One of the Viscounts looked at Wang Yuhang very angrily. They'd been waylaid by many xenogenics on the road, and they had yet to see any hint of the Red Mist Spring. The many injuries they had suffered were taking a toll. Except for Wang Yuhang, of course. He was leading them, and he could run from his enemies extremely quickly. Whenever he saw movement up ahead, he'd take cover in the crowd. He was the only one not to sustain injuries. Kid, I'm warning you. You better not be playing tricks on us. Even if Han Sen himself was here, he couldn't save you. We can kill you with the greatest of ease, the Tago Viscount shouted angrily at Wang Yuhang, grabbing him by the collar. You have misunderstood me. Why would I play tricks? You know how dangerous this place is, and there is an abundance of xenogenics. We don't have many people in the base either, so the mountains remain uncleared. I am taking a huge risk, leading you guys to the Red Mist Spring. The fear of death is not lost upon me either. I have picked the safest route for us to take, and even so, there really are just too many xenogenics. Wang Yuhang gave them the look of someone who had been wronged. Keep going. The Tago Viscount grunted in dissatisfaction and threw Wang Yuhang forward. Yes. And we have to be careful, because this place is dangerous. Wang Yuhang smiled and got up. He wasn't mad, and he just swept the dust off and kept moving. As they walked, they went across a mountain, at which point Wang Yuhang suddenly started retreating. He also shouted, everyone. There is a bunch of xenogenics ahead. Before any of them could react, they saw a bunch of xenogenics crossing the distance. There were so many of them, it was like a sea of foes. One of them was wielding some sort of barrier, which marked it as an Earl xenogenic. The team quickly fell into chaos as the group of Viscounts engaged the xenogenics. Wang Yuhang ran to the back of them, saying, trying to be bossy to me, huh? Now you are going to die. Not bad, little uncle. Han Sen suddenly appeared next to Wang Yuhang and smiled. What are you doing here? I told Brother Qin you could stay and absorb the spring while I handle these guys. Later, I was planning on taking them to Marquis Xenogenics. Wang Yuhang smiled. Don't kill them. They need to reach the spring. Otherwise, we cannot explain the reasons why they all died. But yes, before they go, we can use them to kill a horde of xenogenics for us. Han Sen smiled. By getting them to kill the xenogenics, aren't they the ones benefiting? Wang Yuhang asked. Of course not. This is Planet Eclipse, and this is all ours. They can kill the xenogenics, but the materials left behind are all ours for the taking. It's free labor, man. We should take advantage of it, Han Sen said. Wang Yuhang understood and said, okay, I'll keep leading them as I have been. The people there were Viscounts, and there was just under 100 of them. But there were 300 to 400 xenogenics, and one of them was an Earl. It was difficult to determine who would be victorious. Crap. These guys are so strong. They trapped the Earl xenogenic, Wang Yuhang said, with much shock. The people here are the best of the best from Narrow Moon. They are very strong, but the red mist spring has yet to erupt. It would be best if you lead them elsewhere for a bit, and perhaps nab a few more earls. Han Sen smiled. No problem. I have a handle on things. Wang Yuhang puffed up and patted his chest. Wear this, too. Han Sen gave the Marquis's armor to Wang Yuhang. After Han Sen brought up his Dongxian Sutra to Viscount, he didn't really need the armor anymore. He only needed his rabbit shoes. Wang Yuhang put on the armor immediately. The Viscounts were fighting hard, and it took them half an hour to slay only half of the crowd. Many of them then turned to focus on killing the Earl. The Earl was very strong, but it could only use physical methods to fight, and it wasn't very smart. It was surrounded by elite Viscounts. It was powerful, but it was killed before long. The Viscounts all sustained their own injuries, too, but none of them were killed. No one was hurt too grievously, either. Han Sen, you are here. I thought you were going to disobey the orders of the elders. A few of the Viscounts, seeing Han Sen there, walked over to him. The Tago Viscount laughed coldly. I am a rebate, too. I wouldn't disobey orders, Han Sen said impassively. Good, then take us there, the Tago Viscount said. Other Viscounts then echoed him. Of course. I will take you there immediately, but before that, I hope you give us back what we own. Han Sen smiled. What are you talking about? Since when have we given you what we've earned? The Viscounts sounded angry. This is Planet Eclipse. I own all the resources harvested here. You killed my poor Xenogeneics. I'm not asking for money, and there you are, going to steal my Xenogeneic materials. Han Sen calmly said. Han Sen, you must be dreaming. We killed the Xenogeneics. If you want Xenogeneic materials, you should go and hunt the creatures yourself. One of them growled at Han Sr. Well, if you don't give me back these Xenogeneic genes, I can't take you to the Red Mist Spring, Han Sen said. This is an order from the elders and the kings. Do you dare disobey it? The Tago Viscount shouted. Han Sen looked at him expressionlessly and said, Planet Eclipse is mine. That is also a decree issued by the elders and kings. You can disobey these laws, but I cannot. I am sure the kings and the queen will support me on this matter. The Viscounts looked pensive. Han Sen's reasoning was solid. And if they failed to take the spring, how would they explain that to their elders upon returning home? The Red Mist Spring is going to erupt any second now. If you'd rather waste time here instead of going there right now, that's your decision, Han Sen said. You be ****. M1 Viscount threw the Xenogeneic materials he had gathered upon the ground. The Viscounts weren't willing to lose the Red Mist Spring, so they had to swallow their displeasure and drop the Xenogeneic materials. The Viscount that took the Earl-class Xenogeneic materials hesitated a great deal, but still ultimately had to discard the items. Can we go now? Sword No stared icily at Han Sr. Yes. Brother Qing, send a few people over to collect the materials. Han Sen smiled. Sword No and the other Viscounts were angry. They followed Han Sen and Wang Yuhang for half the day, and wherever they went, they encountered a great many Xenogeneics. And after every fight, the Viscounts were a little more injured. While many Xenogeneics were slain, there was no sign of the Red Mist Spring anywhere. In addition, Han Sen took all the materials from the Xenogeneics they slew. It upset them quite a bit. When they were almost ready to unleash their rage, they saw something flashing red up ahead of them. It was obvious what that place was. The Viscounts then ignored Han Sen and took off racing towards that place. Han Sen, are they going to be okay? Wang Yuhang asked Han Sr. They'll be fine. Go and fetch some more people to collect all these Xenogeneic genes. When you've returned to base, stay there and do not come out, Han Sen said. Wang Yuhang and Xie Qing King went to fetch others to collect the Xenogeneic materials and take them back to base. Then, Hansen approached the Red Mist Valley. When he drew close, he saw the Viscounts establishing camp just outside it. They hadn't run into the mist yet. They knew they would not be able to see the spring before it erupted, so there was no point getting lost in the fog yet. Seeing Hansen draw near the valley, no one paid attention to him. As this happened, a shadow appeared. It came through one of the magnetic storms and landed atop a mountain. It peered down at Red Mist Valley. Night River King, you are so early. Were you worried about your subordinates not being able to collect any of the spring? Right after that, another shadow appeared. That was Black Moon King. Night River King looked at Black Moon King and said, "You didn't send anyone here, so why have you come? Can't I have the pleasure of watching?" Black Moon King smiled. Humph, Night River King hummed and did not say anything. From every direction across Planet Eclipse, many shadows descended. They were landing in various spots, but they all had their attention fixed on Red Mist Valley. Planet Eclipse's magnetic storms were strong, so it would be impossible to observe the valley from off-planet. So, the kings had to come in person if they wanted to watch. Most springs would release a dozen drops of spring water. Springs had been known to release over 100, but such an occurrence was very rare. They'd be quite lucky if the spring spawned a few dozen drops. Hansen was resting just outside Red Mist Valley, waiting for it to erupt. He felt the little red mist minks moving around quite a bit in his pack. He took one out and put it in the palm of his hand. Perhaps it was because Hansen had been carrying them for a while, but they seemed to have realized that Hansen was not planning on eating them. The mink did not look afraid. It used its claws to point into the Red Mist Valley. "You want to go in there?" Hansen asked the mink with surprise. The little mink nodded. It sat down like a squirrel, continuing to point into the valley with a look of gleeful energy. Then, Hansen looked at the mink and asked, "Why do you want to go in? Do you know where the spring is?" The little mink looked at Hansen with confusion, unsure of what he was asking. "It's quite smart, but it has just been born. It doesn't understand what I'm saying." Hansen frowned. The little mink, seeing Hansen not move into the valley, continued pointing into the mist with its claws. It was trying to hurry Hansen into going in there. Hansen brought out the other 6 little minks. They were all behaving the same way, and they really wanted to go in. Hansen put them inside his pocket and did as he was instructed. He walked into the valley. The Viscounts were watching Hansen as he went. Sword no, Hansen went into the valley. "Do you think we should follow him?" One of the Viscounts informed Sword no, bowing gracefully. After Sword no arrived on Planet Eclipse, he used the spirit orb to make himself an earl. He hadn't broken the law, though. He was a Viscount when he arrived on the planet, so he was merely being tricky. Sword no laughed darkly and said, "No. The red mist is still here, so the spring won't yet erupt. It is pointless for him to go inside. There are many xenogeneics around, too. I think he is going inside for something else." In another tent, Dulisha said, "Sister, Hansen went into the valley. Do you think we should follow him? The red mist is still there, so there's no point. Keep waiting." Rebecca saw the xenogeneics approach Hansen, and continued by saying, "He is just a baron. Even with ghost teeth knife, it'll be difficult for him." The other people felt like this, too. They were all in their tents, and no one was willing to stop Hansen or follow him. Night River King, however, frowned and thought to himself, what is he doing? Hansen's performances had never failed to surprise him, and Night River King was no longer willing to take Hansen's behavior for granted. The few kings watching the valley had all seen Hansen enter it, too. None of them had a clue what he might be hoping to accomplish. They thought the mist would disperse in about 3 hours, anyway. By going in now, you wouldn't be able to see the spring. Quickly, Han Sen approached the group of xenogeneics surrounding the mist. He moved his body swiftly and nimbly, needling his way past them all. He was too fast for the xenogeneics to respond properly. Han Sen even stepped atop a xenogeneic. Within a few seconds, he was inside the valley. All before the xenogeneics could make a move. I forgot he had those shoes. Rebecca frowned. What are those shoes, anyway? How can they give him such a grand speed boost? I worry that they might be Marquis' class or something, Dulisha asked, with much shock. It wasn't just Dulisha feeling this way, either. The Viscounts outside the valley were all mulling over the origin of those shoes. But the Viscounts did not freak out just yet. They were still going to wait for the mist to disappear. After Han Sen went into the valley, he pulled out one little mink. The little mink rapidly ran through the valley. No way this little guy knows where to find the spring, Han Sen thought, as he followed the mink through the valley. Because the red mist was strange, the kings who were watching could only detect vague movement within the mist. They could not see what Han Sen was doing, though, and so they frowned. Han Sen followed the mink deep into the valley. The deeper they went, the more excited the minks became. They went back to the cave where they were born. Is the spring inside this cave? Han Sen was confused, as he didn't think this was quite right. The place wasn't as Isha had described.